That's what I needed yesterday.
Getting back to the land.
I said I'm getting to the point now where you only need 5 minutes. Yeah. Only need 2 minutes to cue something up. He does, yes.
I went down to the grocery store to buy some peas and carrots. But when I saw the prices,
You need a screenshot like I sent you yesterday. So he's got 45 minutes, and I'll 8:30 to 9:15.
The produce looked okay, I guess. Don't know what farm it's made on, who planted it, how it grew, what chemicals they sprayed on. Well, it really got me thinking I should grow this on my own. Got a garden plot,
If it
maybe not a lot,
recognized it,
but it's right there
you
at
see
my
it on
home.
here?
From seed to spoon, gonna grow my
Local
food
Drive
myself.
D.
I'd rather pick it
There it
from
is.
the ground than pick it from a grocery shelf. I'm gonna work the soil, my toil will pay off soon. I'll eat what I've grown from what I've sown, seed to spoon.
All right. Look at this.
Well, the corn is looking great. We've got zucchini and potatoes. I can't wait to taste a burger topped with our tomatoes.
Got 'em all.
Most everything we need can be grown in our backyards. It might take a little elbow grease, but it's really not that hard. From seed to spoon, gonna grow my food myself. I'd rather pick it from the ground than pick it from a grocery shelf. I'm gonna work the soil, my toil will pay off soon. I'll eat what I've grown from what I've sown, seed to spoon.
Good.
I've been working in the city, but my day's done. Gonna hit the road like a man on the run. Head to the place that I truly love. Grass on the ground and trees above. That job in the city might pay the bills, but the rat race there still gives me chills. A country life is the one for me. Getting back to the land with my family. Don't get me wrong, I'm a thankful man, but at times I just don't understand why
So-
men want to live in a sardine can. Well, I'm heading back home, my favorite drive. Got the wind in my hair and I feel alive. I'm off to the place that we love to share. My wife and my kids are waiting there. We're simplifying
You
that
can
part
use
of
the
the
motorhome.
plan. Teaching our kids how to love the land.
I
The world
have-
might say we've lost our minds.
I have
We'll
an
just leave the
individual,
world
I
behind.
believe his
Don't
name
get
is
me
Ernie,
wrong, we
who's
have our
on the board of the
days.
local hospital here, and there's also
But we love this life,
conversations going on
and
about
we're
creating a
here
boutique
to
hospital here. And he talked to me last evening. He wants to talk to you, and I told him to be here this morning so he can grab you after this presentation. He wants to. Here's his question. No, that's fine, because you'll talk to him, and then you said you were going to talk to him after this one, or so he's
heading home to the home.
yeah. Smartphones make dumb people.
No place I'd rather be instead. In the country I can clear my head. So heading home to the homestead.
Yeah, so we'll maybe I'll see if I can find him. Maybe we just take all of you to the motorhome afterwards, and you can. Correct. Which right. We have to do it this morning. Yeah. his specific question is, what would a hospital look like if Robert Kennedy were to design it? Okay, so I guess we're ready to go on, you and I. Right? Well, we just...
Oh, I can't I? Yes, I can.
That's our jingle.
Can't I? Yes, I can. Superb lids really seal, and that blue ring makes me feel like I can. Yes, I can. I can.
Good morning, everyone. Marcus is here.
Good morning. You're looking to me, huh?
I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you.
Tell you what, last night was amazing. Spending time with Callie. I just want to tell you, I think Callie is a strong man, a committed man to be at work for us in our government. He's committed to moving the needle as much as he can with the position and the time that he has to accomplish it. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to a good day. Yesterday was kind of a tough day for me, missing most of the day yesterday, so I'm excited to be here and enjoy the day with you all. Thanks for coming out this morning.
So I want to draw attention once again to our sponsors, because without them we wouldn't be able to do this. We've got them listed up there. We'll talk about a few of them as we go along, but that's not what you're here for. So this morning, Callie is going to be back to talk about American health, why it matters to you. So put your hands together once again for Callie Means.
Yep.
No, we'll get you fixed.
All right. How's that? Oh man, it's so energizing to be here and being out of DC. I'll tell you that much.
I'll say the same
Man,
thing.
if
it's just a cauldron.
if people could just come here and study what's happening with the
so
culture,
you need
with how
I'll
you guys
go make the
produce food here
screenshot
with
for
the
you.
stuff and learning about the seeds. We'd be a different country, a transformed country, and that's really what I want to talk about. You know, you're going to have agriculture experts, health experts. You know, what I'm trying to bring to this conversation is, you know, I grew up in D.C. and growing up there, dreamed of helping American politics, and growing up as a young Republican, you know, was raised that, you know, you don't question American industry, you don't question the farming industry, the agriculture industry, the food industry, the pharmaceutical industry, the insurance industry, where these are the envies of the world, and you prop them up. And I worked on campaigns, and I ended up consulting for some of those industries, and was very proud to go in and really saw, and again, I think this is the foundational thesis I have and my sister has, I think a lot of us are coming to, that there are many good people working in many good industries, many industries. I don't know if they're good, but there are some really tough incentives to American health. And that's what we have to grapple with as a country right now, is that there's a lot of good people working in big ag, big food, healthcare, but they are stuck in an incentive structure that's fundamentally misaligned with the American person, the American consumer, and American citizen. And we really need to unwind that. So I want to talk a little bit more about my story, some of the trends Secretary Kennedy and the team are talking about that we really need to solve. You know, I hope this underlies a thesis and just continued the empowerment everyone's showing that our intuition is right. We really have a serious problem. And I think a lot of the things that are being talked about on this stage, that people on the outside are calling crazy, calling anti-scientific, are truly like where we need to get as a culture, and we really have to get more to the simple facts. So again, I frame so much through my mom and through my sister, and I wanted to just talk a little bit more about that, because to me, these personal experiences I had, I do think really represent some of the most important challenges America faces. So I just want to go back. I talked a little bit about this yesterday, but that my mom taking a hike, getting the pain in her stomach, getting a scan and getting a text, stage 4 pancreatic cancer. She died 12 days later, so she was perfectly healthy, died 12 days later. And those 12 days, to me, between her diagnosis and her death, to me represented almost everything you need to know about the American healthcare system and what we're up against and what patients really need to be empowered with. But again, there were two really defining moments when we rushed to the top oncologist in the world, so Stanford Hospital. And my sister, studied there, so we made sure we had the best of the best. And we're sitting across from them, and there were two things the oncologist said after my mom's cancer diagnosis that just rings so true to me. And as I talked about a little bit last night, this idea that getting sick is unlucky is just the biggest lie in medicine. The doctor sat across from her and said, "Your cancer is a tough break." She was 71. And pancreatic cancer has gone up something like 4x in the past 50 years, which she had. In 1960, this was something you read about in textbooks, but now you hear about it all the time. And fundamentally, the doctor, my sister started asking her questions, did not understand what caused pancreatic cancer and had no curiosity about this treadmill my mom was on throughout her entire life. The treadmill, again, 40 years ago when I was born, 12 pounds, it's a sign of metabolic dysfunction. She was not told that. The gestational diabetes, the high blood pressure, the high blood sugar, the high cholesterol, just this poignance of these steps across my mom's life. And then I think embedded in that nihilism that the US medical system has, where my sister at Stanford Medical School, her first day, the dean said essentially that the American patients are lazy, that they're on a trajectory of wanting to eat the ultra-processed food, of not wanting to move. They talk about this. They talk about the American patient with disdain. And from the first day of medical school, my sister was trained that it's just inevitable that we're in the state that we're in, where this ultra-processed food in our diet has skyrocketed, where people don't have the discipline to teach their children about nutrition or movement. And that was really embedded. And sitting there with my mom, getting that diagnosis that she would be dead in a couple weeks, talking to her about not getting to meet her future, grandchildren, not getting to see important moments of me or Casey's life. It was so clear in her eyes that she wanted to live. And I, talked to people all over the country. I've very rarely met people that want to be sick. I've very rarely met people that want their kids to be sick. But I think that's really the embedded assumption of the medical system. And I just can't help but think that if my mom was spurred on this journey of curiosity that she had been on the past couple of years because of Casey's awakening, but if she, 30 years ago when she was put on that statin or the other medications, had actually been spurred on not this medicalization track, but this track of really understanding, whether she had nutrient deficiencies, understanding the connection between the soil health and how that impacts the food that goes into her body and fuels her cells, and how to put those pieces together to reverse the metabolic dysfunction that's clearly signified, by her symptoms of the high cholesterol, the high blood sugar, what that meant. These things are all reversible in months. The foundation of metabolic health, which is defined as high triglycerides, high HDL, high blood sugar, high blood pressure, and obesity, and she had all five. 94% of Americans trip up at least one. 94% of Americans are metabolically dysfunctional. I mean, this is an omnipresent dynamic the Americans are facing, and the fact that, you know, the dean of Harvard Med School, the head of the NIH, the Surgeon General, the HHS secretaries in the past have not just talked about these simple facts, not talked about how those 5 biomarkers you can, you know, understand and be spurred into path of curiosity and reverse very, very quickly. You know, she'd still be here, and we wouldn't be in a situation today where for the first time since 1860, American life expectancy is in a sustained decline, well before COVID, to where right now in America, we have double the obesity and diabetes rates of any other developed country. I mean, it's demonstrably something very, very dark is happening. And just in my mom at that moment, it just was so painful that the medical system, that doctors didn't connect her symptoms to our soil, connect her symptoms to our over-reliance on medicalization. And it really is that simple. The second poignant moment and an important moment is that the doctors and the oncologist just sprung into action when my mom got that diagnosis. And they said, you know, we've got to go to war. We've got to act. We've got to do everything possible to fight this. And my mom had stage 4 pancreatic cancer. She was not going to live. And it was just this all hands on deck, high testosterone, like, we got to fight, we got to cut you open, we got to do a biopsy, we got to do this, we got to do that. And it was kind of like the meeting was like, you know, it was so obvious that we were going to do all these interventions. The doctors were closing up their books. And my sister said, hold on, just wait 1 second. Let's go into this. So you're saying we need to do a biopsy, which is an intervention. My mom's very immunocompromised. She's not going to live anyway. Like, what are the chances here this is going to help? And the doctor was very surprised and sat down. And it was like the team had never heard these questions before. You know, obviously, you know, when you're sitting across from an oncologist, you're just going to take their advice, and that was their expectations. They were a little surprised, a little bit offended the question was even asked, and they thought about it. And they said, well, there's a 30% chance that these interventions will extend her life a couple weeks. There's a 30% chance it will be neutral, and a 30% chance there'll be complications that would actually potentially shorten her life. So my sister, you know, was just like, what, can you listen to what you're saying? And also noted that because of COVID protocols, and because these would have been interventions, my mom would have spent days, maybe the remaining days of her life, alone. We wouldn't even be able to visit her in a hospital room. And we had to go against medical advice. We actually had to, you know, and I just couldn't stop thinking, God, what if we didn't have Casey there, who saw inside the system, who worked in the oncology department at that same hospital, you know, as a medical student, and saw and talked to doctors who were crying in the hallways because they felt so pressured to perform interventions. I mean, these doctors, you know, we were talking to were not bad people, but the phrase at Stanford from doctors that Casey heard was, you eat what you kill. That's a phrase said by doctors all the time, and it means that if my mom went into those interventions, it would have billed hundreds of thousands, if not over $1 million to Medicare. So it would have been largely taxpayer funding to the hospital of potentially $1 million. And the doctors, and my sister actually spoke to this doctor, and the doctor was crying to her after my mom died about this as Casey was bringing these ideas up. The doctor wasn't thinking in an evil way, but she did acknowledge to my sister after my mom died that those are what the incentives are. And it was just poignant that we have this system where once the car crashes, where once we're diabetic, where once we have Alzheimer's, once we have kidney disease, once we have cancer, it is like all hands on deck. You know, the medical system is so strong that you need to stop your life. We need to fight. We need to do everything. And where is that energy before? Because we have this tidal wave of metabolic dysfunction that almost every American is brewing right now. Again, if you take 94% of Americans' blood right now, you will find clearly one signifier of metabolic dysfunction. And there's no talk about that from the medical system. It is truly a system that waits for people to get sick and then jumps into action. That is like, you know, mechanics, you know, they're only working once the car is crashed. We need to have preventative maintenance. And when you look at the incentives of healthcare, 95% of spending is after the car crashes. 95% of spending is on management of disease after we're sick. And it just makes no sense. We need to reverse that. What would it look like for a system that spurs the curiosity that's in this room, and a system that didn't do what it's doing now, which I think is a massive psyop against the American people, to take leave of their common sense, to take leave of their intuition. You know, a child is born and they know what to do. They prefer breast milk, natural food. They're curious, they're moving, they love being in the sun. They have all of these, natural impulses like any animal in the wild does. And any animal in the wild left to their natural devices, does not get 9 out of the 10 conditions, the metabolic conditions that are the plague of the American population right now. You do not have cancer rates among chimpanzees that share 99.8% of our DNA. It's like close to 0%. And it's almost half of Americans, I think at recent numbers, will get cancer at some point in their life. I mean, there's something really profound happening that these top doctors in the world didn't fully understand. So that moment, helping me connect the dots to the incentives I saw early in my career, combined with Casey's, her medical insight and leaving the system, we really were convinced, burying my mother, that this is a universal issue, and this is really something that is the biggest issue in the country, because we are really, when you think about it, this is the core input to everything. Our military competitiveness is getting much less because of chronic disease. It's the biggest part of our budget, the fastest growing part of our budget, producing worse outcomes for more every dollar we spend. It's really impacting every area of American life. Most importantly, I do think that we don't even realize how much more we and our kids can thrive if we turn culture, turn the medical system to talking about these simple insights. So that's, I think, these ideas that cannot be repeated enough, that are actually simple, and that will transform the world if we can continue voting on these issues, if we continue thinking about them and spurring curiosity in our own lives. And if that energy in America right now can impact the medical system over the next 10 years, and inextricably our agriculture system, to understand these root causes of disease. I found this funny. There was an article when this was a negative article when my sister was announced as Surgeon General, saying, you're going to hear more about mitochondria. And it's a whole article in one of the mainstream publications about how this intense focus on our cellular health is pseudoscience, and how there's a dangerous precedent sweeping America that we're losing trust in our medical interventions and thinking more about our mitochondrial health. And there's quotes from doctors towards the end of the article saying, well, yes, every disease is connected to mitochondrial health, but this still isn't good. But that's the type of energy I think we're up against, where they're actually trying to psyop us and trying to convince us that this simplicity isn't right. But again, there's a large complexity to disease, and there's a long tail of different outcomes. And if you have an acute condition that's going to kill you right away, I do strongly support listening to your doctor. But it actually is very simple. And if we did focus on the mitochondria as the center of American health, we would be a transformed country. Let me just go through some stats. And these are, again, I think just very interesting stats, but what Secretary Kennedy, what the team, what Jay Bhattacharya, who's just fantastic at the NIH, what Marty McCary at the FDA, what we ground ourselves in. I mean, Secretary Kennedy almost in every meeting grounds ourselves into these simple facts. And I don't think they can be repeated enough, and I think they're important for every individual to know, because it's not just to show harrowing stats. I think to me, how much of an outlier America is a way, and understanding this and understanding how people are thinking about it in DC, it's a way to hopefully spur personal empowerment, to trust our intuition, to really go our own way. But these are the type of ideas that have never been discussed at HHS, in the medical system. And I do think, we're going to go through some depressing statistics, but I do think the fact that these are being talked about now And the fact that charts like this are being shown in every meeting, are being, when we meet with medical groups, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Heart Association, these totally corrupt institutions, and start talking about these and saying, we need to fix this. This is a new phenomenon in the past year, and I want to go through some of the statistics that we're talking about with President Trump, and I do think are being used as the goalposts of how we need to improve. But this was a chart that I find one of the most shocking. I had a kind of surreal moment during the campaign. I got a call from an unknown number, and they said, Kelly, we're with the president. We haven't really prepared much. There's been a lot going on, but he's going into Joe Rogan. He wanted some charts. Can you have any? I guess President Trump likes charts, so he likes graphics. So what's the best chart that signifies what's going on with American healthcare? And to me, it's this one. So you've got on the bottom axis, you've got healthcare spend per capita in the world, and then you have life expectancy. And it's just so compelling to me that we are getting sicker for each dollar we spend, that we are 4 times more spending per capita, the red, than Spain, and live 7 years less. I mean, that's a lot, 7 years. So it's not a healthcare policy fix that we need to find. It's actually asking why our healthcare system is making us so sick. And that's a profound shift, because up until the last year, left and the right, the debate is over how to add more money to the system, how to cover more people, how to get more people in. Of course, people need catastrophic care, and nobody should be without that. But clearly the issue isn't a change or an increase in spend on health policy. It's clearly asking why our healthcare system is making us so sick. This is shocking, I think, talks about how this is so much more than a healthcare issue, and why it's so important that Secretary Kennedy leads a commission that's not just the health leaders like the NIH and the FDA, but the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of the Treasury and other parts of government, and why it's so important. He's talking every day to the entire government, because this is something that's shocking to me. It's people that are eligible and ineligible for military service, and only 23% of military-aged youth are even eligible right now for the military. And you look at overweight, physical disability, drug abuse, mental health, and then people with multiple comorbidities. But 77% of the country right now of military-aged people are not eligible for the military. So this is a very sweeping bipartisan issue. I talked about cancer rates. I don't think there's anything more shameful than our stats on pediatric cancer. And when Secretary Kennedy talks about autism and other issues, you hear a lot that, they're diagnosing it better. They're diagnosing it better. And it's like every single disease is going up all at once. It's not, we haven't doubled our ability to recognize childhood cancer. We haven't increased our ability to recognize childhood obesity. It's right in front of our eyes. I mean, this is a blaring warning sign that something is happening to ourselves. Nobody understands this in the medical system. It goes back to my mom saying it's unlucky. This is not unlucky. This is not a tough break for these kids. Clearly something's happening to their cells. This is just showing it again. Something's happening to kids. I think another just black eye on America, and I think a shame that now Secretary Kennedy's talking about, but it's literally not the most talked about issue in the country, is obesity, particularly childhood obesity. I mean, if you really think about it, like, no parent wants their kid to be sick. And it is true, that if a child is overweight or obese, which it's I think 11 times more in the United States than other developed countries, in many other developed countries, there are obesity rates for kids. It speaks to me about that we don't have like a personal responsibility issue. I'm a conservative. I know we all believe in personal responsibility, but there's something systemically happening here. This is adults. It's nearly 80% of adults in America are overweight. And that is, to me, in a way, like I talked about with my mom, not even a welcome sign we should be ashamed about or really not even be welcoming. I mean, it's not deadly, and it's frankly showing that there's underlying metabolic dysfunction, And the idea that the medical system doesn't have the maturity to have the energy that they had when my mom was diagnosed with cancer, to take actions, how can we help, let's fight this. Why aren't we doing that when we're getting these warning signs early on that clearly are going to signify potentially issues down the road? Why aren't we, not shaming anybody, but we're really working with people, talking about how to get kids healthy. Right now, working on the dietary guidelines, what we recommend to kids for nutrition. It's very rarely we talk about health. Up until the past year, there's no discussion of these chronic disease rates. It's meeting after meeting after meeting with food lobbyists. And they talk about the dietary guidelines and the recommendations as if it's a jobs document, because the dietary guidelines go into what food our military is able to buy, our schools are able to buy, our government buildings are able to buy. It impacts culture. And it's just relentless meetings. There's still many people in government that see these as a subsidy document for ultra-processed food companies to make hundreds of billions of dollars a year from the government. And that's what we spend it in Forbes SNAP, food stamps, which is $120 billion a year. 70% of it goes to ultra-processed food because of the dietary guidelines. And the fact that there's not this moral clarity about the urgent existential need to talk about this clearly, to not recommend 10% added sugar as a healthy part of a 2-year-old's diet, which we do to this day in our dietary guidelines, to not say ultra-processed food for kids is healthy, which we do to this day. Again, we're reviewing this. There's going to be new dietary guidelines this year, but that's evil. It's evil, and I think it does speak to this idea that the industries, when they see this, don't engage on these stats. They talk about these programs as if there's a jobs program, and they absolutely relentlessly threaten jobs. Corn and soybean farmers, own 4 to 5 states in this country. They're the largest industry, and they marshal their senators and marshal their lobbyists to absolutely really intimidate any conversation about why this is happening and make it complex. I think I mentioned yesterday, I got a lecture from a sugar lobbyist recently that it's scientifically inaccurate to say sugar is not harmful to kids. And am constantly, with Secretary Kennedy, berated for being anti-science and pseudoscientific for thinking about the link between ultra-processed food and disease. In some respect, and speaking with these people, there's fear. There is a huge part of the U.S. economy that's predicated on commodity crops that go into ultra-processed food, on big food, and on the healthcare system, which is predicated on more people being sick. So, it's not a full black and white issue in the respect that a large part of the economy, a large part of good people's livelihoods are really actually dependent on these stats. And that is a moral and really complicated dynamic that we have to unwind in the next 10 years. We talked about childhood obesity. It's significantly higher. A lot of people say, well, it's a problem all over the world. These conditions are demonstrably higher in the United States. I think that's a really important point. Now it's 65% of the United States adults have a chronic condition. That was, close to 0% in 1940. We are leading the world in almost everything, including obesity. Now, and this just basically shows that in a large amount of U.S. states, 40 to 50% of U.S. adults are clinically obese. And I think something that we're also unpacking, something that's so important for everyone to know, is that obviously mental health is a complex dynamic and obviously, related to many variables, including what's going on in our life. But the link between these metabolic conditions like obesity, diabetes, and what's happening in our brain is acknowledged or understood in traditional medicine. In medical school, mental health was treated as a totally separate dynamic with my sister. I was talking yesterday about how she would do surgery every day on people with inflamed sinuses, and she couldn't find a patient that had sinus inflammation that wasn't also most likely on an antidepressant. And you going into that, and this is the core theory we talk about and what our book talks about, is that when our cells don't work correctly, the cells add up to organs, and when cells are malfunctioning and not powered correctly, organs don't function correctly, and organ dysfunction is disease. And when we are bombarding our body with elements that were not evolutionally made to experience, like with ultra-processed food, environmental toxins, or sedentary lifestyle, over-medicalization, there's all of these elements that are so unique and so pronounced that are bombarding our cells right now. And that leads to all of these random, unexpected, tough break ideas, and a lot of that's happening in our brain. Our brain is about 3% of our body's weight, but produces 20% of our energy. And the link between things like diabetes and other metabolic disorders, which just simply is our cells not being able to produce energy correctly, impacts our brain. And you look at statistics about people going on a whole food diet, people exercising, it's 3 times more effective than someone going to therapy and taking an antidepressant. It's astounding hearing from people and seeing new research coming out about how linked this is. If our brain is not being powered correctly, it leads to mental health issues. And we now have suicide as the second leading cause of death for young adults. This is skyrocketing. So it's interconnected. Secretary Kennedy's talked a lot about autism. It's now even higher than this, close to 1 in 30. And just getting into a little bit about why this happened. This is the premier NIH study on nutrition that came out 2 years ago. And it literally says that Lucky Charms are healthier than ground beef and eggs. I mean, it literally says that. They scored the different nutrients. This was funded by processed food makers, and you had 30 name brand cereals as recommended when you have things like ground beef and eggs and natural food that our body evolutionarily knows how to eat and knows how to process as much lower. Yeah, it was actually funded by the chocolate-covered almond company, yeah. It was, and Danone, chocolate almond milk was more nutritious than grass-fed natural dairy. And this is something I think really important to talk about. A lot of people, gaslight Secretary Kennedy and what we're saying, and they say, well, people were eating this food in the past. They weren't. They were not eating the food in the past. The problem with ultra-processed food is it's been a science experiment in the last 20 years. You have inevitably a bunch of grains that are sprayed with new, novel chemicals, and then all these ingredients we can't name. And the key thing about these ingredients we can't name is they're there for 2 things. They're there to make the food more addictive and cheaper. And these ingredients, until 2 months ago, were able to be self-certified by the food industry with zero analysis whatsoever by the government. We had these things called generally recognized as safe standards, where we actually, when the FDA came in this term, Marty McCary, they didn't have a list of the chemicals in our food. The government did not know what chemicals were in our food because the food industry didn't even have to report what new chemicals they make to put in our food. And there was an article recently where the food industry CEOs were anonymously talking to the Wall Street Journal, and they said that they're actually studying Ozempic, the new fat loss drug, and studying the exact molecules of Ozempic so that they can create new chemicals to out-hack Ozempic. So even if you're taking Ozempic, you'll still want to eat more food because they want to understand why Ozempic wants to make you eat less and get around that. That's the type of research these companies do, and that's what these chemicals add up to do. They're literally very rigorously studying our evolutionary biology and trying to out-hack us to get us to want to eat more. That's what they say on earnings calls. We all know this, but I just think it's profound just how much, again, in the core framework, what has changed? What has changed in the last 100 years? There's obviously just been an explosion due to our subsidies where over 90% of U.S. farmland is corn, soy, wheat, the components of ultra-processed food. Vegetables and fruits are still to this day considered a specialty crop, and they get 0.4% of U.S. government subsidies. It's all for corn, soy, wheat. Of course, sugar has exploded. This is a new, absolute nuclear bomb for our cells that has been introduced in the last 100 years. Added sugar, refined sugar really wasn't a thing. Whether it's good or bad, I think it's bad. It's been a dramatic change. We talked about seed oils yesterday, but seed oils has gone from 0% of our fat to 80% of our fat in our diet. These are clearly something we don't understand. These are a highly processed ingredient. Until 100 years ago, we ate natural animal-based fats, we ate cream, butter, you squeeze some olives, got some oil out of it. That's how 100% of human fat was coming to our body, natural sources. Today, it is a highly processed, rancid process that is the majority of U.S. oils, because these oils are 10 to 20 times cheaper than more natural alternatives. And as you talked about, the process is more than 10 steps. You add hexane, bleach, rust remover. I mean, you can see it online, but it's disgusting. And I get lectured day after day from captains of industry how talking about seed oils being anything other than healthier than butter or olive oil, which they say it is an anti-scientific, pseudoscientific statement. You also look at what's changed, and I just think this is so compelling to me. I mean, in Italy, 18% of their diet for kids is ultra-processed food. Here it's 70%. I mean, you don't need much more research. There's clearly just something different, something wrong. We're being assaulted on our common sense, right? We're being assaulted. I cannot tell you how often we hear that diet is complicated. I mean, if we have children and we have a HHS secretary, a surgeon general, medical leaders saying to kids the simple truth, we don't care what you eat. Get to whole foods. Think about the quality of your food. Whether you're a vegan or whether you're a carnivore, go on a journey of whole food. It's an urgent national necessity. Let's get this number below 20%. We're a transformed country. The military statistics, the economic statistics, they're totally transformed. Everyone knows that, but there is an absolute war to obfuscate that fact. I mean, the ultra-processed food consumption, since 1980, it's exploded. I mean, this isn't, just think about the impact of food, how important, and we're told this isn't true. Casey was told at Stanford Medical School that it was pseudoscientific to even talk about nutrition with her patients who had inflammation. This is such a dramatic change since 1980, 30% to 70%. 30% to 70% of our entire intake of food that fuels our cells, that the foundational fuel to our cells. This is a massive change. We talked about psychiatric conditions. Obviously, synthetic pesticides. There's a huge effort not to talk about this. Again, this was big debates at the White House, and I think it is really admirable that this Maha report was the first time in history that the government actually opened up a conversation, encouraged, this conversation around pesticides. And we've had a lot of engagement with the farmers. I really want to learn from what you guys are doing here. We got to find solutions. But the fundamental reality is, as I said yesterday, is their argument from the large agricultures, it's going to destroy the U.S. agriculture system and lead to mass food insecurity if we do anything rash on pesticides. And that is probably true. We are so dependent on pesticides that it would be mass destabilizing to our system to do anything rash on that. But that's both an argument on their side, they make it to not do anything. I think it's an argument why we need to talk about this issue. We have to talk about our agriculture system. We have to talk about how the fact in the United States, we spend half the amount on food per capita as France, half. So we've really deprioritized food, but of course we pay that price many-fold with the healthcare system. We have to talk about those ratios. We have to talk about whether we're going to prioritize soil health, whether we're going to prioritize good farming practice at the centerpiece of health. And we are creating, this is why we need to keep support behind this movement, in my opinion. We are fostering a 10-year conversation where the savings in the healthcare budget have to go to farmers and to creative thinking of how to transform our agriculture system. We do not have a health policy crisis, we have an agriculture crisis. And then these are just other stats I think about with a young child, one on the way, but loneliness epidemic. It's average 5 hours per day humans in America spends on their phone. It's 8 hours for a teenager. So again, we've got just all of these dynamics, which aren't all even bad. It's not about banning smartphones. We engage a lot with the tech community. It's not about banning some of these, benefits of modern life. But what we're starting right now is a conversation, a mature conversation about the fact that industrialization and modernization, while it's brought many good things, have produced demonstrable impacts to our cells, demonstrable impact to our body, and that is the root cause of disease. And we don't really need to talk about health policy. We need to talk about ameliorations to these drawbacks of modern life and really be bold and at the core, and I think this is why people are so nervous about this conversation, that is a pretty foundational cultural and I think even spiritual grappling that we have to do in America. And I do think we're hitting on that strain with how we're talking about health right now. So let me just go in to how Casey has talked about the science and how we really see this, thinking about our personal lives. But these are the metabolic inputs that underlie the vast majority of disease that Americans face. And it really is, I think, this simple. And in every single one, we have dramatically changed in the last 100 years. I mean, even light, right? I mean, I don't think we want to give up artificial life, but that's been a profound, it's had profound health impacts for us. You probably, I was visiting a friend with a chicken coop, and if you turn, I just found this extraordinary. If you turn a light on in the chicken coop, they lay 2 times more eggs. So just having a light on changes the hormones so much that they produce 2 times more eggs. It's like, think about what's happening to us. Think about the kid and their screen 8 hours a day. Our light sensitivity, our connection with the sun, our connection with light actually has profound impacts on our hormones, on our fertility, on our other diseases. So again, it's not about banning artificial light, but until about 100, 150 years ago, when the sun went down, we had an ingrained circadian rhythm. We didn't travel much. It's foundational to our evolution. So, that we need to think about that. We need to think about that phone and the incredible chronic stress that children fear, where it's like they're in a constant state of alarm and what that does to their cells. The 80,000 toxins and chemicals in our environment. The fact that we're getting 25% less sleep than we did 100 years ago. Even our temperature regulation. We don't want to, many of us don't want to give up our air conditioning, but that's had a profound impact on our cells. Food movement. These are just simple things. A lot of them are frankly good developments that we've made advancements in these things, but they profoundly impacted the environment that our cells are used to thriving in. And we need to think about how to ameliorate these issues as the foundation of US healthcare policy. And the other radical thing that we need to do is we need to stop seeing health in silos. The average American sees over 20 medical specialist doctors in their lifetime. And as I said, there's 42 medical specialties, 82 subspecialties. We siloed the body into an organ or a small part of the body. My sister was a head and neck surgeon, a small part of the body. The dean of Stanford Med School still to this day, and at her time, did a fellowship. He focused his entire career on about 1.5 inches of the face. That's all he did. That's all he researched on. He wrote dozens of papers on like 2 inches of the face. And that is how you rise up in medicine. You focus smaller, smaller, smaller. But the reality is that there's a base to the tree. There's a base of these issues. And that's not how people are trained. That's not how doctors learn. That's not what patients are educated about. If we can solve that base, what's leading to the skyrocketing infertility rates, skyrocketing acne rates, prediabetes, all of these things are skyrocketing, and we're treating them whack-a-mole, and you're going to be talked to your doctor about treating them in whack-a-mole. We have to foster curiosity about what that base of the tree is. And that is actually a radical transformation in how doctors are taught, on how medicine is conducted. And this is a simple fact. This is just a simple fact. And I'll wrap up here, but we have to understand this. It's not impugning the good people in the medical system individually. It's not conspiratorial. It's just a simple statement of economic fact. And I just found this very interesting. Goldman Sachs is curing patients with sustainable business model. Right now, it's not. And we have to have a consumer awakening. We have to have consumers buying food, being on this path of curiosity. We have to do it as consumers because that's going to change the market and change the healthcare system. I'll skip here a little bit, but I just kind of want to wrap up with 2 quick things. Just some takeaways for me. If we can get the basics right, if we can really understand how to be metabolically healthy, how to have the right blood sugar levels, fasting glucose, blood pressure, our weight, if we can really gamify that for ourselves, be in a path of curiosity. I got a blood test a couple years ago. The doctor said I was perfectly fine. I showed it to my sister. She did some ratios. We have these in our book. My HDL versus triglycerides level. She said, you have blaring metabolic dysfunction. I went back to the doctor, I'm like, am I metabolic? They're like, yeah, but you're not ready for a pill yet. We have to, that motivated me. That motivated me a lot. Knowing the information is part of it, and it motivated me to figure out my nutrient deficiency, we have to optimize our core metabolic health, and then we're gonna magically see so many other things disappear. On food, it's simple. I mean, if we can throw out the entire dietary guidelines and talk about refined sugar, refined grains, and seed oils, getting those out, and getting those omega-3s, the micronutrients, the protein, the probiotics, the fiber, literally just, if this replaced all nutrition guidance and we just focused on this, we'd be a radically transformed country. I just want to get a little, I'll close just on the politics. And I do think this is why we are here. And I do have an admonition, no matter what side you're on, keep talking, keep voting on this issue. I mean, my hope is that the left in 2028 is arguing how they're more Maha than the right, and we change the paradigm of health. And we have an awakening in this country where voters keep demanding change. But it is notable that President Trump, with young people, with women, with independents, he dramatically increased his vote. I mean, if you said 8 years ago that he was going to get 50% of young people, 50% of independents, close the gender gap, you know, in 2016 it was 23 points. Now it was 7 for women. I mean, you wouldn't have believed it, but the Maha vote led to that. And the fact that Maha is seen as a powerful force, the fact that people are voting on this issue, the fact that people are energized is leading to change. And thank you. We're fighting hard. I think the personal awakening that's happening here is being felt around the country. I'll just close by saying, you know, this is a long journey. We're setting the baseline for a true spiritual and cultural conversation I think America needs to have about the full reform of our medical incentives and full reform of our agriculture incentives. Some watchwords we're really talking about right now, and what we hope to have success in the next 2 years on, is we just have to give Americans the truth. Mass transparency and conflict of interest reduction. We just have to have the truth. Right now, the lobbyists are saying Americans can't handle the truth on pesticides, on vaccines, on over-medicalization. They say that. They say it's going to scare people. We are saying it's not going to scare people. We're going to give people the truth, and we're going to trust the American people to be able to handle complex information and make a good decision for themselves. Number 2, we talk about incentives, and this sounds so simple, but disease reversal and prevention. 95% of spending is disease management. It's a profound change that we're now talking about prevention and reversal. Nobody talks about reversal. Almost every medical intervention is management. Management is profitable. If you're sick and you manage that condition for life and don't cure it, that is a good thing. The fact of the words reversal and prevention and asking how we can incentivize the $5 trillion of our system to prioritize those two concepts is key. And the only way we're going to do that is look at that $5 trillion and more get that to food and get that to curing the root cause of why we're getting sick and get that to supporting farmers with great farming practices. That is my long-term goal, is that we have to move the medical system to the food system. And I think a way we do that is give patients choice. We spend $1.4 trillion on Medicaid for lower income people. It's fee for service. It just puts you on that treadmill where you're getting on that drug in that 15-minute appointment. What if that $1.4 trillion was more flexible for patients when their child is diabetic or their child's obese to potentially get drugs, but also to investigate more functional medicine, food interventions, supplement interventions, go on that root cause. So we need to open up flexibility for patients. So grateful to be here at 1, and we'll love to answer more questions. But thank you guys so much for the leadership, and look forward to talking to you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Callie. So yesterday we had a dance routine. Let's give those people a round of applause again. Getting up on stage is difficult for a lot of people, and we said you can't make no money on the farm. The next speaker is going to tell us how you can make the homestead profitable. Please welcome Mr. John Moody.
It is good to be back at the Food Independence Summit. Whose first time this year? So it is great to make so many new friends. So I'm John. Somewhere in this crowd is my beautiful wife. We're 22 years, crunchy before it was cool, married for 20 years, parents for 19 years. We've been running one of the largest local food distribution operations in this region out of Louisville, Kentucky for 19 years. We've been homesteading for 15 years. We bought land in 2010, moved out of Louisville. And then I've been locking myself in a padded room in the evening with angry men, and the only time we fold laundry together is when other people are inside of it for about 10 years. So that's a little bit about us. We're running a little behind, so I'm gonna get right to it. Last fall, I was driving home from Louisville, Kentucky, from Buying Club, working in town for the day. And going to doctors is expensive. Callie was just talking about it. So in lieu of going to doctors about once a quarter, I listen to NPR. Because it's a great stress, heart, blood pressure test. You know, like so on occasion, I'm driving home, like I'll give it a try again. You know, my kids have a running bet how long dad can leave NPR on the radio before he starts yelling. And so I'm driving home, put on NPR, and they had a segment on farming in America and farm economics. And the heart of the segment was a simple thing, that not just most farms in America, not just the vast majority of farms in America, but almost all farms in America now are dependent upon off-farm income to make the farm economically work. 84% or more of farmers in America work a second or a third job to subsidize our broken food system. And I was heartbroken to hear this. I live in farming country. I am surrounded by farming neighbors. And the real problem for me as a Christian with this is that these are people who are subsidizing other people's lifestyles in a harmful way while robbing their children of any viable economic future in farming and homesteading. These are people who are trading a good inheritance for their children's children for mass-produced, cheap food and to destroy their families and their own health in the process. So I've spent about 20 years now working in food, working in health, and especially trying to get homesteaders and farmers to build economically viable approaches to feeding our country. And so that's really what this talk is gonna focus on for you homesteaders. If you're somebody who's bought a homestead and you desire to see your children and grandchildren do something with that, and not do something with that by subsidizing it by the father and the mother both having to work so you can have a homestead, that's really what I want to try and focus on in the time we have. So I'm going to give you 6 rules for building an economically viable farm or homestead. So rule number 1, your land's best use is determined by what people will buy from you. A lot of us buy land, and we buy land with a vision and dream in mind. We're like, oh, I'm gonna be a cattle farmer. I'm gonna be a blueberry farmer. I'm gonna be this or that. But at the end of the day, is your soil type important? Yes. Is the skills you have important? Yes. Is what your land is best suited for matter? Yes. But nothing matters more than what people will actually buy from you at a price that is profitable for your farm or homestead. One of the most profitable homesteads I've seen, they had an old railroad track, decommissioned railroad track running through their homestead. They bought old railroad cars, retrofitted them as Airbnbs, spread them out along the railroad track, and that is what makes their homestead economically viable, because that is what people will pay for. Another farmer I'm friends with, just down the road on the 71 corridor, beautiful raw milk dairy farm, amazing farmer. He makes almost as much profit at this point on people hip camping and doing other things on his land in terms of like actual profit, not gross, but net, as they make on a lot of their dairy. You want to sell from your land and property whatever actually generates enough economic excess to make the property work. And that might not always be what you originally had in mind. So the second thing is you need to stop feeling bad about charging people fair prices. How many of you have neighbors who are still selling eggs for $3 a dozen? And what do they say to you? Well, nobody will pay more, John, if I raise the price. There are people who are walking up to your neighbor in a brand new Tesla holding a $9 Frappuccino, Mocha Latte, iced whatever, talking on a $1,000 iPhone. And you think they won't pay you $5 instead of $3 for eggs. Joel and I are big. We do the Rogue Food Conference together. We understand the role government has done in destroying America's health and farm base. But folks, I love you enough to tell you straight up, we bear most of the blame. Nobody made farmers do a lot of these things. Were the farmers harassed? Were the farmers pressured? Yes. But at the end of the day, one of the reasons we are here is because of the choices we make and the problems we put up with. Nobody makes you undervalue your products. That's a self-imposed problem, and we need to quit blaming consumers, because look at what consumers are spending money on annually in the United States. People spend billions of dollars every single day. We just need to be willing to demand and not continue to cut corners or whatnot and say, hey, you also need to spend more money on good food. So number 3, you really need to realize how much opportunity economically is out there for homesteaders and farmers. How many of you eat yogurt on a daily basis? Anybody? Great. How much money do you think Americans annually spend solely on yogurt? Yogurt is a $10 billion industry. Who eats potato chips? Okay. $25 billion. Tortilla chips, $25 billion. Kombucha, water kefir, other fuzzy, bubbly, non-alcoholic drinks. $100 billion annually is spent in America on these things. So take yogurt. If we could decartel the yogurt industry, it would be 40,000 businesses at $250,000 a year with a 60% profit margin if you ran the business right, or 20,000 businesses at $500,000 a year. Take just kombucha. It would be 10,000, $150,000 businesses. And people want to buy these things from you. They do. Many, many people would rather get these foods directly from farmers and directly from homesteaders than from stores, especially with what's going on in our nation and culture at the moment. You just have to be willing to do it. And you're gonna say, John, but I need permits, and I need permission, and I need all of these different things. And I'm going to tell you, you don't, because it's easier to ask forgiveness than permission. And what's the worst that can happen? You will get a letter saying you can't do it anymore. And then you get to make a choice. And you might be like the people in the Dakotas and in Maine and in all of these states that have wide-ranging food freedom who said no. And now they have food freedom. Because they said, no, we're actually still going to continue to do things regardless of what you say we can and can't do. So there is so much economic opportunity out there in so many different product categories. Because again, where are the homesteaders? Where are the farmers? Where are the ones who make the base ingredients that go into everything else? But we tend to sell those things cheap and buy them back expensive and wonder why we and our communities are so poor. So rule number 4, you may be raising the right things, but selling the wrong products. So you grow lettuce, so you sell heads of lettuce. You raise lamb, so you sell cuts of lamb. You raise berries, so you sell fresh berries, or you might do a U-pick. You do all of these things. You raise cucumbers, so you sell cucumbers. You raise flowers, so I sell flower arrangements. We tend to sell at the bottom of the value chain of the food system. So take milk. Even if you're a raw milk farmer, you might be able to get $6 to $12 a gallon out of your milk, depending on what part of the country you're in. If you turn that milk into yogurt, you just turned $6 to $12, just competing with store prices, into 24. Competing with actual value prices, a lot of people will pay you $32 a gallon for raw milk yogurt, raw milk kefir, other added raw milk products. Who do you think is going to be able to build a sustainable farm or homestead? The person selling $6 a gallon milk, or the person selling $30 a gallon value-added products? If you're a farmer with just 2 or 3 dairy cows, why are you selling any raw milk at all? You should start a yogurt of the week club and sell nothing but yogurt to people. And then you could probably even afford to do home delivery. And you could drop however many quarts of yogurt per week to gym bro. There's a couple gym bros in the crowd, these CrossFit crazy guys who are trying to meet their protein goals. And you could do Greek yogurt to these guys who are already paying premium prices, and you could make good money for your farm and family. Think about potato chips. How much do organic potatoes sell for? Like $2 a pound? How much do organic potato chips sell for? $1 an ounce. $1 an ounce. Why are you selling potatoes? This is just true across the entire food system. Take these beverages. You're a berry farmer. Water, kefir, kombucha in the store. People are buying $4 and $5 bottles of these beverages that contain roughly 30 to 60 cents in ingredients. Why are you not making fizzy flavored beverages from your berry farm to sell to people? And you're 10xing the profit on your berries. Because it takes 2 strawberries to flavor a bottle of strawberry kombucha or water kefir. So you just have to realize this. The primary level of what you raise, that base level of what you raise, is rarely where you're going to actually be able to make a profit that is meaningful for your homestead or farm. It just doesn't work. Years ago, I was driving to Polyface with my son and one of his friends who's about to graduate high school. And so to go from Kentucky to Polyface, you have to go through West Virginia. And this young man looks at me and he goes, John, why is West Virginia so resource rich, but so economically poor? And this is why. Because it doesn't matter how resource rich you make your farm if you sell all the value to somebody else. It just doesn't. You end up over time hollowing out the actual value of your farm by transferring where all the real value and profit is to other people who will innovate, who will do the work, who will make things where there actually is profit margin. So you do lettuce. Why aren't you starting a lettuce kit? You can sell heads of lettuce for $3. You can sell lettuce kits for $13. There's a lady down, I think in Alabama, she was raising wool sheep. And she's trying to sell the meat. It's kind of hard to sell. Any of you have raised lamb, you understand the economics of raising lamb. Really difficult. She had a friend, I guess, who was a bird watcher. And this lady would buy nesting material for birds, paying like $10 an ounce for nesting material for birds. This lady, I believe her business is now on Etsy. She takes the wool from her sheep and she's selling it for something like $80 an ounce to bird watchers. And she sells refills. I think you can get a subscription refill where every month she sends you more wool to put into for people who watch birds. Crazy. You do herbs, selling fresh herbs. They're not shelf stable. There's terrible handling. If you don't sell out at market, out of luck. Siete just got bought by Pepsi or Coke for something like $100 billion. They sell, I think it's 1.2 ounce spice blend mixes for $3 a pouch at the store. That is that's $48 a pound. And you're selling fresh herbs when you could be selling spice mixes. So you need, you do cucumbers, you do other vegetables. Why aren't you fermenting them? The fermented market for pickles and other things is massive. You could take $1.50 of cucumbers, some salt and water, and sell a $10 jar. I'm just like, why? Why don't we do this? Who is stopping you? Why are you always selling at the bottom of the food chain? Another great example I saw of this, a flower farmer down in Texas, trying to make a living selling flowers. They now do family portraits. You could train a child to be the photographer, or you make a deal with a photographer and you have these beautiful flower fields. And what do you know? A lot of families would love to go back to the same place every year and capture a family photo at a premium price. And so now they make more money doing family portraits and photos in terms of actual profit than they will ever make on flowers. So you need to think better. You need to learn to be more creative. Another friend of mine, a guy just down the road from me in Kentucky, he raised peppers, he raised tomatoes. Both of these are losing crop propositions. If you've ever tried to make any money selling tomatoes and peppers. But he was a hot sauce dude. How many of you are hot sauce people? So some of you are gonna love my friend Travis's Kentucky Rebel Scum hot sauce. He puts a little bit of whiskey in the hot sauce. I'm not recommending that. I'm not a hot sauce person. And he started selling it. And so he's able to take a couple dollars of ingredients and turn it into a $14 bottle of hot sauce that every time he does a batch, it's already sold out on pre-orders. Whose kids are going to inherit something? The pepper and tomato farmer or Travis's? So years ago, I was at my buying club and a lady walked in, and the lady walked over to one of our meat freezers and she picked up a pound of ground beef, and she looked at the pound of ground beef and she looked over and she goes, "What's the price on this ground beef?" And I go, $7 a pound. She drops the ground beef, walks across the room to a shelf that has Rome meat sticks. She grabs a $50 bundle of Rome meat sticks that work out to $32 a pound. Gets 2 of them. Then grabs 2 $20 bags of coffee and checks out. You cannot compete against things people view as commodities. It's getting a little bit easier, but it is still tough. Why would that lady not think twice about buying $32 a pound meat sticks? And she would turn up her nose at $7 a pound ground beef. It's because of how consumers view value. We may not like this, but we need to meet consumers where they are if we want to become economically viable. I used to struggle greatly with this lesson. When I first started my buying club, I was an ideological purist. So I only sold whole, freshly butchered chickens to people. And people would come into my buying club. "Can I get chicken breasts?" "No." "Can I get thighs?" "No." Swear to the Lord, I had numerous members of the club say they'd never in their life seen a whole chicken, like a whole freshly butchered chicken. Other than maybe like walking by to get chicken nuggets in the grocery store case. So do you think those people quit buying chicken breast because of my ideological purity? Do you think they quit buying boneless, skinless thighs and other? No, they just shopped somewhere else. And I lost out on their money because of my stupidity. Just don't do it. So meat sticks, Jerky, these value-added items, when people go to buy them, they're comparing you to Randy Savage and Slim Jims. Because that's a value-added product that they are used to walking into a store and they are hungry and they are used to paying $2, $3, $4 a stick, a package. It doesn't even cross their mind. But when you go to sell them a whole chicken, or when you go to sell them ground beef, or you go to sell them other items, they're comparing you to Kroger. They're comparing you to Walmart. And it is a losing proposition economically to compete against commodities, because the only way you make money in commodities if you are a massive operation. So one way I teach this, how many of you remember your little piggies? You know, this little piggy went to market, this little piggy, so like I do little piggies teaching people value of things. We'll start with the base level. Like say you raise pigs and you sell commodity pigs straight at the auction house. How much are you gonna get per pig? 60 bucks, 80 bucks, 120 bucks? Say you sell pigs live weight directly to consumers, your second little piggy. How much are you gonna get? Selling directly to consumers, you might get $300 to $600 a pig, just depending on market, other factors. Now you're gonna sell pigs by quarters. You might be able to tease out $800 to $1,200 a pig. Now you move up to selling pigs by cuts. So you're on your fourth little piggy. Now you have a whole bunch of headaches because you're managing cuts, you got freezers, but you might be able to tease out 1,600 bucks a pig selling little piggies. What if you turn an entire pig into nothing but meat sticks? You now have no inventory management and you're at $3,000 to $3,500 per pig. Or there's a lady who's a farmer in Oklahoma I know. She was going crazy, selling cuts of pigs, selling to restaurants, all of this different stuff. A friend of hers said, why don't you just sell prepared sausage at the big farmer's market down in Dallas, Fort Worth? She now gets $8,000 a pig because each quarter-pound sausage link on a bun, at the farmer's market is $10 a person. And like, yeah, John, there's a little bit more expense there, but how much more profit is she making per pig? You can do this with other products. Take a grain like spelt. You sell spelt to people. I can buy a 25-pound bag of organic spelt grain for about $25. If you mill it into flour, you might be able to get up to $2 a pound from $1 a pound. But Stutzman, who is here, they sell a puffed spelt product. And my members consume it like it is the original Coca-Cola, still with the Coke inside. My members get mad when we do not have puffs, and it sells for $6 a pound. Just crazy. So you want to look up the value chain whenever possible. This is why we started an elderberry business years ago, because I went to the store, elderberry, I noticed elderberry products in the store were utter garbage and they were super expensive. Whereas elderberries, the base ingredient, we could grow, we were already growing them, and we could turn them into something that was 5 and 10x any other way we could sell them. You can look at a picture like this with, grains and stuff. Do you know what the most profitable item in this picture is? It's the muffins. Because muffins good muffins at a place like Whole Foods are $2 or more a muffin. And you can cook 96 muffins at a time in a standard muffin. Four things of 24 muffins. So my one daughter has a little muffin business. And she, in 2 hours, can make almost $200 of muffins that we sell at my buying club. And think about the profit margin you have on that. So as I said, I spend a lot of time trapped in a padded room. I'm sure you could figure out which of these two guys is me. And so I would come home and I would on occasion be a little worse for wear, fighting guys half my age and twice my weight in, combat sports at 40 some years old. So I started rubbing Tiger Balm all over my body. Technically, my wife was the one who did that. It explains why we have so many kids. And my wife one day looks at the ingredients on the Tiger Balm and she goes, I'm not putting this on you. And I go, I don't care, I'm a very crunchy person. But I'm like, I do not care what is in this. My hinter areas hurt and I need something. I go, so make me an organic version. Because Tiger Balm sells for roughly $10 to $15 an ounce. Tiger Balm, BioFreeze, all of these liniments, these liniment balms. They're like 10, 15, 20 bucks an ounce. There's one all over Instagram and Facebook. It sells for $50 for 2 ounces. Crazy. So we started our own Tiger Balm business this year because my wife made a good Tiger Balm. And now we have a bunch of martial artists and other people, or just older people who don't like putting icy hot and other things that are full of toxic chemicals all over their bodies because they want to feel better. So the opportunity is there for homesteaders and farmers to actually build profitable businesses. But you're going to have to do the work learning how not to just sell straight commodities, baseline part of the value chain, if you ever want to build a profitable business and have something to leave to your children's children. So thank you all for being here so much.
Thank you, John. Test, test. Thank you, John. A few thoughts that I'll share with you. It's raining today, and I want to remind you that he who holds the umbrella when it rains, think about this when you think of government subsidies, he who holds the umbrella when it rains also holds the umbrella when the sun shines. Hello? There we go. When you think about government subsidies or even insurance, remember that he who holds the umbrella when it rains also holds the umbrella when the sun shines. So if you want to be in charge of your own sunshine, make sure you're in charge of your own umbrella. I really appreciate what John shared about listening to your customers, and I have a little story for you that's a little closer to home. We, about 5 years ago, we started making monster cookies, and I was determined to make good monster cookies, but also monster cookies with only healthy ingredients. And so we started selling monster cookies, and of course, those of us who appreciated the ingredients had no problem paying for them and enjoying them. But I noticed some people just could not get used to our monster cookies. So I had tried something. I added 5 M&Ms to the top of the monster cookies. And just those M&Ms, I thought, you know what? People who don't want to eat the M&Ms, they can pick them off. The other people can buy my monster cookie. So I made a compromise. I sell monster cookies with excellent local ingredients, and I put 5 M&Ms on top so that the people who wouldn't normally eat them can enjoy them because they can enjoy the M&Ms. Switching gears a little bit, I want to call attention to laymen. Zach Koblenz is here with us, and he'll be introducing Sarah Thrush. Zach is here with Layman's. Layman's has been an amazing supporter of Seed to Spoon from the beginning. So I'll turn the time over to Zach and Sarah.
All right, thanks, Marcus. Is that clapping because you don't want to hear me? You were waiting for the next speaker, I know that, right? Well, you won't have to listen to me very long. But I'm Zach. I'm the president of Layman's, and I have the pleasure to introduce Sarah Thrush here in a little bit. But just a little bit about Layman's. We have always been, our mission has always been to live a simpler life. And I think that fits right in with what this event's about, right? And we want to help people be self-sufficient in the way that they live. We also want people to live intentionally about what they do with their family, but also what they put in their body, right? Because we know that's very, very important for us as Americans and humans. So I just wanted to just highlight Layman's a little bit. If you haven't been there for a while or you've never been there, I'd really encourage you to visit the store. I would probably say that it probably has the best housewares department in Ohio. And so if you haven't been there, or even if you're local and like, well, you know, Layman's, there's a lot going on there, I'd really encourage you to visit and look at our housewares section in our new line, Layman's Kitchen. But really, I'm here to introduce Sarah Thrush. Sarah Thrush is a best-selling author, educator, and canning queen. She, you know, her idea of a good time maybe is different than some people's, right? But it involves pressure canners and power outages. Probably if you'd go into her pantry, she has enough food there to sustain multiple power outages, maybe even a zombie apocalypse. Sarah might have to tell you about that. I'm not sure what that's about. But anyways, she's also a spokesperson for Layman's, and we're proud to have her a part of the Layman's family. Sarah's helped millions of people around the world with rethink about what food security means. Preserve with a purpose and laugh their way through learning and to take back control of that food security. So grab your notebooks and help us welcome the woman who could out-can the whole cast of Little House on the Prairie, right? That probably is pretty easy. But welcome, Sarah Thrush.
Oh, thank you. Good morning. Little House on the Prairie. Okay. I don't have any zombie apocalypse stories yet. So, I just want to tell you just slightly a little bit about me, but we're going to get right into future-proofing your pantry. So, my name is Sarah, and yes, I do have a canning book. And but I have so many other things that I'm passionate about other than canning. I just kind of have been labeled as this canning queen or canning guru over time. But I grew up in Northwest Indiana in an environment where we didn't really use the word homesteading. That wasn't until later in life that word kind of came into play. But I grew up where we had some really long winters, and my family grew their food, and we did a lot of canning. So I did the math today, and I've been canning for 38 years. I know, the shock. I was like, that can't be right. I kept checking my calculator. So I've been canning since I was a little girl, and everything that I learned with canning was from my mom and my grandmothers, and this really was just a way of life for us. So how did I get millions and millions of people to follow me in a march that I didn't know needed to exist? I very randomly one day posted a video on social media of me canning. And they were like, oh my gosh, can you go live? Can you show us how to do this in like real time? And I did. And that live had 60,000 people watching me. And I had no idea what was happening. I was freaking out in my kitchen. I'm like, oh my gosh, can you imagine 60,000 people standing in your kitchen watching you do something? Because that's where my brain was the whole time. And what I found was the way I grew up and our way of life wasn't something necessarily that had been taught to other people or they didn't know existed. And the way that my family, my mother, and now me, the way we run our pantries and the way we keep them future-proofed wasn't common knowledge. And people were hungry for that. They wanted that. And so that's kind of what I want to talk about today. I promise you this is not going to be all doom and gloom, but I do encourage you to take some notes, and I do encourage you to really get real with yourself, really get real with the state of our current environment, not only here in our country, but globally. And we're going to take a look at our food systems. Do I have a PowerPoint? No? Okay. Well, I made one, so I'll just go off my notes and you guys have to take your own, I guess. So the first thing we're going to talk about is how to build a reliable and resilient food system in your own home. We're going to take a look at some of the risk and some of the roadblocks, why people get started or they don't get started, and I'm going to help you kind of navigate that a little bit. I'm going to introduce you to something that I call the pantry pyramid to kind of help you build layer upon layer to get that food security. That's why we're all here, right? This is a food independence summit. We want to be independent of some of these systems. We're also going to talk a little bit about building on a budget, and then I'm going to leave you with a 30-day plan so you have some concrete ideas of how to move forward with your pantry. It's kind of sad without the PowerPoint because I have pictures of my pantries up here. So why your pantry matters. If you had to take a guess how much food a grocery store carries, do you think they carry maybe a week's worth, a month's worth, a couple months worth? Like everybody in your town all of a sudden needs to go to the grocery store. How many? 3 days. Our grocery store systems are only set up for 3 days. Now, when you look at it that way, it's a little shocking, okay? It could be a little bit challenging and scary. And not to add to that, but 54% of all Americans only have 1 week worth of food in their homes. I recently did a poll on one of my videos and I asked people, how often do you go to the grocery store? And obviously, community, that changes vastly, right? If you live in a community, around here, every time I come to Ohio in this area, man, the food, you guys are so lucky. You have great farmers markets and organic food, and you have all of these farmers in the Amish community, and you have access to good, clean, healthy food all the time. But that is not the norm. That is not the norm. All these shows that I go to, that is not the norm. And so 72 hours, that's basically all we have if everybody needs that tomato at the exact same time. These supply chains are kind of fragile. I think during the pandemic, we all got to see that slightly. I think it could be worse. I think we did bounce back and we did the best we could, but I think all of us went to a grocery store at one time and thought, what are you doing with all the toilet paper? Where did it go? Right? And I know some people still may have toilet paper from the pandemic. If you're in the audience, I see you. You're where the toilet paper went. Right, but it's the same way with our food. When people see a need, especially when they're hungry, that is going to go first. Why it was toilet paper, I still don't know, but here we are. Remember I said 54% of Americans have 1 week worth of food. And I want to give you another survey. 84% of Americans have had some type of natural disaster in the last 3 years. That's a lot. Tornadoes, fires, floods, train wrecks that contaminate water, whatever that is, 84% have been in some type of natural disaster. Now you start thinking, out of that 84%, only 50% of them had food for a week. Those are dangerous numbers, all right? So again, I don't want to go all doom and gloom, but I do want us to get actually really, really honest with ourselves and what our pantries look like. Because if you're waiting for somebody to come save you from a flood, your family still has to eat in the meantime. If you're waiting for somebody to come save you, they're not coming. They may get there eventually, but you're gonna need to do something in the meantime. And that's how we build these future-proof pantries. Some of the risk and roadblocks that we talked about already is things like weather, but another one that I hear a lot from my followers is job loss and illness. I've had people come back to me and say, oh, we might get a PowerPoint. I've had people come back to me and say, you know what? My husband just got diagnosed with cancer and we're doing chemo. I'm his primary caregiver. We're running all over the place. And I haven't had to go to the grocery store. I haven't had to go to the grocery store. And I have you to thank for that. Or my shelves are full because of that. This is cool. How does this work?
Push the right to go to advance and left to go back.
Oh, Oh, sweet. There's my pantry if you want to see it, but we've already done this slide. Okay. Oh, go back. I'm sorry. Okay. We did this slide too. Okay. Why your pantry matters. There's your surveys there. 54% of Americans only have a week's worth of food, and 84% have been in some type of danger zone. Inflation. Anybody go to the grocery store lately? How's those prices? They're getting higher. They're getting higher. They're going to continue to go higher. I don't care where you fall in the political system, spectrum, whatever it is, inflation is a thing no matter what they promise us, okay? That's going to happen. And then war and civil unrest. These are just some of those roadblocks, things, or risks, things that in our everyday life can affect how our family eats. Some of the roadblocks that I hear the most often, I don't have time, and I don't have time, I don't have money. I can't build up a pantry because I don't have the time and I don't have the money. There was this story one time about this guy in a boat. I don't remember how the whole thing goes, but it was something about, I don't know, a huge flood and some animals. I wonder if he had the time and the money, or if he made the time and the money. And all I'm saying here is the time to build your boat, your lifeboat, your pantry, your food systems, it isn't when the rain comes, right? It's before. Also the money. I opened a can of chicken from 2020, so it's 5 years old now. And sometimes when I can my food, I mark down the price of what I got it for, just so I can look back on it later. A little quirky thing I do. That white chicken breast, just plain chicken breast, was $1.29 a pound. That's quite a big inflation over just a couple of years. And so when you say you don't have the money, I understand and I see you. My family, I'll go into this story maybe later, but my family has kind of struggled with food security our whole lives. We didn't grow up rich, right? We grew up resilient. There's a difference. And I see you, and I know money is tight, but the money that you spend today is always going to be cheaper than the money you have to spend tomorrow. That's just the way it is. And it's overwhelming, and I don't know where to start. Well, that's what I'm here for today. So let's talk about building on a budge. Yeah, I'm going to fire my secretary. That's me, by the way. So planning on a budget. And this is really on social media, I think, where I can reach people where they're at, is to build on a budget, because I came from a place where every penny mattered. When my son, my oldest son, he's 27 now, when he was just a baby, he was sitting in his little car seat. We were in the grocery store, and I had $5 in my pocket. And I remember staring at a can of like kids' SpaghettiOs or something and thinking, if I could get a couple of cans of that, that could be for him for the next 3 days, and I will try to find like a package of crackers. And I remember that very vividly. And then I went, whoa, like it hit me like right in the face. I was like, my grandmothers would whoop my butt right now. What am I doing? I've got to put in a garden. I've got to start canning again. I've got to start getting my family back on track again. We were suffering. We were suffering, and we were hungry, and we didn't have money. And I was like, oh, I have these skills. I have these skills. I can do this. And I was working full time, and I was going to school full time, and I had this little tiny baby, and I was like, I don't have the time. And then I was like, you know what? I don't not have the time. I have to do this. My family relies on me. So, couple things here. Shopping in season. The peach you buy when peaches are in season are always going to be cheaper and better quality than the peaches that you're trying to buy in February, right? And that's kind of where the pantry comes into play. We'll talk about short-term, long-term. But by looking at your food differently, is it in season? How far does it have to come to get to me? How many miles did this have to travel to get to me. I live in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Anybody know where that is? Woohoo! All right. You know one thing we have? We do have trees. We got a lot of trees. We do have bears too. These are all really good answers. We do have cherries. Snow, thank you, snow. We're like known for our snow and our winters. And so, living in that area where 6 months is winter and our grow season is maybe 2.5, 3 months, if we're lucky. It comes with its own unique set of challenges. And when I'm in a grocery store and I have to look at a food and decide how far that food had to come to get to me, for us, it's usually pretty far. You see, my people up there in the UP, we're called Upers, up there in the UP, and anywhere that you live in a climate where a food does not grow, normally your ancestors wouldn't eat that food. That's something that we don't even think about, right? Who in here has had pineapple? Who's ever grown a pineapple? Okay, all right. They're hard to grow, right? In this part of the country, those pineapples don't grow. So that pineapple had to come to you from somewhere. Always shop in season and shop locally as much as you can. Shopping in bulk. Have you guys heard of Azure Standard? Yes, all right. They're here today, by the way. They have a booth if you want to go check them out. Azure Standard is great for buying in bulk. It's a drop ship, so you can go and you can pick things up. But buying in bulk most of the time is cheaper in the long run. Now, going back to that, well, I don't have money. I don't have money for a 50-pound bag of beans. Okay, do you have a friend that also doesn't have money? Maybe two? Maybe a family member, because you can split that 50-pound bag of beans and still get it cheaper per ounce than you would if you were trying to buy that in bulk by yourself. Ever try to buy a full cow? It's a little expensive, right? The butchering and everything. But do you have a couple of neighbors that would share a quarter cow or a half a cow with you? Right? So shop in bulk, And then shop two and stash one. Shop two, stash one. What does that mean? Well, when I look at my family's food consumption, if I know we eat that particular thing every single week, I get 2 of them and I put 1 away. And that's where food preservation comes in. Oh, okay. So this is my pantry pyramid. It kind of came out. Okay. This is a layered strategy. So in my house, when I talk about pantries, we actually have, one pantry. It's in one room, so it doesn't take up a whole ton of space. But it's 3 little mini pantries in one. So we have something called our everyday pantry. That's our immediate pantry. That's that bottom level. And as we talk about these levels, I want you to think about growing out, not up. We are eventually going to grow up, but we can't do that unless that foundation is nice and solid. So your everyday items, this is your regular pantry. These are the things that you rotate weekly or you're eating weekly, and that's really the foundation. In order to start building up your pantry, you really need to assess what you're eating immediately. So that's your everyday pantry. Then we have the short-term pantry, and these are things that will last a little bit longer and give you a little more cushion. That's your 30 to 90 day mark. And this is going to include things like your canned goods. So this is a good one for like the buy 2, stash 1. Like if you're buying 1 bag of something, that can go in your 30 or 90 day, your short-term pantry. And then our long-term pantry. And this is where the game-changing kind of comes in. And in your long-term pantry, now you're getting yourself set up in a way that you can start building that resilient system at home. You don't have to rely on a grocery store as often or as much. These are things like your grains, legumes, beans, and there are a few things on here that never go bad. Honey never goes bad, right? We could eat Egyptian honey out of the pyramids right now if we wanted to. Things like vinegars, Things like flour, if you vacuum seal it, this is all things that can go in your long-term pantry that can last you 20 to 30 years. That's the long-term pantry. Now, in those 3 pantries, here's the important part. You need to rotate, right? So when we go into our pantry, our everyday pantry is what do I want to eat right now? It is very rare in my house that you will go and grab something and it will be the last one on the shelf. Hardly ever. Because if you're going to eat right now, the next thing you do is you step over to the short-term pantry and you move it in for the next person that wants to eat that thing right now. And then what I do is I just look at my short-term pantry all the time. And I'm like, okay, where am I getting low? I'm low on flour. Perfect. I'm gonna go over to my long-term pantry, pull some flour off the shelf, put it back in my short-term, and then make on my list, long-term pantry, I need 50 more pounds of flour. And then when I go and I make that bulk order from Azure or wherever I'm getting my bulk food, then I'm only restocking and replenishing my long-term pantry. This is how you build yourself a hammock with all of these levels. That way you always have access to food. And then the last 2 things here, once you get those pantries built up, and I'm gonna give you a 30-day plan, so don't get worried. The last things here are like your pantry boosters. So once your pantry is set and you know you've got food, then we need to look at what am I gonna do to replenish and replace that food, right? We are creating an insurance policy here. So in February, on Valentine's Day of all days, I woke up to an explosion in my house. A big loud boom. Woke me up, I ran out of bed, everybody in the house kept sleeping. Like, it's good to know that if I'm not home, so I started running through the house trying to figure out where the sound was coming from. And I live in the UP, so you can guess, February, it was a pipe. It had frozen and burst. And in a matter of 2 minutes, between the time I found, I went running down the stairs and then splash, and then you have that moment of, I don't have a pool. And then shutting off the water valve, we had lost the whole downstairs. It was gone. We lost all our floors, our walls, everything. And so I called the insurance. Anybody in here have house insurance, car insurance, health insurance? It's fun, right? And we went back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and there's just absolutely no way they're going to replace the funds that we need in order to make our house livable on that level again. I'd like to say it's a scam, but I don't know that I have. Okay, thank you. But I'll tell you what isn't a scam, your pantry. It is your insurance policy. At the end of the day, as my friend Tracy says, it's the insurance policy you can eat. So it is one insurance that you can absolutely rely on and is not a scam. But in order to keep that system going, right, you need that 4th level there, that pantry boosters. Because how are you gonna replace your food? You need seeds. You need your canning jars, your dehydrators, your freeze dryers. You need things that you can do to plant the food, get the food back into the jars again. And then the last one there is your skills. Anybody here learning some skills this weekend or this week? I hope so. I hope you're hitting up all of these tents and coming by the canning tent and everything. Learn the skills and market and network while you're here. Get to know your neighbors, get to know the people here, and really come away with this, with as many skills as you can possibly get. And then come back next year and learn the ones you missed. Food preservation is a skill. Canning, fermenting, your gardening. Anybody forage? Little bit? You know what foraging affords you? Say that 10 times fast. Medicine and food, right? If you can kind of get into herbalism a little bit, you can have medicines and foods. So really the skills, that's why it's the top of that pyramid, because you can't necessarily start with the skills if you don't have that foundation of what are we eating. If you don't know what you're eating and you're not tracking it, you're gonna have no idea. Here's your checklist. So we're gonna look about 30 days, this is what you're gonna work on. Level 1, every single day, what are we eating? What are we eating? We need to know what we're eating. You need to track what your family is eating. The easiest way to do this is cook all of your meals for 7 days straight. All right? No eating out, no takeout, no anything. If you're a breakfast and dinner, breakfast, lunch, dinner, whatever it is, mark down everything you are eating for 7 days. That's the easiest place to start, because then from there we can just start multiplying things. And then every time you go to get one of those foods on the list, you pick up one extra. So if your family ate corn on the cob that week, you're going to pick up extra corn on the cob next week, and you're going to can it. All right? And then set a shelf space for grab and go. So this is a really easy way to get that level 1. A grab and go just means if somebody called me right now and said, I have a family in need, they need, a dinner, or I have a neighbor who is sick, maybe I want to take them something to eat, that is your grab and go. That's your emergency 24-hour grab and go. You get a notification on your phone. Anybody get that one about the tornado last night? Listen, we don't have tornadoes where I'm from, okay? Blizzards, I can deal with a blizzard, but that thing came rolling in, and I stared at my phone, and I was like, oh, that's scary. So that is your grab and go. You get a notification on your phone that says, hey, a dam failed, and a flood is heading your way. Evacuate now. Grab and go shelf, grab and go. Level 2, once you get your grab and go shelf, once you have a couple of extras of your everyday staples. Level 2 is you're gonna choose 3 foods that you eat weekly, whether that be pasta or peanut butter or whatever, and you're going to set yourself up for a 30 to 90 day supply of that food. So just 3 foods only. Get enough for 30 to 90 days. And then level 3, this is where we start building out that 1-year pantry. Learn canning and food preservation. That is going to be so, so important to your pantry and your rotation systems. Buying in bulk, that is your long-term pantry, because you can always move that into the short term. Mylar bags, buckets, things like that, those are some extras that you're going to need as you're building out your long-term pantry. And then you're also going to be labeling everything in a FIFO. Do you guys know what FIFO is? First in, first out. Remember I said I moved from my long term to my short term to my everyday, and then I replenish my long term. And that's how we keep moving things first in, first out. I don't want to eat 30-year-old beans. Okay, yes, will they be good in 30 years? Yeah, probably. That's a long-term food. But I don't want to, okay? I want to rotate my stuff in and out. And then use canning as your cornerstone. So we have canning in the tent today, all day from 1 to 4 after lunch. I'm going to be doing demonstrations in there on the basics of canning. And the reason I say use canning as a cornerstone is because it starts to take your everyday foods, corn, carrots, beans, your soups, your meats, all of those things, and it starts extending that shelf life for you. This is going to be really helpful when you start getting to level 2 and level 3 of building your short term and your long term. Learn how to can. It's going to take those foods from days to years. Anybody know how long can food last in a jar? 20 years, yeah, okay. So we want to eat everything in a 1 to 3 year rotation, but if that jar is sealed, it's good. If you have it in a good environment, dry, cool, all those things, it's still good. Do you want to eat 20-year-old tomatoes? Oh, probably not. They're going to be black, they're going to be soggy, all of the things. But what we can do is we can take that tomato and we can extend that shelf life at least, at bare minimum, 1 to 3 years. It's also going to help reduce your waste. It's going to help you use up that seasonal abundance when you're buying peaches in bulk by the bushel, right? That's going to help you extend and get those foods at the cheapest price. And then your water bath canning and your pressure canning covers almost every single food group. So if there's something your family really likes to eat, canning will allow you to put those things on your shelf for long term. Have you guys heard John's song, I Can? Yes, I can. We love it, John, if he's watching. That song plays at every show that I go to with John on those big screens. As I'm standing in front with my canners teaching people how to can, it plays the whole time. I could sing everything in my sleep and probably backwards. But the one thing that is very, very true about that song is yes, you can. Yes, you can. My ancestors did this, some of yours did, and we still do this today. We don't do it because it's hard. We don't do it because it's rocket science. We do it because it's good for us, it's empowering, it helps us feed our families, and yes, everybody can do it. Resilience is a skill, so let's build it together. I want you to focus on your pantry this week. I want you to pick one of those levels wherever you're at in your journey. You might already be on level 3, I don't know. But pick one of those pantry levels to focus on this week. Join local groups or canning groups or Facebook groups or whatever you need to do to help build up those skills for your food preservation in your pantries. And then find events like this. Find educators and speakers and YouTube channels that can help you continue to grow. Thank you guys for having me today. I want to stay connected, so that Peelies and Petals, thank you. Peelies and Petals is my screen name across all of my platforms, but if you just Google search my name, it's probably going to come up with a lot of stuff. Like I said, I'm known as like the canning queen or the crazy canning lady, but I also do a lot of homesteading content, food preservation, emergency preparedness, and I hope to see you guys in the canning tent. Thank you.
Thank you to the canning queen. Thank you, Sarah, for canning inspiration. I hope those of you who have been canning for years, I've got one more thing to improve your life, and those of you who are new to canning have decided that you can can. One thing that I was thinking as Sarah was sharing is thinking back over John's topic and Sarah, live to add value to others. As you're thinking about selling things from your property, live to add value to others. I think that's something that Cody and Michelle Knox have done over the years. Cody and Michelle are up next. You know, Cody and Michelle are special people, aren't they? How many of you think Cody and Michelle are special people? They are special, but you know what? They're also regular people. They're regular people that chose a tough path. And they stayed on that path until the waters parted. They stayed on the path until the sun came out. So up next, Cody and Michelle Knox, help me welcome them. Oh, you got the clicker.
Thank you.
Well, that one got a little messed up. Hopefully you can still read it. Yesterday marked 7 years ago that my mom, who was only 49 years old, passed away after a 3-year battle
Caleb,
with colon cancer. She left
top
behind
guy. Sorry
my
about that.
dad
I
and
should
6
have.
of
It
us
was my
kids.
job.
At the time, my youngest sister was only 6 years old, so pretty much her only memories of my mom was her being sick with cancer. And I'm sure many of you out there could tell similar stories, either that have happened to you or people that you know. And it's often those stories that get us started on a health journey. But that journey can get very confusing, especially in today's world with all of the health information on social media and everywhere around us, it seems. So I am just curious, how many of you started on your journey to health and wellness because of a health crisis in your family or for you yourself? It's very common, and I wish it didn't have to be that way, but so often it is, and it was for myself as well. There was another crisis that I went through that I'll talk about a little later. So I have another question for you, and it's just a question, no shame here. How many of you are on or have been on what may be called one of the popular diets out there right now, like paleo, keto, carnivore, vegan, raw, intermittent fasting, any of those. How many have been on one of those? There are so many voices out there, and they're all telling us something different. There's the carnivores versus the vegans. There's the intermittent fasters versus the bodybuilders that eat every couple hours. There's one group that's telling you that milk is only for baby cows, and then there's the other group that's telling you that you should go on raw milk cleanses. It seems that everywhere you turn, someone is telling you something different. One more question. How many of you are on social media? No shame here either, that's our job. So if you are on social media, you'll know that it is a dumpster fire for health advice. And who are these crazy people anyway that are giving health advice on the internet, right? Isn't it nuts? Isn't it nuts what we have to go through to find out what it means to be healthy? So if you're in the midst of a health crisis, or if you're finding health advice confusing, we have something to share with you today. We're not doctors, we're not going to share an ABC formula, but we're going to share our story of where we came from, what we've gone through, what we've learned, and hopefully along the way you'll see that there's hope.
Hi, everybody. My name is Michelle, as they mentioned. It's really good to be here. I'm just going to hop right into my healing journey. So what started me on my quest for health was pretty simple. It was acne. And I had acne as a teenager, and it was annoying. But after I got married, I broke out with severe cystic acne all over my face, back, and chest. I had other symptoms as well now when I look back, but the acne was really what motivated me to find answers. It was so painful that it hurt to put my face down on the pillow at night, but not only was it painful, it also just really wore away at my self-esteem. We didn't have any money, so I didn't get any professional help, but I dove headlong into the world of natural medicine and clean food. So we quickly discovered that real food was very expensive, did not fit into our budget. So raw milk, grass-fed meat, organic produce, it just was too expensive for us. So we started coming up with ways to produce our own food. I grew up gardening. I knew how to garden. Cody did not. We put in some raised beds. We were living in a basement apartment at that time, but we got permission to put in some raised beds. And we also got some Banty hens that laid peanut M&Ms for us. And I continued to learn about herbalism. I tried liver cleanses. I tried all kinds of different diets. So one of them, it included eating copious amounts of beans. It didn't end well. I don't recommend it. But honestly, nothing really did the trick for me. So eventually I started having babies. And when I was pregnant, my skin was perfectly clear. And then I would have the baby and the acne would slowly start coming back. But not only did the acne come back, I also started having other symptoms as well. So I had extreme fatigue. I had purple bags under my eyes. I had weight loss. I was just skin and bones. I had high blood sugar, low blood pressure. I had migraines, very painful cycles. I had depression, suicidal thoughts, dizzy spells. And our marriage was broken as well at that point, and I was just barely hanging on. By this time, we had bought some land, and we were building up a homestead and already actually producing quite a bit of our own food to feed our family, which was lots of hard work, and that was definitely adding to the mental load and the overwhelm and health issues that I was having. So after I had my third baby, I just did not recover from the pregnancy. Any kind of activity or exercise just left me drained for days, and it was all I could do to just take care of my babies. So at that time, I had a 1-year-old, a 2-year-old, and a newborn, and I remember laying on the couch one day, and I just told Cody, I was like, I don't care what we have to do. I don't care if we have to quit homesteading. I don't care if we have to go in debt. I can't do this anymore. Whatever it takes, I'm done. And thankfully, he took me seriously. And so I started doing phone consultations with a nutritionist. And I was diagnosed with adrenal fatigue, liver issues, kidney issues, hormonal imbalances, the whole gamut. And I was prescribed a boatload of supplements. And when I say boatload, I mean boatload. It filled my entire hand. It was over 100 pills a day, and it cost thousands of dollars a month. And it was very overwhelming for me at the time, but it felt like hope. I felt better almost immediately. I think my body was just so depleted that just any kind of nutrition helped instantly. But after 4 years of taking all of these supplements, I had to face up to the fact that I was not getting better. I wasn't improving anymore. It was like I hit a wall. Not only was I not improving, but it felt like I was going backwards. It was like the supplements were a Band-Aid for me, but they weren't actually taking care of that root problem. It was a very hard thing to face up to because of all the time and money that we dumped into this. I dealt with so much confusion over this time because of all the conflicting health information out there. I wasn't even on social media yet at that point, and it was already confusing. I was eating clean, but I was still sick. There were so many conflicting voices out there. Cut this out of your diet, cut that out of your diet, quit eating sugar, eat stevia instead. And then, a month later I find out that, stevia is causing infertility and it's so bad for you. And meat and dairy are inflammatory. And I was told that the garden veggies that I was growing in my garden were trying to kill me. It was just so confusing. And every time I put something in my mouth, I questioned it, like, is this hurting me or is this helping me? And there was nothing even that we grew on our land that all the experts could agree on was beneficial for me. I felt alone. I felt misunderstood. I felt like I was difficult, like I was the exception to every rule. And I was, frankly, just tired of being the weirdo who was working my butt off in the garden when I could just be going to Costco and buying organic food.
When I was a kid, my dad had a can of Mountain Dew and a Star Crunch cookie at every single break at his work. Surprise, surprise, he did come up with a health crisis of his own, which turned him into a health nut. And some of my earliest memories were of getting the little sesame seed candies for dessert, and then my dad's skin actually turning orange from drinking so much carrot juice. He eventually did back off a little bit, but from that point forward, he did have a bent towards healthy eating. But that didn't really trickle down into the rest of our family. When I was a teenager, my favorite drink was also Mountain Dew. We didn't have it at home, but I remember one time I was at a friend's house and I had a whole bunch of pizza and Mountain Dew. I went home that night, was going to sleep, and I got heartburn worse than I'd ever gotten in my life. I had struggled with it before, but I got it so bad, literally thought I was going to die. I was yelling in pain, and I vowed to never drink Mountain Dew again. But I didn't make the connection between that and the other parts of my diet as well. And to show you what kind of confusion I was dealing with, sometime after I had left home, I had been eating sugary cereals and Pop-Tarts every morning for breakfast because that's what culture told me was a breakfast food and it tasted good. Well, I was wanting to save some money and I was looking for something cheaper and I thought I would start eating eggs for breakfast. And just the cheap eggs, obviously. And I actually called my dad and I asked him if he thought it would be healthy for me to only be eating eggs every single morning for breakfast, like I was gonna overdose on eggs or something. I inherited my mom's sweet tooth and also her bad teeth genetics. I had dealt with cavities and stuff my whole life, but it really started hitting harder after Michelle and I were married, and all of a sudden we were living to paycheck, and then I was also having to spend thousands of dollars to try to fix my teeth. I had been dealing with other stuff too. I was tired all the time. I would come home from work in the evening and I would just sleep for the entire evening. And I was young enough to be able to do life on young energy alone, but it was obvious I was headed in the wrong direction. Enter Michelle. Michelle was a little ahead of me in our health journey, and she decided to try to help me. Bless her heart. She would convince me to go on these cleanses, like parasite cleanses and liver cleanses. She got me to go on this, Candida cleanse one time. And just for the record, this is in the past. I have forgiven her for it. But this was before she knew how to cook good, healthy food. And some of it's a blur, but what I can remember is flax bread and flax pancakes that almost made me throw up. Right now, the thought of it is almost enough to make me throw up. There was also something about this cleanse that made me have to pee all the time. It's really weird. But when I had to go, I had to go. And I was a service tech for a window company, and I would drive around to these fancy houses and fix their windows. And one day I was on my way to a house, and the urge came, and I didn't know what to do. But I did know that the homeowners weren't home. So when I drove into their nice paved driveway, Like a madman, I backed up to some bushes, flung open the back doors of the van for some extra cover, and did my business right there. If they caught me on security camera, I never found it out, thankfully. But those cleanses and little hacks I tried to do for my health were just little Band-Aids on a bigger problem, and I was trying to treat symptoms and not connecting the dots to the root causes. While this was going on, a friend gave me a book called Cure Tooth Decay, and in it the author talked about Weston Price, raw milk, organ meats, and stuff like that, and basically healing your teeth with the right diet. That was the light bulb moment for me, and it was my tipping point. And I'm an all or nothing kind of guy, so when I figured out that I needed to change my diet, I did. And it was a pretty long process of figuring out what was what, cutting out certain ingredients and stuff, but I stuck with it, and my health did start changing with my diet change. But like Michelle mentioned a little bit ago, we were under a lot of stress, and we had a lot going on. We built our own house because we wanted to start homesteading. We didn't have hardly any money. And I did most of the work myself while I was holding down a full-time job and trying to be a good husband and father. And then I was also dumb enough to start trying to do the homestead stuff while I was still building the house. Needless to say, that didn't work out so well. I got super skinny, gaunt, sickly, was not feeling well, and our marriage was very much suffering. And then we went straight from building our house into full-on homesteading and doing farmers markets to try to build a business to build up the life that we wanted to live while I was still working the full-time job. So at this point, by then, we're eating all the healthy foods, but we weren't living a healthy life. And it took us a while, but finally we did learn that eating the healthy food was only half of the story.
So a huge turning point in my life was when I decided to confide in somebody about how awful I was feeling, about how awful I felt my life was. I'm so blown away at how long it took me to come to the end of myself and just admit that I needed help and that I had a problem. So one of the first things that we did was we got help for our marriage. We sank quite a bit of money into counseling and therapy, and honestly, I don't regret any of it. Every penny was worth it. I noticed improvement in my health almost immediately after I started repairing broken relationships. And over time, I really started connecting the dots and just realizing that my spiritual and my emotional distress were playing heavily into my physical issues. I craved stability and peace and simplicity, and this craving for simplicity is what really led me into what I call a season of purging. This time of purging was incredibly painful, but it was also the most freeing thing that I have ever experienced. We quit farmers market, which felt like a dream that had died. We poured everything we had into this dream. We really wanted to grow our own food and then have that pay, and grow food for other people and have that pay for Cody to come home from work. We'd poured everything we had into that dream, and then poof, it was gone, and it felt like we barely had anything to show for it. We also sold our egg business that we had spent years building up. We were selling eggs to restaurants and stuff. This is the business we hoped to hand down to our son. We started saying no to good things that made us too busy. I got rid of a third of our stuff. I'm not joking. I was like a mad woman. Cody thought I was insane. I stuffed books, toys, kitchen gadgets, towels, sheets, anything. I stuffed them into trash bags and I just sent them to Goodwill. I just needed to create space to take care of myself and to just be present with life. So many of the decisions that we made over that time were incredibly heartbreaking, and it felt like we were losing a part of ourselves. But the relief that followed is something that I cannot explain to you in words. That feeling of intense relief and groundedness is actually the fuel that helped us. It helped us to it was behind what helped us to have the It was the groundedness behind why we chose to start creating content about homesteading without overwhelm. Over this time of purging, I felt the nudge to quit my nutritionist, and I was terrified. I felt like those pills were my lifeline. But I was also starting to resent them. So I found a naturopath instead who lived near me. I just needed a fresh perspective. And she looked at my big box of pills, and I thought she was going to fall on the floor and faint. I left her office with only 3 bottles of pills, but a whole lot of hope. So I went from taking around 60 pills a day to only 8, and I felt better than I had in 10 years. It only got better from there. I started learning about the nervous system and how my body is not going to digest food well if I am in fight or flight. If a bear is chasing me, my body is not going to be thinking about digesting food. It's going to be thinking about getting me to safety. And so I started realizing that I'm not going to be digesting food and using that amazing food that we're growing. I'm not going to be using it well if I don't feel safe in my body. It still wasn't a walk in the park from there. There was still a lot of conflicting info that I needed to sort through. Our marriage was better, my stress levels were better, but my health was still pretty far from perfect. So through this time, I found a podcast by Amanda Montalvo, and she talks about how to eat for metabolic health. And I just decided that for a while I'm going to just shut out all the other noise, and I'm just going to follow her advice for a while. It was very practical, it wasn't radical, it wasn't extreme, and it also wasn't cutting out any major food groups, which is something that I really did not want to do. Her approach felt like something that would be sustainable for us living off the land, growing our own food, and she talked a lot about lifestyle and nervous system and not just about food. So not everything that she recommended worked for me, but here are just some of the practical things that really moved the needle for me. So first of all, I realized that I was massively under-eating. I did a quiz. This quiz is still on the website Fallon's Table. It's just a really simple, quick quiz that gave me an idea of how much I should be eating for optimal hormone health. So I started eating a large breakfast. I, to this day, eat a quarter-pound hamburger for breakfast every single morning. As soon as I can after waking. No caffeine before food. I started focusing on minerals in the form of electrolyte drinks, beef liver, trace minerals in my water. I made sure that I was getting bare feet on the ground every single day if possible. Sunlight in bare eyes, not with contact lenses, not with glasses, sunlight in bare eyes. It makes the absolute world of a difference. The other day, Cody looked at me and he was like, "You need to get out and get some sun in your eyes." It makes the biggest difference. I started exercising again because I had energy and I had more reserve. And I rested religiously for 2 hours every single afternoon while my kids napped and had their quiet time, and I still do that to this day. I don't have to sleep anymore because I'm not exhausted, but it's just a time, I look forward to it every single afternoon. To this day, I still have areas in my health that I need to be proactive in. I'm still on my health journey, but I feel good. And I've learned to read my body's signals and react accordingly, and I know my limitations, and I can tell when it's time to make a change or set up a boundary.
So Michelle covered a lot of the big things that we went through that really started making a difference for us. And I didn't go through quite as much of the drastic diet and supplement roller coaster things she did, but for me, the place where I started seeing the biggest changes in my health was when I combined healthy eating with exercise. I did running, weightlifting, stuff that I still do, and then also the mental changes that came through therapy and meditation. So I was also going to a naturopath for a while, and she did put me on a few supplements, but she really pushed me to take care of my health in a more holistic way, and I will forever be thankful for that. I did start exercising and also taking some much needed breaks, some long overdue breaks, and I saw the biggest improvements in my overall health. So I have come to embrace the fact that you cannot fix all of your issues by healthy eating alone. Just as an example, you cannot be a depressed couch potato and then eat kale chips and beef liver and expect to be a healthy person. It just does not work that way. And I think that everybody knows that deep down inside. Everybody knows that health and wellness is more than just switching to buying organic food. But we tend to push that thought aside because we want an easier fix. It's a whole lot easier to start buying organic food or even growing it yourself than just totally rearranging the way that you live your life. There's also another side to the healthy eating thing that I think is so true and that we found out for ourselves. Is that one thing that I've noticed in myself and in others is that often people who are super crunchy when it comes to their eating, always worried about what they're doing, it sometimes seems like they can never quite get ahead. They're always still dealing with a lot of those health struggles. And I truly believe when you focus so much on doing just the right thing, having the perfect diet, it can take you down a path of anxiety, always thinking that if you eat some bad ingredients, you're going to get sick, always worried about what your kids are eating, or, and speaking from experience, also we can get judgmental towards others who are not eating the way that we think we should, something that I've done way too often. That anxiety, worry, and stress is affecting your brain, your hormones, your body in very negative ways. So add that on top of your already stressful life that most of us have, and sometimes you could even be worse off than you were before. But I am not saying that healthy eating isn't important. Eating chemical-free, nutrient-dense food in the right proportions is very, very important. That's why we try to grow 75% of the food that we eat as a family on our homestead. It's just not the whole story. So we came into homesteading hoping that the healthy food would heal us, but it almost destroyed us because of how we went about it. But once we were able to see the bigger picture, we started trying to figure out ways to make the homestead actually be that healing place for us. So we learned to be more efficient in the garden and with the animals so that we're not always running ourselves ragged to try to keep up with everything. Our homestead is a place of work, but it should also be a place of peace. It's a place where we can enjoy the sunshine, what little sunshine there is in Ohio, and where we can walk barefoot through the gardens. We're still bombarded with all that health information, though. We've got friends and family from carnivore to vegan to everything in between. On our social media posts, we get hundreds of comments with different health advice from all angles. I'm part of Facebook groups for cows and bees and stuff, and anytime somebody asks a question on there, there's all kinds of advice from all different angles. So what do we do with that? Something that we always come back to is common sense, or what I call uncommon sense now. We take a step back and we ask ourselves how much sense something makes. So, as a little bit of a disclaimer, this is going to look different for everybody, and that's okay. So, there's literally science to back up any conclusion, what you want to come to. Any diet that anybody's been on, there's science to back it up. But does it make sense? So if you look at nature and the way it was created to work so beautifully together, how much sense does it make to work against that when you're trying to grow something? You look at nature and you see an ecosystem where all the plants and the animals are working together to create something beautiful and healthy, and then we want to grow food and we do a monocrop and we use sprays to control the pests and diseases. It doesn't make sense. I look at where God put man first on this earth in a garden, and then I had to ask myself, does it make sense that the vegetables are poisoning us? Does it make sense when we know that the food should come from the earth, then to eat food with ingredients in it that comes out of a lab? Sometimes all of the voices out there are really confusing, and there's so many of them, but sometimes you just have to go with what gives you peace. And I know that that can sound a little bit woo-woo or something, but I truly believe that God gave each one of us a sound mind, and he wants us to use it. And really leaning into that has helped us get through a lot of that confusion.
I have learned and continue learning so much in my journey to wellness, and here's just a few of the basic lessons that I have learned. First, in a world where anyone can say anything and be seen by thousands and even millions of people, I think it's imperative that we are responsible consumers of information. I don't think social media is the enemy. I think it's an amazing tool, but I think that it's crucial that we are grounded in our own beliefs before we go to social media. It's more critical now than ever that we're in touch with our own intuition and common sense. Otherwise, we're just going to be jumping on and off the roller coaster over and over again. So, for example, recently I shared a reel to my story that was questioning sunscreen. To be clear, it was not even my piece of content, it was somebody else's, and I was just showing it to my audience and saying, hey, what do you guys think about this? And I quickly found out that some people think that sunscreen will save you from skin cancer, and the other half of the population thinks that it causes skin cancer. And not gonna lie, I got kind of caught up in the vortex of this whole thing. My DMs were blowing up, people were leaving me these long paragraphs, people were unfollowing me, and I just thought I was gonna completely go up in smoke. After an hour, for my own sake, I deleted the post, I set down my phone, and I said, Michelle, what do you think about this issue. And so these are some of the things that went through my mind. First of all, everything nowadays is all about blocking UV light. So the windows in our houses, the windows in our cars, our sunglasses, regular glasses, contact lenses, sunscreen. Even women who work office jobs are being told that they should be wearing sunscreen. The sun is our very source of life here on this planet. Literally nothing would be alive if it was not for the sun. And so I had to ask myself the question, why are we demonizing the sun? Why am I trying to keep this out of every part of my life? And furthermore, my body has the capability of telling me when it's had enough. It's called a sunburn. And pain is a red flag that says too much. And I do realize this is a very nuanced, a very layered topic. But at some point, I had to shut out the noise and I had to make up my mind so that I could rest. So then and there, I just decided, okay, I'll wear sunscreen in a scenario where I would otherwise get a sunburn. And I'll eat good fats that support my skin. And outside of that, I'm just gonna enjoy the sun, guilt-free. And now when I see a controversial post on social media, I can just flip right on by it and it does not bother me. So anything that's trending, whether it is tallow for skincare, the carnivore diet, eating hunks of butter, eating your placenta, whatever it is, it will get picked apart, completely shredded by both sides, and you in your heart of hearts are going to have to decide what you believe, what is right for you. I had different doctors, all of whom I trusted and still trust, who said polar opposite things. And I realized at one point that I am capable, I am qualified to make decisions for the health of my own body, for the sake of my health. Which brings me to my next point, never ever give away your agency. I don't care how many licenses, I don't care how many degrees a person has, never give away your full agency to them. A mistake that I made over and over again was putting all of my faith and trust in one doctor. And then when that doctor would let me down, and they will because they're human, number one, and number two, every single person that comes into their office is a little bit different. So when that doctor would make a mistake, it just completely shook my world, and I questioned everything. I think healthcare professionals are amazing. I am currently working with a naturopath, and I love her. But if she prescribes something to me or gives me some kind of direction that I feel off about, I don't just swallow it and take it as gospel. I think about it, I pray about it, and then I follow the peace. And my faith, my intuition have saved me from so many fiascos. When we lay down our own intuition and blindly follow someone else's intuition, it will not end well. Last but not least, I'm learning to live in the tension of knowing that there are real risks and scary things all around us, but that I can only do so much, and then I have to lay it down, let it go, and live fearlessly for the sake of my health. My lifestyle doesn't have to be perfect for me to heal. I can't help it that the farmer next to us is spraying glyphosate on his field all the time. I can't single-handedly change the messed up food laws or take care of the cow farts that are ruining our atmosphere. Kidding, I promise, I'm kidding. But I can control what I spray on my land. I can control what I feed my kids. I can control how I choose to spend my time. I can control the kinds of foods that I buy at the grocery store. And if we all do our small bit, the world will become a better place. Thank you.
Just wanted to say real quick, thanks for having us. We did mention a little bit that we do grow a lot of our own food and stuff, and we go into that in lots of detail on our YouTube channel. And then if you want to see more of Michelle's like story, everyday life, and stuff like that, she's on Instagram all the time. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Good job. Nice presentation.
Well, that was some good common sense. Thank you, Cody and Michelle, for sharing, for opening your lives and sharing truth with us and giving us an insight into your world. Isn't it good to have a couple like Cody and Michelle here who have nothing to hide, nothing to prove, and nothing to sell?
Next up, we have Max Kane. Max Kane is here with us all the way from Wisconsin. I look forward to what Max has to share with us. I'm going to tell you a little bit about something that Max is not here to share with us. Max started a website called farmmatch.com where he connects people like us with the local farmers in our area and enables us to see what the local farms have to sell. So check out farmmatch.com. Max will probably not share much about Farm Max with us, so I wanted to make you aware of one of his works. Make sure you check that out. So Max was diagnosed with chronic disease at a young age, and through nutrient-dense farm-sourced food, found healing. Today he's the host of Foodcast. So I really look forward to what Max has to share with us. Help me welcome Max Kane.
Thank you, Marcus. Who was that cheering for Farm Match when I was back there? Thank you. I told Marcus I didn't want to talk about Farm Match because, you know, a lot of times when you go and speak at these events, if you own a company or whatever it is you're selling and you get up and talk and then you really start pushing your own company hard, it looks like you're really just giving a sales presentation more than an educational experience. But thank you, Marcus, for that. Hey, you know what? It's a real honor to be here all with you today. A special thanks to John Miller and his team at Superb. John, I don't think you're here right now, but if you watch this recording afterward, this is one of the most organized events I've ever been to. You guys are making it happen through bad weather, through construction, and I'm just really impressed. And not trying to knock at any of the other conferences that I spoke at. You guys are doing great too, but this event is really something to talk about. Over the next, thank you. Yeah. Look, over the next 30 minutes or maybe a little bit less, we'll see how we come in for a landing. I don't want to be too late for lunch, but we're running behind, but I'm told I have a little bit of a buffer, so we'll just see how it goes. I'm going to try to compress some of the information, but I want to make sure that you get it all. But over the next 30 minutes, you're going to hear some of the most effective, potent strategies to reversing bowel disease that are available. If you follow these recommendations, my promise to you is that you're going to see some really good results, all right? There is a little bit of a disclaimer, though. The disclaimer is that this information isn't for everyone. Like the prior speakers mentioned, you got to have your agency and think about things and understand your own conscience. Bowel disease and restoring your digestive health. Well, as it turns out, we have 340,100,000 Americans living in the country, and 133 million of us have been diagnosed with disease, all right? That's 40%. So if you look around, and maybe we have a couple thousand people here at the event this weekend. It's not a weekend, Wednesday, Thursday. I've been traveling for a while. So we have 2,000 people here. That means 800 of us are diagnosed with disease. Out of all the diseases that are diagnosed, the 40% of us that are diagnosed officially with a disease, 47% of those diseases that are diagnosed are bowel diseases. Irritable bowel syndrome, ulcerative colitis, Crohn's disease, some kind of tummy trouble. So that means that you have almost a 50% chance, if you're diagnosed with a disease, to be diagnosed with a bowel disease, all right? So bowel disease is at the forefront of our health problems today, our health crisis that we're into if you follow the MAHA movement. That's a lot of what they're talking about. So whenever I go to an event, I like to really sit more than I speak because I learned so much of these conferences. I'm always looking at the person on stage. I'm saying, who the heck is this guy? Where did they get him? And why should I listen to what he has to say? And I've just always been that way since I was at a very young age. I've always been questioning and kind of cross-examining. Is that true? Is it not true? So I want to give you a little bit about my background, where I came from, how I got up on this stage here before you today, and then we're going to go into some of the recommendations and advice that I received from some of the health mentors in my career as someone who's overcome degenerative Crohn's disease. So I'm 48 years old on April 5th, just turned 48 not too long ago. I grew up in Chicago. Has anyone been to Chicago before? Raise your hand if you've ever been to Chicago. All right, I'm a Chicago boy from the west side of the city. Grew up in the concrete playground, knew absolutely nothing about the country or pasturing cows or green grass or anything. And at the age of 11, I had a very challenging life. At the age of 11, my parents were getting divorced. My father was getting indicted into federal prison. And my mom and my 4 brothers and I were getting evicted from our house, and we were going to live in a homeless shelter. So right around that time, shortly after we got evicted, I started experiencing some of the most horrific, terrible, painful symptoms of abdominal distress that you could ever imagine. There were some points in my life when I was 11 years old in that time that I was clutched in the fetal position, holding my stomach on my side, sometimes for up to 72 hours straight. That's 3 days, all right? No food, no water, just struggling in pain for 72 hours in a homeless shelter. So when you're down and out, you get free health care. So I went to the doctors, and to their credit, usually doctors are really fast to give you drugs and surgery and pills. But to their credit, at the time, the doctor that I was seeing, she said, I think this might have to do something with emotional stress. I don't really feel good about giving this 11-year-old all these pills right now. Let's just kind of let this ride out, see if it goes away, because I was living in a very stressful situation. So as it turned out, the pain kept coming back and back and back and back. And so the doctor decided to send me, and if you've been to Chicago, you might know the neighborhood, send me to the south side of Chicago where they have the University of Chicago. And they gave me this procedure where they scoped me inside and out. They basically put me under with general anesthesia, and they went up me and down me with a camera and basically had a tour of the inside of my digestive tract. What they found was that my small intestines was ulcerated all the way through. They found 34 ulcers, and they stopped counting there, and they diagnosed me with degenerative Crohn's disease. Now, to give you a little bit of a picture of what I looked like at the time, I was 69 pounds and losing weight. My skin was very pale, I was anemic, and I could not properly digest food to save my life, literally. So right then, they prescribed medication right away after the diagnosis. Has anyone ever been on prednisone before? Just shout out some numbers. How many milligrams a day have you been on? Highest dosage, let's hear it. How much? 85. You might be the winner of the whole tent here. Anyone else? No one can compete with 85. All right. Well, I weighed 69 pounds, and they put me on 60 milligrams of prednisone a day, which is a lot of prednisone, even if you're a full-size adult. And they put me on 2,000 milligrams of the latest and greatest anti-inflammatory at the time called sulfasalazine. If you follow the medical profession, every 3 to 5 years, they're changing the anti-inflammatory drug. However, prednisone it seems to be the one constant that they keep. So they put me on meds, and the medication did help. It did alleviate a lot of the pain. However, I could never regenerate tissue properly. So when I started to gain weight, I was gaining water weight. I wasn't gaining healthy athletic weight. And if you're taking notes, and I hope you are, I wasn't regenerating healthfully, so there's a cycle found in life. It's called the regeneration cycle, is what I call it, and it's different for every organism. For human beings, there's 3 aspects to the regeneration cycle. It starts with activity, that's exercise, followed by eating, and followed by sleep. So you have exercise, eating, and sleep in that order. Those 3 activities have to happen concurrently in order, like a schedule for you to properly digest and regenerate tissue and build your body through the food you eat, okay? So they put me on the meds. I wasn't regenerating properly, and so all through my adolescence, my teen years rather, every few years they would change the meds up a little bit. The prednisone stayed constant, but I went from sulfasalazine to Preventative to Asacol, dicyclamine. There was always a different anti-inflammatory drug they were giving me. And I got moved around to a lot of different hospitals. The first doctor I saw was a gastroenterologist, a pediatric gastroenterologist. Pediatric meaning they only see children. So after you get older, they just say, well, you're too old, I only see children. I don't need to see you anymore. Go find another doctor, and they usually make recommendations. So over the course of the next 10 years of my life, I saw probably 6 different specialists at 5 different hospitals, and they all gave me the same diagnosis and hope, is that, look, with degenerative Crohn's disease can affect you anywhere in your digestive tract from your anus up to your throat. Now, Max, if it happened to affect you in your large intestines, you might have more hope because we can remove the large intestines and you can walk around with a colostomy bag. Not an ideal situation, but hey, at least you're alive. Well, the way your small intestines works, it's similar to your heart, your liver, your brain. It's like vital. You can't live without your small bowel, right? So all the doctors that I saw were all giving me the same advice of you're gonna die young, don't expect much out of your health, and try to have some fun while you're alive. So as it turns out, right in my early 20s, someone very near and dear to me in my heart was a committed heroin user. All right, I don't like the word addiction, so I call it commitment. He was a committed heroin user, was using heroin every day, totally destroying his life. I was watching this happen before my eyes. And I was talking to this person, I was saying, what are you doing? You're destroying your life. You don't have to be putting this in your body. He said, no, Max, you don't understand. I'm addicted. I can't help myself. I need this. I said, no, you don't need that. And I was giving him all this great advice, right? And so anyway, there I am one day driving northeast in Brookfield, Illinois, through the drive-through of the Walgreens drive-through, picking up my prescription one day. And I don't know what happened on that day, but I heard all these sound bites of my own voice just flashing through my head of me giving advice to this person. It was kind of like one of these man-in-the-mirror moments where you hear, are you going to take your own advice? You kind of look in the mirror. And I don't know what happened, but it just started, these sound bites started flashing through as I'm driving through to pick up my prescription at the Walgreens. And I realized that that Walgreens was my drug pusher, that I was the addict. I was the one on pills. I was the dependent one that said, I have to have this. This is my life. This is me. There's nothing I could do about it. And I wish I could tell you the story. I wish I could tell you the story that, and then I drove right through the drive-thru and I didn't get the pills, but guess what? I got them, and I took them. But later on, in the not too distant future from that point, I started really reflecting on my life and the choices I was making in my body and what I was putting in my body. And I decided that I was going to change my role. So if you're taking notes, this is a key. You have to change your role. The role that most of us play is, what can the doctor do for me? Well, that doctor can't do anything for me. What can this doctor do? Well, you can't do anything. What can you do for me? You have to start asking what you can do for yourself. If you have some kind of a health condition, thank you. I'm specifically talking about bowel disease, but if you have any kind of health condition, it doesn't matter if they have a cure for it. You be the inventor. You go find the cure. You make it happen. If nothing else, you should be more interested in your success than anybody else. I mean, why should the next guy try and figure out how to solve your problem? He probably wants to go have a great time on the beach with his family, you know? And so I decided I was going to change my role. So I really dove into self-care. And I started going around a lot of conferences and nutritional workshops and reading books. And unfortunately, I found that in the natural health industry, it is not much different than the medical profession. There are a lot of pills out there. And similar to the speakers, I mean, the gal who was talking, she said it was like 100 pills a day could fill up her hands. I wasn't on that many supplements, but I feel her pain, right? I was spending a lot of money on supplements. And after my diagnosis, just quick switching back, I was placed on permanent federal disability. All right, so that $675 a month check from the disability did not allow me to buy many supplements. I didn't find that many of them worked anyway. But anyway, I finally made my way to this man. His name's Jim Marlowe. God rest his soul. He passed away last year, unfortunately. But I did make my way to Jim Marlowe, who was the chief nutritionist at Dr. Mercola's office for 10 years, way back in the day when Dr. Mercola had a clinic in Schaumburg, Illinois, before he moved down to Florida, like decades back. And so I had plans to meet Jim Marlowe in the West Loop of Chicago at a Whole Foods, in that little seating area at the Whole Foods where you can sit down and eat. And I had an appointment to meet him, and this was the man that was supposed to coach me and help me on how I could use self-care and really change my role and do whatever it takes to turn my health around. So I got to Whole Foods first, and I sat at one of the tables, and I see this man walk in. He looked a little bit like a hippie. He was bald on top with a ponytail in the back. And he comes in, and we kind of make eye contact. And one thing I noticed about him right away, he had amazing skin. I mean, the guy, you could just tell, just from his skin alone, you could say, this guy's a healthy person. And so he walks up to me at the table, doesn't sit down, and he says, are you Max? I said, yeah. Jim? Yeah. He said, come on, let's go sit somewhere else. I'm looking like, what's wrong with the table? He said, you're sitting on the table right there is a microwave, all right? He said, we don't want to sit next to the white microwave. This microwave is going to give off radiation and hurt us if someone happens to come by and use it. And he said, and when it's not in use, it could be giving off radiation anyway. I mean, who knows? You don't want to sit by a microwave. I thought, okay, you know, I would. So this is the first thing that Jim taught me, and he never taught me this with his language. He taught me this with his actions. You need to really be meticulous. Being meticulous is vitally important to overcoming bowel disease. If you're taking notes, write that down. Being meticulous is very important. Sometimes being meticulous can mean the difference between winning the gold medal and not winning the gold medal. Olympic athletes are extremely meticulous. They are looking for that one little edge that will inch them forward a little bit more. And let me tell you, from someone that has overcome an incurable digestive disease, overcoming incurable disease, the time, the effort, the whatever it takes you have to put into that is very similar to trying to win the gold at an Olympic event. Jim and I come down to the table. We move away from the microwave, and we're at this other table, and Jim is saying, okay, I'm here to coach you. And so this is the first thing he tells me is, Max, if you're going to learn self-care, you have to learn how to experiment on yourself and stop trusting secondhand information. And I'm sure there's a lot of people in the audience. Everyone knows Bobby Kennedy, RFK. Everyone's heard of that name, right? What, like, you watch any of his interviews, what's the guy saying virtually to every interview? We're not using the gold standard of science, the double-blind placebo study. We're not using it, gold standard, you know. So what Jim is telling me, and he wasn't referencing Bobby at the time, but what Jim was telling me, he was saying that a lot of the science out there is not really done in a scientific way. He said a lot of the information is just secondhand. It's through hearsay. It's through survey. He said, you're going to have to find out the truth. I can help you push yourself in that direction, but if you want to overcome this, Max, you really have to learn to experiment on yourself. You have to be the scientist. Don't listen to the secondhand information. Try it yourself. And then he went on to say, he said, by the way, most of the healthcare professionals, I'll never forget he said this, most of the healthcare professionals are just doing best guess. And if anyone's going to guess on you, you know, it might as well be you. So then Jim goes on to say, okay, I'm going to give you some suggestions on what to experiment with right now. And I said, okay. And I was actually there with, I was very scientific myself. I had my little notebook and I was taking notes. And so Jim says, you know, first thing I want you to do is I want you to go find a goat farm where you can get some raw goat milk and make some kefir. Kefir is the correct pronunciation from Eastern Europe. We pronounce it kefir in the United States. And so I said, you know, like raw milk, I'm not going to get sick from this. You know, don't we pasteurize it for safety? He said, Max, you don't believe the information. Go experiment on yourself. See for yourself. And I'm starting to think, okay, well, I mean, you know, this guy worked for Dr. Mercola. Dr. Mercola is well recognized. I mean, maybe he knows something. It's worth a try. And a lot of the books that I read that, you know, had mentioned about kefir as well, right? So then, okay, Jim, you know, raw goat kefir, got it. You know, what do you got next for me? All right, now this is where the disclaimer comes in that you heard 10 minutes ago, all right? So Jim says, all right, next thing I want you to do, besides raw dairy products, I want you to eat raw meat. I said, raw meat? Are you like, come on, you're like, he almost totally lost me. I just lost most of you right now, but I was like, I was hanging on by a thread because I was so sick and I wanted to do something, you know, and really turn my health around. There really is nothing more motivating than I ever found than severe pain. I mean, when you're in pain, you're kind of desperate, you'll try anything. And so he said, look, I'm going to ask you to experiment on yourself with a diet of raw animal foods. That means the raw milk, and it also means raw meat. So I said, like, what kind of raw meat are we talking about here? You know, he said, all of it. I said, raw chicken? He said, yeah, raw chicken. I said, come on, man. Like, at this point, I was almost at the point where I wanted to ask for my money back because it was like $100 to sit down and talk with the guy, you know. But anyway, you know, the information's coming from this guy who looks like the epitome of health. So it was very believable, right? And he spoke to me with confidence. And so I'm just taking my notes and saying, okay, you know, Jim, what else do you got for me? And then Jim went on with a long list. I'm not going to give you the whole list for time frame, but I'm going to give you a few more things. And then I'm going to tell you what happened when I implemented it into my life. The next thing that Jim told me to do is he told me to stop looking at food prices, all right? When we look at food prices, we're basically saying, you know, my health is worth this price. You know, my health is worth this price. I don't know how much I pay for milk anymore. I don't know how much I pay for butter or meat. But what I learned that day is that when you're buying food, you're investing in your health. Your diet, the food that you put in your body, is the most important investment you will ever make in your life. There's more to the sentence, but thank you. Is the most important investment that you'll make in your life if your goal is to have a functioning body, all right? If you want your kidneys to work, your joints to work, if you want to be able to keep up with your children and grandchildren in your older age, I tell you what, I'm a man of faith and I pray, but I've never seen anyone that prayed their disease away. All right, for me, I had to change my diet. So stop looking at food prices and look at your food as an investment. The other thing that Jim told me that really stood out was he told me to embrace cleansing for what it was. And I asked him to explain a little bit more. What do you mean embrace cleansing for what it was? And Jim said that, you know, have you ever had diarrhea? Have you ever vomited? Have you ever, you know, he goes down this list. And I said, yeah, and I hate it. And he said, that is a form of cleansing. That is a form of healing. He said, oftentimes, if you go to the emergency room, they diagnose you with some kind of foodborne illness because you're vomiting. He said, oftentimes that's your body healing, perhaps, from some environmental toxins that you might have interacted with. And maybe it had nothing to do with the food. You know, he said that, oftentimes, and maybe some of you can relate, you're driving down the expressway next to one of those 18-wheelers, and there's literally black soot coming out of the exhaust pipe. Raise your hand if you've seen that before. Okay, I hope everyone's raising their hand. If you haven't seen that before, you haven't been on an expressway. And sometimes it's just on the country roads too. So he said when you go into the emergency room, they don't ask you, hey, have you been driving down the expressway today and breathing any of that black soot? I think you got the pollution flu. They don't do that, And probably if they say, have you been drinking raw milk from a local farm, they'll probably say, oh, the milk got you sick. Even though, by the way, like 500 people had the same milk and they're doing just fine. So that's their gold standard of science. So you really have to embrace cleansing for what it is. I think most people have thrown up before. The nausea feeling of how terrible it feels before you throw up and then after you throw up. Dude, you feel great, like that. Yeah, everyone's nodding their head, yeah. It's like, dude, it's like waiting backstage there. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, I'm so scared. What if I forget this? And then when you're done with your presentation, you're like, it wasn't as bad as I thought. Okay. Has anyone else ever spoke before in front of a couple thousand people? Okay. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Quick, fun, 30-second side story. After I got my health back, I went on to perform in 5 semi-professional ballets and 1 aerial circus show. All right. And I'm backstage with the ballet master. His name is Sasha York. And this guy has danced ballet all over the world in front of royalty in Europe. And we're in little La Crosse, Wisconsin, where the population is about 100,000 people. It's about 30 seconds before we're about to go on stage. The curtain's about to go up. And I'm looking at him. I'm like, hey, Sasha, are you nervous? I'm a little nervous. He said, yeah, I'm nervous too. I said, how could you be nervous, man? There's like 500 people in the audience. We're in little La Crosse, Wisconsin. You've danced in front of royalty. How can this make you nervous? He said, well, you know what? This is what I came up with, Max, in all my career dancing. I said, what's that? He said, when you stop being nervous, that's when it's time to quit. Great advice. Keep that in your mind for other areas of life. All right, so embrace cleansing for what it is. I want you to imagine a worm, and we are like a worm with appendages, all right? Arms and legs and head, so, right? Think of yourself as a worm, and for people with digestive distress, this is gonna be one of the best one-liners you hear to relieve your pain, and the pain goes away pretty quick, all right? So imagine you're a worm, and you have an inner skin and an outer skin. Now, everyone knows about the outer skin, all right? We exercise, we sweat. People like, a good healthy sweat those poisons out. What you won't hear in most places is that, guess what? Your inner skin, your digestive tract also sweats. Just as much and more as the outer skin. Most of our detoxification happens through the digestive tract. So the digestive tract doesn't just dump and absorb, it also pushes back. When you're breathing that black soot, when you're driving down the road, it goes through your lungs, takes a ride through the blood into the lymphatic system, and it will be in your digestive tract within seconds. All right? 2 of the most important foods you can eat to detoxify your bowels are raw, unsalted cheddar cheese. It has to be unsalted. The other is clay from the earth. If you can't find clay or cheese, eat dirt. It's the 3rd best thing. All right? If you're going to get dirt, go deep in the forest where, there wasn't who knows what from 10 years ago. It's got to be unsalted. And when I say raw, I mean cheese that's never been heated over 105 degrees. You have to call the company and ask. Pasteurization, there's 3 levels of pasteurization. There's lower, like 135 degrees for 20 minutes, 161 degrees for 13 seconds. Then they have ultra pasteurization, which, by the way, you don't even need to refrigerate the milk anymore at that point, if you don't know that. They put the ultra pasteurized milk in the cold cooler just because that's where you're expecting it. They don't have to put it in there anymore. They could put it on the shelf next to the peanut butter. And when I asked the employee at Whole Foods why they put it in there if they don't have to, they said, well, if we put it on the dry shelf, no one would buy it then. I said, well, yeah, it makes sense to me. Okay, I get it. So raw unsalted cheddar cheese or clay, eat about a golf ball size of cheese 10 minutes before you eat a meal, and that will help you with your digestive discomfort. So remember that we detoxify. We are a worm. Most of the poisons that are coming out of your body are going to do so from your digestive tract. Let's see, we're about 11 minutes over here. Okay. The last thing Jim told me that I'm going to tell you about today is to be totally, utterly unrealistic. If you want to be realistic, you're going to end up being in that 40% of people that get diagnosed with disease. And then 47% of you are going to have some kind of a bowel disease. So if you don't want to be in that situation, you have to be totally unrealistic, because reality is those statistics that I just told you. So be meticulous, extremely meticulous on what you put in your body. Be willing to experiment on yourself with a raw food, animal-based diet. Get that first-hand information. Question the science. Find a farmer. Stop looking at food prices. All right? Embrace detoxification for what it is. It is going to be a long road of struggle, but if you continue to be unrealistic the whole way through, my promise to you is that you're going to overcome your digestive disorder. Thank you very much for spending this time with me today. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Marcus. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Max.
Thank you, Max.
Well done. Well done.
Thank you for pushing through to good health
I love it.
and being. Just a small announcement: the door prizes at the Berlin Seeds booth. The PA system didn't work to make the announcements yesterday afternoon, so check out the whiteboard that's located at the area where you signed up for the door prizes. That's where the announcements will, or that's where the winners will be recorded. Coming up is Joel Salatin. Joel is, in my opinion, a legendary human being, and one of the things that highlights that for me is last year when we had our evening event. Joel had a table over here and he was entertaining a couple handful of people. And after everything was over and things were dark, I was walking down towards the office on the sidewalk, and I overheard a conversation around a campfire. And the only words I heard came from what I believe, it was dark, so I couldn't see for sure, but the words sounded like they came from a 10-year-old. And the 10-year-old was saying to his mom and dad, "Isn't Joel just an incredible person?" And I'm telling you, if a 10-year-old says that about you, you can take it to the bank. So Joel, the other thing that impresses me about Joel is he will dig ditches with you, and he'll speak to world leaders, and it doesn't change the size of his hat. So he doesn't walk around with a big head. Joel is not a respecter of persons. So help me welcome Joel Salatin.
Thank you, Marcus. We've had a good morning. Wow. I'll tell you what, the content here is just fantastic. Now, I'm gonna compress my remarks a little bit because I know we're up against lunch and nobody wants to be pushed for lunch. So I'm gonna tell you right now that at 4, my last day, I'm gonna go into politics, policy, messaging, that sort of thing. So I'm trying to hold people here for that. I'm not going to discuss any of that this presentation, but I'm giving you a little teaser for that to hang around. I think it'll be some really good laughs and good food for thought. How do you engage the naysayers and build argument credibility with them in this whole food farm space? I'm going to talk about germinating farmers, and I, of course, am a farmer and have been at it a long time and have traveled all over the world, I don't know what, 30 countries or so, and I've met thousands and thousands of farmers. It's been very interesting to me to see what are the common threads of success when I meet farmers who are happily, profitably, multi-generationally, and I don't mean necessarily relatives multi-generationally, I mean farmers who have 2 generations working, might be family, might be not be, but who have the successional element settled down, the profitable element settled down, and who aren't just spending all their time leaning up against their, here I can say buggy, or pickup truck, complaining about weather, price, pestilence, and disease, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. So here are 10 common threads of success. I'm going to go through them very rapidly. But this is what I see among people, among farmers who are successful. Number one, working landscapes. Working landscapes. Too often people view the landscape you have as some sort of a God-ordained kind of situation where you dare not intervene, you dare not change it, that it's some sort of sacredness to it. Well, I don't believe that after the flood everything fell back together just exactly the way it was supposed to be. And so we see this a lot in radical environmentalists, greenies, what I call earth muffin, tree huggers that come to homesteading, and I love them to death. But too often, oh, look at that tree there. Oh, look at that, that hillside, whatever. And everything becomes just sacred to them. Don't be afraid to adjust the landscape. This is one of the foundational things that I think is so wonderful about permaculture. Permaculture dares to suggest, hey, we need a pond here, we need a road here, we need a fence here, we need, the orchard should go here. Now, there are certainly things that you can look at a landscape and say, there are certain things that a given landscape can tell you. If you look at a bunch of wild grapevines, well, that's probably a good place for a vineyard if you want to put in a vineyard. So the landscape can speak to you, but be willing to put in lanes, roads, ponds, and take down trees that are in the way, different things. Cut down trees so you can have a garden, so you're not in the shade, and build structures. Working landscapes. Number two, eclectic awareness. Successful farmers read and visit widely. Okay, the idea of the Jeffersonian intellectual agrarian, where we're well read. I want to see different kinds of books and different kinds of magazines in a farmer's bookshelf. Self-awareness, and this creates a self-respect that we are professionals. We are actually, professional vocationers in this, land management, food farming movement. That means get a suit, You know, when you go to town, don't just go in your overalls and hay seeds hanging out of your hair. Take a shower. And, you know, we only get the kind of respect that we deserve ourselves. And too many of us in farming are under this idea that farmers are the marginal people in the culture. You got to be a D student in order to be a farmer, and I'm just a farmer. You never hear somebody say, you know, at a party, I'm just a heart surgeon. I'm just a heart surgeon. But we do that all the time, don't we? I'm just a farmer. I'm just a farmer. You know. So, you know, read the Wall Street Journal. Be up to it so you can discuss the events of the day and policy issues and things with people, so you can stand toe to toe with any CEO of what's going on. Know about pricing. What are people spending money on? What are people buying? What are social trends? Doesn't mean you have to get on TikTok, but you ought to know that TikTok exists. You ought to know that I've never been on TikTok. I've never played a video game, but I know, you know, that it exists, that it's out there, and I'm aware of it. Buy competitors' products. If you're going to sell something, buy your competitors' products. How do they package them? How do they market them? How do they price them? Attend courses. You know, Stephen Covey in 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, he talks about sharpening the saw. We routinely at our farm, when we're getting ready to engage in something, we'll have a couple of our team members, we'll pay for them to enroll in a course, to enroll in a curriculum, to learn how to, you know, package food and deliver it and different things. Attend courses to sharpen your saw. And I would just say that a lot of times we're intimidated by eclecticism or eclectic awareness, getting out of our silo, our comfort zone, what we're used to knowing, and pushing ourselves, challenging ourselves. Let me just tell you that I've learned that whatever you're putting off is probably the most important thing you need to do. Let that sink in a little bit. Number three, a can-do entrepreneurial spirit. A can-do entrepreneurial spirit. My mentor, Alan Nation, used to say, if somebody has done it, it can be done. We are programmed for the negative. Nobody comes back from town and says, hey, guess what? I hit 5 go lights. We don't call them go lights, we call them stop lights. Well, they make us go too, but we don't remember about what makes us go. We're hardwired for the negative. It's easy to tear down, hard to build up. That's part of the, you know, the problem with all this defund the police and all this, you know, stuff. Well, what would you do? You know, and it's easy to deconstruct. It's easy to destroy. It's hard to build. And so surround yourself with positive people, positive members. Limit your contact with the naysayers. Limit the contact with the people who are telling you what you want to do can't be done. Don't develop a victim or an entitlement idea that, you know, I need this grant or this government help or whatever in order to get done. Stay away from government offices. That's a really powerful one here, because they'll get you embroiled in all sorts of regulatory things. So a can-do entrepreneurial spirit. Just do it yourself. Number 4, live frugally. Live frugally. None of us goes into farming to get rich monetarily. We go into farming for the richness of engaging in God's creation object lesson of provision and abundance. We go into farming to enjoy the call of the whippoorwill at night. We go into farming to enjoy the miracle of a calf being born, of a tomato seed growing into a plant and then letting the juice run down our arms when we get the tomatoes. It's a simple lifestyle. Embrace it. Enjoy it. If you want to live the urban life in the country, don't come to the country. Too many people who have this fantasy about a country existence, the moms that come up to me, well, you know, we moved to the country, but, you know, I want my child to be in ballet and Little League and all. Man, you can't do it. And if you can't displace Little League, ballet, and all these other things with some fishing in the pond and some building some dams in the creek and forts in the woods, then you're just not very creative. As our son says, our problem is not money and resources, it's constipation of imagination. So people who are successful eat, drink, and breathe farming. Stay home. Number 5, assemble a team. Assemble a team. All the gifts and talents necessary to be successful in a farm business do not grow on the same pair of legs. We have different talents, different passions, different interests. Whenever I do media interviews, people say, what's your number one, if you could do it over again, what would be the number one thing that you would say? I'd say I'd assemble a team earlier. That's my one biggest regret. We farmers, we're an independent bunch of cusses. I mean, we're like hermit curmudgeons, you know, I'm going to do it myself, you know. And boy, I'll tell you, I'll never forget the first day we made enough money that I could take the car to Jiffy Lube for the oil change and not do it myself. I did it myself for years and years and years because we couldn't afford Jiffy Lube. And then we started making enough money. I could take it to Jiffy Lube and I could sit there and read an article, read a book, make a phone call, make a sale, market something. While Jiffy Lube was changing my oil, they could do it 3 times faster than I did. And so that's, you know, assemble a team. And a team doesn't mean you employ it. It means that you're looking for mutual interdependence within your community. And so, so there are people, a lot of people out there who enjoy what you don't enjoy. Our son Daniel says, you know, the problem with trying to do everything yourself is that you're denying somebody down the road who just can't wait to get up in the morning and do the thing that you hate to do. You're denying them the chance to do their skill, their passion, their interest when you just become this hermit curmudgeon and do it all yourself. So, so assemble a team. Number 6, direct market. Direct market. Develop a brand. Freely employ yourself and value add everything. Own the retail dollar. That means you become not only the producer, you become the processor, the marketer, and the distributor. You wear those notorious middleman hats that we've all heard. Middleman makes all the money. Well, then I want to be one. And so, so direct market, and now with computers and the internet and direct marketing platforms, we can do electronic aggregation, which is a game changer in the entire, you know, non-supermarket approach. Number 7, gross margin analysis. Gross margin analysis. Oh boy, he's going to talk about, you know, accounting and finances. Yeah, because somebody has to know what your financials are. And you need financial knowledge. You need to know, well, if I invest in this, if I do this, what's my opportunity cost? What if I did this over here instead of this over here? Establishing your weak links, knowing your marginal reactions. Every time we buy something from a farmer, when we buy things from a farmer, you know, a bull or stocker calves or something, and we buy from a farmer, it's amazing. They never want to tell you a price. Now, you know they've got a price in mind, but they're waiting for you to blink first. What will you give me? What will you give me? You know. Well, what are you basing your price on? So you need to know where your margins are. You know, you've got your direct costs, your indirect costs, and your overheads. So margin is your direct, your enterprise margin is what are your direct costs on that margin. Direct costs are things that go away if you're not doing that enterprise. Overheads are things that cross enterprises. And there ought to be targets, you know, 20%, 30%, something to establish that margin. You've got to have those sales margins and know what they are. Number 8, multi-enterprise. Multi-enterprise. The permaculture folks call this stacking enterprises. In marketing, the hardest thing to do is to get a customer. We live in a frenetic, frenzied, hurried, harried culture, and the hard thing to do is to get somebody to stop and look at whatever it is, your farmer's market stand, your roadside stand, your website, whatever your retail, your marketing interface is. The hard part is getting a person to stop and pay attention to that interface. The easiest marketing is to take a loyal customer that's already buying tomatoes and add green beans. Because if somebody likes you and they like what you're producing, they're actually, believe it or not, they want to buy more stuff from you. Well, what else do you have? I like this. What else do you have? Okay? And so you become a one-stop shop. That doesn't mean you have to produce it all. It may be that your greatest marginal reaction would come by finding some of the people, collaborators in your area. Maybe you're in the beef business and there's somebody over here in the egg business, somebody over here in the produce business. And maybe your greatest marginal reaction of your business, your best opportunity, is to actually invest in some dinners with some of your neighbors that are producing collaborative, complementary type products, and become the platform for sales and for marketing for other people in your community. Or maybe it's to instead of adding another item, to value add an item you're already doing. Instead of producing cornmeal, you could produce cornbread muffins, okay? And so you can leverage those things. But the point is, multi-enterprise. Never think about your farm as a single enterprise, a single entity thing. Corn farmer, soybean farmer, beef, apple, whatever. It's always about stacking those enterprises, leveraging your customers, leveraging your land base, and becoming synergistic and symbiotic with all that. What that means is a holonic, this is a business term, holonics is not colonics, holonics is where you take waste streams and, boy, with a little tip of the slung, you can really get down a rabbit hole, can't you? So in a holonic business, you're taking waste streams and turning them into the raw product of another thing. For example, at our farm, our egg mobiles are a perfect holonic enterprise. We took grasshoppers and crickets in the field and maggots in the cow pies and turned those into eggs with egg mobiles. Okay, so even if the chickens didn't produce a single egg, it's still a viable enterprise, because now we don't have to use grubicides, parasiticides, and lose our religions and marriage putting the cows through the head gate. So these are ways that you develop these stackable multi-enterprises. All right, number 9. I know I'm really rushing, but we're lunch calls. Number 9, time and motion studies. Time and motion studies. If I asked any of you today things that you're doing, growing green beans, milking a cow, whatever it is, if anybody here milks a cow, if I asked you how many minutes does it take per gallon of milk, could you tell me? If I asked you how many minutes per grapevine that you're pruning per year, could you tell me? If you're collecting eggs, how many minutes per dozen eggs does it take to gather eggs or to take care of the chickens? One of the most interesting things I ever had was many, many years ago, after Michael Pollan wrote Power Steer for New York Times. It caught the attention of McDonald's, and McDonald's executives started thinking, well, I wonder if there'd be a market for a grass-finished burger at McDonald's. Well, I don't know. So they get to start looking at where do you get a grass-finished burger. And at that time, a long time ago, we were one of the only games in the U.S. doing this. So they found us pretty quickly. They started looking at some of the things that we'd said and done, and they decided they were a little bit reluctant to come and visit us because of some of the things that I had said about McDonald's. And so they contacted their Washington, D.C. Attorney on retainer, so he handled all their attorney stuff. They said, hey, would you go down and meet this guy and see if he would shoot our kneecaps out if we come to visit him? And so he called me and said, sure, come on. So we spent a half a day together. Fascinating thing. One of the stories he told me was that McDonald's has a test kitchen where the crew comes in every day and they move their furniture around. They move the cash register from here to there. They make straight lines out of crookeds, and they make circles out of straight lines, and everything's on all the furniture, deep fat fryer, cash register, counters, tables, refrigerator, everything's on wheels, and they move stuff around and run their procedures. And he said, if we can shave 1 second off of a routine procedure, it's worth $10 million to us. That's called time and motion studies. Okay? So on our farm, we have done these so I can tell you exactly the time and the cost of gutting a chicken, growing a broiler, moving an egg mobile, moving a herd of cows, caretaking a group of pigs. So all of these things all of our activities have an economic value. Here's what that activity is worth. That then forms the basis of our memorandums of understanding with subcontractors, with partners, with collaborators to work out mutually agreeable arrangements to share labor, to share equipment, and to develop additional enterprises because we know what the value is, and this creates benchmarks. So the beauty is of the 20, we have about 22 people that earn their living from the farm. Not a single person is hourly paid. We don't believe in hourly pay. How's that? Okay? It's always tension. The employer never knows if they're getting their money's worth, and the worker always says, I'm kicking tail and nobody cares. It doesn't give me a raise if I increase my speed by 10%. That's why we have so much labor management tension in the country. So the beauty of creating benchmarks for your value system by using time and motion studies is you can get out of the hourly pay business, and now suddenly everybody becomes a risk taker, a stakeholder, and it becomes self-vetting. You either make the benchmark and make good money, or you don't make the benchmark and you leave. I never have to fire anybody. It either works or it doesn't work. But it's done with time and motion studies. And finally, number 10, a portable farm. A portable farm. So what we want is a farm in which our equity is in information, management, and customers. It's not in infrastructure. It's not in inputs. It's not in all the normal things, capital intensive infrastructure, energy intensive, pharmaceutically intensive, capital intensive infrastructure that a farm normally has. When you have a portable farm, now suddenly you don't have to own the land you're on. And we've launched numerous young people as full-time farmers now, no money, no land, and they still don't own any land, but they're full-time farming, collaborating with somebody else. There is not a square foot, I'll just mention one, there is not a square foot of farmland in the world, whether it's an orchard, a vineyard, a wheat farm, corn farm, cattle farm, dairy farm, there's not a square foot of farmland in the world that wouldn't benefit from pastured poultry. Not a single one. Including interstate medians, national parks. I mean, you go to Mexico and they've got 6 milk cows mowing the city park. They don't run big bat wing mowers. You go right down the interstate, going down south of, to Monterrey, Mexico. You go down the interstate, and every little bit there's a tethered milk cow along the edge of the interstate. They're mowing the interstate. They don't run a bunch of bat wings. To me, man, that's cool. That's progressive. I mean, it's Neanderthal to be running around with great big diesel spewing tractors with bat wing mowers. Let's mow it with milk. That's the way to actually make a change. So the portable farm then creates our equity in mobile. It's mobile, modular, and management intensive. So we're substituting all that petroleum, capital, pharmaceutical, all that in order to create the portable farm that we can then move around and farm as collaborators or using nooks and crannies that currently aren't being used. And so those are the 10 threads of success that I have seen around the world. They cross cultures, politics, climates, every place. Those are the 10 threads of commonality that I see in happy, successful, profitable, successional, multi-generational type farms. Thank you very much.
Hang on for just a second. So give Joel a round of applause. He's been here from the beginning. I have a question for you. Do you want him back next year? Oh, boy. We've already booked him. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
All right. We have some announcements to make regarding next year. We have some tickets that are available, and I'll let Marcus fill you in on the details.
So I'm going to hit you with a sales pitch. The tickets, this year's pricing is available for the combination tickets until Sunday night. And then we'll have to collect our costs and decide what the ticket prices will be next year. So the tickets will be taken down after this Sunday night, and will take about 30 days to establish the ticket prices for next year. But you, and anyone you know, can buy the tickets at the current price until Sunday night. I think lunch is ready.
Okay, will you pray?
Let's bow our heads for prayer. And those of you who are in line or eating already can just pray for what's already in your stomach. Let's bow our heads. Father in heaven, thank you for this day. Thank you for rain, for sunshine. Thanks for each person here created in your image. Thank you for your blessing on our bodies, on our land, and on our food. Thank you for this time together. We pray that you would help us to see each other. Pray that you would help us to meet who you want us to meet, connect us who you want us to be connected with. Thank you for each one of the speakers that shared from their life, from their life to ours to enrich our life. And thank you for all of your blessings that would take us a long time to recall. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. So we're going to be back on here at 1 o'clock. Callie Means will be back on stage, and then we have workshops throughout the afternoon.
We got some pigs and chickens and none of them are tame. But then the trouble started when Mama gave them each a name. She named the bull Sylvester cause he thinks he's big and mean. The hogs are Rick and Jenny and they're never squeaky clean. The hens are Frank and Sally and they're scared of a mouse. The sheep are Gabe and Casey and they live inside the house. We can't make no money on the farm. We can't make no money on the farm. With a duck named Lou, a cow named Sue, tell me what we're supposed to do. We can't make no money on the farm.
You gotta be kidding me.
The goats are Jim and Betty, and George and Kim and Sam. The geese are Jane and Freddie, Steve and Bob and Pam. She won't let me sell a single animal we've raised. I tell her we need money, but she will not be fazed. Now she's putting name tags on tomatoes and the beets. We're all gonna starve to death with nothing to eat. Never name the livestock, that's what they say. Cause if you name the livestock, you will surely pay. We can't make no money on the farm. We can't make no money on the farm. With a duck named Lou, a cow named Sue, tell me what we're supposed to do. We can't make no money on the farm. Mama don't name the livestock. Mama don't name the livestock. Mama don't name the livestock again. Mama don't name the livestock. Mama don't name the livestock. Mama don't name the livestock again. We can't make no money on the farm. We can't make no money on the farm. With a duck named Lou, a cow named Sue, tell me what we're supposed to do. We can't make no money on the farm.
Put that pig down and get in here for supper.
I see the storm fill the sky. I hear a tree fall nearby. But under your wings, we safely abide. Thunder rolls through the night. The house is filled with bright, flashing light. But under your wings, we safely abide. Sleep, little children. There's peace in the valley. Sleep, little children. Peace, peace is flooding my soul. Peace, peace is flooding my soul. When the morning comes bright and clear, you have washed away all our fear. Under your wings, we safely abide. There is peace in the valley. There is peace in the valley.
It's easy to forget that you're not alone when you're walking on the water. Waves crashing at your feet and the winds keep getting stronger. It makes it harder to believe till you remember you didn't start the journey on your own. The one who calms the seas, he's the one who's with you in it. lead you safely through the storms. You're gonna be alright. You put your life in his hands, not afraid to go where you've never been before. You trust in him. You're gonna be alright, holding tightly to his hand. He's the one who knows how the story goes and how it ends for those who walk out on the water. They say it's the struggle that always makes you stronger, and it's your faith that's gonna get you through. You know you're gonna make it. You didn't take the journey on your own, and the one who's by your side, he's the one you can rely on to bring you safely home. You're gonna be alright. You put your life in his hands, not afraid to go where you've never been before. You trust in him. Oh, you're gonna be alright, holding tightly to his hand. He's the one who knows how the story goes and how it ends for those who walk out on the water. It's easy to forget that you're not alone, but the one who calms the seas, he's the one who's with you, and he'll lead you safely through the storms. Milking the cow, slopping the sow, what a life we've come to now. Don't like what I see in the city. Crime seems prime, what a pity. Looking at street lights and cars, wishing for new sights and stars. So I'm heading for clover and trees, taking my sweet lover with me. Where whippoorwills call and do no harm, and peace abides on the farm. Together let's build a homestead where cows and pigs are all well fed, warming hands by a wood stove fire. What could give us more desire? Children playing with the chickens, homemade meals from pickings, in the garden compost grown, saving our seeds hand sown, feeding our family all from scratch, growing our food in the garden patch, milking a cow, slopping the sow, what a life we've come to now. Children playing with the chickens, homemade meals from pickings, in the garden compost grown, saving our seeds hand sown, feeding our family all from scratch, growing our food in the garden patch, milking a cow, slopping the sow, what a life we've come to now. Children playing with the chickens, homemade meals from pickings, in the garden compost grown, saving our seeds hand sown, feeding our family all from scratch, growing our food in the garden patch, milking a cow, slopping the sow, what a life we've come to now. Milking the cow, slopping the sow, what a life we've come to now.
if we could start all over? Go to a place where skies are blue, somewhere we can breathe again. What can we do? What should we do? We'll leave the world far behind us, sing a new song in the night, somewhere we can live again. What if we could start over? What if we could find a simple life? The world isn't kind. Leave it behind. What if we could live with peace of mind where clouds are silver lined? What if we could? What if we could? We'll find a place to watch the sunrise, make a home where crickets sing, somewhere we can breathe again. It won't be long till the morning. What if we could find a simple life? The world isn't kind. Leave it behind. What if we could live with peace of mind where clouds are silver lined? What if we could? What if we could?
I was raised in the country, not a city around, with the sky at night where the stars abound. Everywhere you look were the sights and sounds of men who tilled the ground. I look around the world today, seems the love of the land has gone away. Men flock to the cities now to earn their pay. There's got to be a better way, 'cause this big city living is taking its toll. I wanna get out now to free my soul, lead a simple life once more, with nature outside my door. Gonna change my ways, get back to the land, eat what I've grown with my own two hands, and trust in God the way He planned. That should be the way of man. This world won't change, that's a foregone fact, but I can take my little piece of the world right back. I might not get rich, but I won't have lack. I'm gonna get back, I'm getting back to the land. Gonna change my ways, get back down to the grocery store to buy some peas and carrots. But when I saw the prices there, well, my mind could hardly bear it. I was told we must accept all this inflation stuff they're spewing. Seems they're trying to drive us all right to the brink of ruin. The produce looked okay, I guess. Don't know what farm it's made on, who planted it, how it grew, what chemicals they sprayed on. Well, it really got me thinking I should grow this on my own. Got a garden plot, maybe not a lot, but it's right there at my home. From seed to spoon, gonna grow my food myself. I'd rather pick it from the ground than pick it from a grocery shelf. I'm gonna work the soil, my toil will pay off soon. I'll eat what I've grown from what I've sown, seed to spoon. Well, the corn is looking great. We've got zucchini and potatoes. I can't wait to taste a burger topped with our tomatoes. Most everything we need can be grown in our backyards. It might take a little elbow grease, but it's really not that hard. From seed to spoon, gonna grow my food myself. I'd rather pick it from the ground than pick it from a grocery shelf. I'm gonna work the soil, my toil will pay off soon. I'll eat what I've grown from what I've sown, seed to spoon. Been working in the city, but my day's done. Gonna hit the road like a man on the run. Head to the place that I truly love. Grass on the ground and trees above. That job in the city might pay the bills, but the rat race there still gives me chills. A country life is the one for me. Getting back to the land with my family. Don't get me wrong, I'm a thankful man, but at times I just don't understand why men want to live in a sardine can. Got the wind in my hair and I feel alive. I'm off to the place that we love to share. My wife and the kids are waiting there. We're simplifying, that's part of the plan. Teaching our kids how to love the land. The world might say we've lost our minds, and we'll just leave the world behind. Don't get me wrong, we have our days, but we love this life, and we're here to stay. To the homestead, where my heart and soul get fed.
I can't I? Yes, I can. I can't I? Yes, I can. Superb lids really seal, and that blue ring makes me feel like I can. Yes, I can. I can. Canning used to be a ball, then it wasn't fun at all. But we're back on the track once again. And now there's nothing that can top when I hear those lids go. I can, yes I can, I can. Oh, I can, can't I? Yes I can. I can, can't I? Yes I can. Super lids really seal, and that blue ring makes me feel like I can. Yes I can, I can. Is there any better feeling than to hear a jar lid sealing over food that you grew yourself? I'm so glad we've left behind days when lids were hard to find, 'cause now Superb turns them out by the shelf. Oh, I can, can't I? Yes I can. I can, can't I? Yes I can. Superb lids really seal, and that blue ring makes me feel like I can. Yes I can. Oh, I know I really can. I can, yes I can. I can.
If God wanted us to be vegetarians, he wouldn't have made cows out of meat.
We bought a farm 3 years ago to change our lives around. We got ourselves a tractor so we could plow the ground. We got some pigs and chickens and none of them were tame. But then the trouble started when Mama gave them each a name. She named the bull Sylvester 'cause he thinks he's big and mean. The hogs are Rick and Jenny and they're never squeaky clean. The hens are Frank and Sally and they're scared of a mouse. The sheep are Gabe and Casey and they live inside the house. We can't make no money on the farm. We can't make no money on the farm. With a duck named Lou, a cow named Sue, tell me what we're supposed to do. We can't make no money on the farm.
You gotta be kidding me.
The goats are Jim and Betty, and George and Kim and Sam. The geese are Jane and Freddie, Steve and Bob and Pam. She won't let me sell a single animal we've raised. I tell her we need money, but she will not be fazed. Now she's putting name tags on tomatoes and the beets. We're all gonna starve to death with nothing to eat. Never name the livestock, that's what they say. 'Cause if you name the livestock, you will surely pay. We can't make no money on the farm. We can't make no money on the farm. With a duck named Lou, a cow named Sue, tell me what we're supposed to do. We can't make no money on the farm. Mama don't name the livestock. Mama don't name the livestock. Mama don't name the livestock again. Mama don't name the livestock. Mama don't name the livestock. Mama don't name the livestock again. We can't make no money on the farm. We can't make no money on the farm. With a duck named Lou, a cow named Sue, tell me what we're supposed to do. We can't make no money on the farm.
Put that pig down and get in here for supper.
I see the stone fill the sky. I hear a tree safely abide. Sleep, little children, there's peace in the valley. Sleep, little children, peace, peace is flooding my soul. Peace, peace is flooding my soul. When the morning comes bright and clear, you have washed away all I fear. Under your wings, we safely abide. There is peace in the valley. There is peace in the valley.
It's easy to forget that you're not alone when you're walking on the water. Waves crashing at your feet and the winds keep getting stronger. It makes it harder to believe till you remember you didn't start the journey on your own. The one who calms the seas, he's the one who's with you in it. Lead you safely through the storms. You're gonna be alright. You put your life in his hands, not afraid to go where you've never been before. You trust in him. You're gonna be alright. Holding tightly to his hand. He's the one who knows how the story goes and how it ends for those who walk out on the water. They say it's the struggle that always makes you stronger. And it's your faith that's gonna get you through. You know you're gonna make it. You didn't take the journey on your own. And the one who's by your side, he's the one you can rely on to bring you safely home. You're gonna be alright. You put your life in his hands, not afraid to go where you've never been before. You trust in him. oh, you're gonna be alright. Holding tightly to his hand, he's the one who knows how the story goes, and how it is for those who walk out on the water. It's easy to forget that you're not alone. But the one who calms the seas, he's the one who's with you, and he'll lead you safely through the storms. Milking the cow, slopping the sow, what a life we've come to now. What I see in the city, crime seems prime, what a pity. Looking at street lights and cars, wishing for new sights and stars. So I'm heading for clover and trees, taking my sweet lover with me. Well, whippoorwills call and do no harm, and peace abides on the farm. Together let's build a homestead where cows and pigs are all well fed, warming hands by a wood stove fire. What could give us more desire? Children playing with the chickens, homemade meals from pickings, in the garden compost grown, saving our seeds hand sown, feeding our family all from scratch, growing our food in the garden patch, milking a cow, slopping the sow, what a life we've come to now. Children playing with the chickens, homemade meals from pickings, in the garden compost grown, saving our seeds hand sown, feeding our family all from scratch, growing our food in the garden patch, milking a cow, slopping the sow, what a life we've come to now. Children playing with the chickens, homemade meals from pickings, in the garden compost grown, saving our seeds hand sown, feeding our family all from scratch, growing our food in the garden patch, milking a cow, slopping the sow, what a life we've come to now. Milking the cow, slopping the sow, what a life we've come to now.
What if we could start all over? Go to a place where skies are blue, somewhere we can breathe again. What can we do? What should we do? We'll leave the world far behind us, sing a new song in the night, somewhere we can live again. What if we could start over? What if we could? we could? We'll find a place to watch the sunrise, make a home where crickets sing, somewhere we can breathe again. It won't be long till the morning. What if we could find a simple life? The world isn't kind. Leave it behind. What if we could live with peace of mind where clouds are silver lined? What if we could? What if we could?
I was raised in the country, not a city around, with the sky at night where the stars abound. Everywhere you look were the sights and sounds of men who tilled the ground. I look around the world today, seems the love of the land has gone away. Men flock to the cities now to earn their pay. There's got to be a better way, 'cause this big city living is taking its toll. I wanna get out now to free my soul, lead a simple life once more, with nature outside my door. Gonna change my ways, get back to the land, eat what I've grown with my own two hands, and trust in God the way He planned. That should be the way of man. This world won't change, that's a foregone fact, but I can take my little piece of the world right back. I might not get rich, but I won't have lack. I'm gonna get back, I'm getting back to the land. Gonna change my ways, get back to the land, eat what I've grown with my own two hands, trust in God the way He planned. That should be the way of man. Well, this world won't change, that's a foregone fact, but I can take my little piece of the world right back. I might not get rich, but I won't have lack. I'm gonna get back, I'm getting back to the land. Gonna change my ways, get back to the land. Gonna change my ways, get back to the land. Gonna change my ways, get back to the land. I went down to the grocery store to buy some peas and carrots. But when I saw the prices there, well, my mind could hardly bear it. I was told we must accept all this inflation stuff they're spewing. Seems they're trying to drive us all right to the brink of ruin. The produce looked okay, I guess. Don't know what farm it's made on, who planted it, how it grew, what chemicals they sprayed on. Well, it really got me thinking I should grow this on my own. Got a garden plot, maybe not a lot, but it's right there at my home. From seed to spoon, gonna grow my food myself. I'd rather pick it from the ground than pick it from a grocery shelf. I'm gonna work the soil, my toil will pay off soon. I'll eat what I've grown from what I've sown, seed to spoon. Well, the corn is looking great. We've got zucchini and potatoes. I can't wait to taste a burger topped with our tomatoes. Most everything we need can be grown in our backyards. It might take a little elbow grease, but it's really not that hard. From seed to spoon, I'm gonna grow my food myself. I'd rather pick it from the ground than pick it from a grocery shelf. I'm gonna work the soil, my toil will pay off soon. I'll eat what I've grown from what I've sown, seed to spoon. I've been working in the city, but my day's done. Gonna hit the road like a man on the run. Head to the place that I truly love. Grass on the ground and trees above. That job in the city might pay the bills, but the rat race there still gives me chills. A country life is the one for me. Getting back to the land with my family. Don't get me wrong, I'm a thankful man, but at times I just don't understand why men want to live in a sardine can. Drive, got the wind in my hair and I feel alive. I'm off to the place that we love to share. My wife and my kids are waiting there. We're simplifying that part of the plan, teaching our kids how to love the land. The world might say we've lost our minds, but we'll just leave the world behind. Don't get me wrong, we have our days, but we love this life and we're here to stay.
I can't I? Yes, I can. I can't I? Yes, I can. Superb lids really seal, and that blue ring makes me feel like I can. Yes, I can. I can. Canning used to be a ball, then it wasn't fun at all. But we're back on the track once again. And now there's nothing that can top when I hear those lids go. I can, yes I can, I can. Oh, I can't I? Yes I can. I can't I? Yes I can. Super lids really seal, and that blue ring makes me feel like I can. Yes I can, I can. Is there any better feeling than to hear a jar lid sealing over food that you grew yourself? I'm so glad we've left behind days when lids were hard to find, 'cause now Superb turns them out by the shelf. Oh, I can't I? Yes I can. I can't I? Yes I can. Superb lids really seal, and that blue ring makes me feel like I can. Yes I can. Oh, I know I really can. I can. Yes I can. I can.
If God wanted us to be vegetarians, He wouldn't have made cows out of meat.
We bought a farm 3 years ago to change our lives around. We got ourselves a tractor so we could plow the ground. We got some pigs and chickens and none of them are tame. But then the trouble started when Mama gave them each a name. She named the bull Sylvester 'cause he thinks he's big and mean. The hogs are Rick and Jenny and they're never squeaky clean. The hens are Frank and Sally and they're scared of a mouse. The sheep are Gabe and Casey and they live inside the house. We can't make no money on the farm. We can't make no money on the farm. With a duck named Lou, a cow named Sue, tell me what we're supposed to do. We can't make no money on the farm.
You gotta be kidding me.
The goats are Jim and Betty, and George and Kim and Sam. The geese are Jane and Freddie, Steve and Bob and Pam. She won't let me sell a single animal we've raised. I tell her we need money, but she will not be phased. Now she's putting name tags on tomatoes.
Do we have my slides back?
beets.
Read my slides.
Check, check. Hey, just 1 o'clock, Callie Means is going to take the stage. For those of you who are having lunch, you'll be in for a treat. If you're here on purpose, hang around till 1 o'clock.
Mama don't name the livestock. Mama don't name the livestock. Mama don't name the livestock again. Mama don't name the livestock. Mama don't name the livestock. Mama don't name the livestock again. We can't make no money on the farm. We can't make no money on the farm. With a duck named Lou, a cow named Sue, tell me what we're supposed to do. We can't make no money on the farm.
Put that pig down and get in here for supper.
I see the stone fill the sky. I hear a tree we safely abide. Thunder rolls through the night. The house is filled with bright, flashing light. But under your wings, we safely abide. Sleep, little children. There's peace in the valley. Sleep, little children. Peace, peace is flooding my soul. Peace, peace is flooding my soul. When the morning comes bright and clear, you have washed away all I fear. Under your wings, we safely abide. There is peace in the valley. There is peace in the valley.
It's easy to forget that you're not alone when you're walking on the water. Waves crashing at your feet and the winds keep getting stronger. It makes it harder to believe till you remember you didn't start the journey on your own. The one who calms the seas, he's the one who's with you and he'll lead you safely through the storms. You're gonna be alright. You put your life in his hands, not afraid to go where you've never been before. You trust in him. You're gonna be alright. Holding tightly to his hand, he's the one who knows how the story goes and how it ends for those who walk out on the water. They say it's the struggle that always makes you stronger. And It's your faith that's gonna get you through. You know you're gonna make it. You didn't take the journey on your own. And the one who's by your side, he's the one you can rely on to bring you safely home. You're gonna be alright. You put your life in his hands.
Good afternoon. Did you get enough to eat? It is, after all, a food summit, right? We like our down-home cooking, and we don't want anybody to go hungry. So Callie Means is going to be back up, and this is your opportunity to ask questions. So we're going to have the sound team make a couple microphones available so you're able to walk up to the microphone and ask a question. Or, Callie said that if you can't do that, just shout out. He'll repeat the question. So please put your hands together for Mr. Callie Means.
Thank you. Great to see you guys again. Get my slides up here. All right. So I'm going to walk through a couple concepts from our book and just reiterate some of the, I think, most foundational questions we're grappling with, and really questions that, through my sister and us working on this book and thinking about this, I think are at the centerpiece of where we need to get to on health and take advantage of our own health empowerment. But I would love for this to be an open session. So I'll do a little bit of rambling, but I would love hard questions, tough questions, personal health, what's happening in DC, what's happening with Secretary Kennedy. I would love to engage on anything on anyone's mind and have this very freewheeling. But just to kind of talk about, it's the topic of the speech, good energy, and what's had a profound impact on me and where I think we're going and need to go in this country. I'll walk through the book, and it's something I talked about earlier today, but the book starts with my sister at the end of medical school choosing between the 42 specialties, and I think that is such a core concept that when you go into a hospital, you are being divided into 42 parts, and then subdivided after that into another 82 parts. And the average American sees over 20 of those specialists. And just this idea and how ingrained it is in the medical system that your skin is a different organ for the dermatologist, that your brain is for the neurologist, the brain surgeons, that your mental health is for the psychiatrist, that your hormone disorders are for the endocrinologist, that your heart issues are for the cardiologist. This concept of siloing is deeply embedded into the healthcare system, and it's really by design. The actual guiding health document that we exist under today is called the Flexner Report, and this is from 1909. And it is the guiding law for health education today. So 1909, and the person who wrote that report was a lawyer for John D. Rockefeller. And John D. Rockefeller found that with his oil byproducts, he could actually use some of the petroleum derivatives to create pharmaceutical products. And probably some good intentions. The medicine was seen as the Wild West, but certainly for profit motive too. He started modern medical schools. So he was the first funder and primary funder to the University of Chicago, Johns Hopkins. And he actually started what we have today as residency programs and the idea of evidence-based medicine, siloing of medicine. And he very intentionally had this written in the report. And it says in the report that still guides medicine today that nutrition, holistic medicine, chiropractic, any other medical modality that's not just identifying a symptom and cutting it open or prescribing a pill for it, that's not real medicine. So I just think it's interesting to know the history, because what we have today is very much ingrained, and it created a system where Casey, in Stanford Medical School, talking about nutrition, talking about exercise, she was reprimanded. Doctors are reprimanded. She was belittled. It's seen as this less than thing to talk about diet or exercise. She was literally told by somebody, you didn't go to nutrition school. So that type of culture that exists today is very much embedded in the medical system. And the other interesting dynamic is back before World War II, nearly 100% of healthcare costs were acute conditions. So a lot of the great medical miracles are advanced surgical procedures that, saved our lives, right? Childbirth was 3% death rate in 1900, 2 to 3%. It was more deadly to give childbirth than have breast cancer. So, on the edge case, certainly some medical procedures to make sure 2 to 3% of women didn't die during childbirth, that is a good thing. But now 40% of children are born via C-section. We've gone too far. We've medicalized everything. And that type of siloing that works sometimes for acute issues now is used for chronic issues. And the lie and what this has done is it's erased the tree. It's erased that the tree, the base of it is the same thing. It's not siloed. There's something happening to our cells. And if we can get that right, if we can get our metabolic health right, if we can actually stop listening to the medical system so much, which tells us that ultra-processed food is healthy, that really encourages and recommends a lot of these things, that incentivizes us to have a bad food system and then manage our conditions, not treat them, we'd be a reformed country. But again, this war to not see the base of this tree is real, and I think that's what the energy we really need to have. And from a personal empowerment standpoint, despite all the media narrative and even the narratives from the medical system that you guys and a lot of what we think is anti-science, there is something really real there. And I do think when it comes to chronic conditions, getting outside of that pharmaceutical treadmill and really being on a path of exploration of what's causing that cellular dysfunction at the base is really important. And as we talked about earlier, it really goes to these three core areas. I'm skipping ahead here, but I can't emphasize this enough. There's been a lot of conversations, and this is my personal view, but when we get into the topics of the book or the actual plan, the first part is knowing what's going on inside your body. And I've met so many people who have been battling an autoimmune condition or battling all of these random symptoms, and they're on pill after pill after pill, and then they finally go to a functional medicine doctor. They actually have a doctor that is curious, that goes deeper than those standard 5 blood tests, but sees what their nutrient deficiencies are like, goes deeper on their cholesterol levels, goes deeper on their inflammation markers, measures their insulin resistance. And almost always there's a real blaring warning sign. They're not able to make vitamin D efficiently or process vitamin D efficiently. That leads them to understand there's actually something wrong with their kidney because they have a low amount of a certain supplement. There's really this puzzle that we can all piece together. I think everyone wants to piece together, that we're really prevented to from the medical system. And I do think, literally these blood tests, these understanding of these dynamics on this page can really be a tool to help understand what's going on in our body if we are facing some kind of nagging chronic condition and are being prescribed a lot of pills. The ones on the left, the basics, if these 7 biomarkers are under regular levels, by definition, you can't get diabetes. By definition, you're not obese. And almost by definition, you don't have heart disease. You don't have Alzheimer's, which is downstream of diabetes, now called type 3 diabetes. You don't have kidney disease. You're much lower likelihood of having depression. So that's one core thing, is however this means anything to you. And I know, a lot of people I've talked to today don't like to go to the doctor at all, and I fully understand that. But however it makes sense for you, being on a path of curiosity about what the root cause is, and you can tell a lot from these blood tests. And then with a better understanding of what's going on, it does lead you to the basics. With food, again, I think we can turn the entire nutrition department of the government, fire them tomorrow, and I don't mean this hyperbolically. We can cut the billions of dollars that we spend on nutrition research, producing studies saying sugar is healthy. We can cut all funding and literally just replace the government guidance with eat whole food, avoid refined sugar, avoid seed oils, avoid refined grains, and look for food that has nutrient-dense, life-giving minerals. And again, the people say that's too simplified. This is what my sister's going to try to do. This is what they're attacking her on. I do think we need the simple messaging. If we celebrate whole food, I don't care if it's vegan or carnivore. I know a lot of vegans who start that way. They get more curious about whole food, and then they start eating meat. Maybe the other way around. It doesn't really matter. If we get those core inflammatory ingredients out of our diet, we'll be a lot better. On movement, I think it's very notable that, we've had disastrous health as gyms start growing. The more gyms, the more unhealthy we are. I think a lot of folks I've talked to here, just in your daily lives, you're moving a lot more than the average American. We're getting 3,000 less steps than people do in Europe. Kids are just basically engineered to be sedentary with the schools that were designed by John D. Rockefeller as well, which basically sit these kids, little boys, at a desk for 8 hours in a sunless room, very little recess. We basically have scientifically created an environment for our kids with our, general processes. And I know a lot of people here have woken up to that. But we've basically looked at what causes a child's metabolic health to fail and basically geoengineered an environment to do that. We sit them in sunless rooms, sedentary, essentially feeding them ultra-processed food, giving them phones at early ages to trigger their chronic stress. I mean, it's literally like we've designed it for disrupting these core biomarkers. So movement's obviously extremely important. Chronic stress, I do think we're having an awakening on that with our children. You look at the suicide and mental health disorders among specifically teenage girls. Antipsychotic drugs, prescriptions for teenage girls has gone up 600% in 8 years. We have a clear crisis happening there, and we're drugging them. I've been called by a senator and Secretary Kennedy dangerously anti-science for saying that it might be a concern that 25% of women are on an SSRI and they're exploding among use on antidepressant use among teenagers. And I don't think that's an anti-scientific statement. We have to look at the root cause of that. Obviously there's a lot of culprits, but with technology, again, we don't want to ban all technology necessarily, but there's clearly something happening with the chronic stress of the phones. And then over-medicalization, we have to take a look at. Talked yesterday about, it was shocking to me, we have 2 times as many vaccines as they do in Norway. Until this year, that has been absolutely taboo to study. You can't study it. Well, we're studying it now. We're going to study what that impact has on severe, interventions that maybe aren't even necessary, given that other very established countries are doing it, have on kids. We should be insisting on placebo-controlled studies. It was shocking to me. The FDA commissioner got in, and they have new vaccines, and he asked for a study, and they acted appalled that there was going to be a study conducted. I'm like, that can't be true. Their lecturing is about gold star science. New vaccines didn't require a placebo-controlled study. They're just automatically approved. We couldn't believe it. So he just literally said, we need a study. We need a study, like with the control group, a standard study. And they acted like it was bloody murder. So it's these common sense things, and the divorcing of common sense that exists in healthcare today is really staggering. And it is dark to me, because it does, I don't think intentionally on an individual level all the time with people, and these are often good people that work in medicine, but on a systemic level, it is preying on a child being in fear, a child being sick, a child being dependent on drugs. There are huge economic incentives to depend on that. So I think over-medicalization is clearly a very important thing we need to look at. And I think it needs to be okay to say that being on less chronic disease medications is better, and being free of drugs if we can, and looking for more natural remedies is better. So I'll stop there, and would love any questions whatsoever, and love to engage. Yes. so you're have AFib and been put on some pills, and they're like, oh, just go along. And then the question is, where does it come from, or? So what's being described here is something that happens a lot, where I'll just give another example that I think is analogous. My dad had a procedure, a heart procedure recently, and he had, because of an issue he had, they said don't use a certain catheter, and there was clear instructions, and the medical team didn't read that and put something in that ended up causing an infection. And there was a warning about that. So he gets home, goes into epileptic shock. I mean, almost died. My sister had to carry him to the car, drive him back to the hospital. I mean, it was very scary. And he was in the hospital then for 3 weeks. He had IVs with the antibiotics. It was a ton of actual work after that. And that, of course, the bill for that, which insurance, and the government paid, was $2 million. And it really represents what I think happens all the time right now in medicine, where there's zero awareness or thinking and action incentive to do more interventions that then lead to a cascading issues, because every single medication has other side effects. And then there's a shocking dearth of responsibility for those side effects. Another one is SSRIs, antidepressants, often cause weight gain. And now at psychiatrists, they're prescribing Ozempic with the weight loss pill with the SSRIs just right off the bat, because they're like, this is gonna make you gain weight, so here's the weight loss drug. But the weight loss drug has a black box warning that it increases depression and suicidal ideation, so you need to up the SSRI. And it just, nobody understands. So that's why I say many of us are on the path of these drugs, and we should certainly be careful if we're being put on the path, but all of these drugs have other side effects, and then you need more drugs. That's why there's 4.9 billion prescriptions a year. So obviously everyone's case is unique. My high-level goal, and I think what we're trying to do in the country, is all to just tell you directly, the medical system is not there for you. It's just not, to have an off-ramp to these doctors using their authority to tell you that this is the route you have to go, and if you need to be stunted back to life late. I mean, that's how they think. And this is something I'm talking to my sister about. I think we need to be honest. They're not there for you right now. And I just know that, seeing a functional medicine doctor, if you're able, understand. Really. Just very tactically, there's a functional medicine directory online. There's a lot of, I think there's so many pain points and so many people suffering and not being served by the medical system. There are a lot of new services online. I use a company called Function Health, where you can get a full analysis from a really good doctor remote to see your blood. It's a sign of potentially nutrient deficiency. There's puzzle pieces. So at the highest level, what I hope the medical system would do in a situation like yours is really be curious about what's going on inside your body. And instead of telling you that it's inevitable, you have to go down this pathway for the rest of your life and take pills, really be curious about where the underlying causes are of what's causing these issues, and then going on a path around food, around other habits. And I know you want to do that. I do, putting these simple ideas in the book, I was telling our editor, it's so simple, eat healthy, all these things. We had shopping lists, and I was amazed by how many people were like, it was just helpful to have the shopping list. I think people are clamoring for information. So, but very tactically, I do think functional medicine practitioners do have ways and are good at trying to discover what the underlying cause is. And there's a real fight right now to make that really the center of medicine, because everyone should have that type of care. They quit taking their vitamins. Yes. Yes. Yes, drug advertisements. All right. Are people going to go to jail for COVID and direct-to-consumer pharma advertising? Okay, so I'll just get on the pharma ads. I'll tell you just my personal experience of policies like this and what Secretary Kennedy is up against. It is impossible to define how complex these bureaucracies are and how interwoven they are. And when I see what he has to deal with and the level of legal review and level of, interaction with Congress and level of, the 70,000 people at the HHS and the other agencies to get, because theoretically it's like these things can just be signed, they can get done. I'm in there like, hey, let's go, and we're pushing really, really hard. But there are bureaucracies, the USDA, the HHS, others, that have been built through, I just see when I look at these agencies, hundreds of millions of dollars, decades of work to make these things as complex as possible and put as many checks and balances in to resist change. So on the DTC farm ads, that's something that's being talked about a lot. It is something that can be done, and we're working really hard on it. At a high level perspective, Bobby's got a team of real warriors, and there's huge, and this isn't against any one person. There's massive institutional pressure. There's massive Senate congressional pressure. Anything that's even whispered, if we're in a 10-person meeting, it's leaked with by the time the meeting's over. There's senators calling. There's this incredible structure of forces to not get anything done. But I'd like to see that, and I know Bobby would, and a lot of other things happening. And I would just say, I think a lot of people here are advocates. A lot of people here want to see a lot of change. And the great thing this movement has is animation. And it's not that we shouldn't be pushing and frankly holding people to account. But I do think you're going to see a lot more activities like that. And I think even in the past 100 days, with what's happening to GRAS standards to actually know what's in our food, what's happening with food chemicals, what's happening with the vaccine panel move, insisting on more trials, more transparency, the fact that we've even started this conversation around health, the fact that we've reformed food stamps now to take soda off food stamps, we're revising the dietary guidelines, which is a massive, I think, massive thing. I mean, there's a lot that I think has happened in the 150 days. There's a lot more to do, and my goal is that you'll see a lot of things like that, and we can all be happy and keep momentum for this movement alive, because the voter energy is going to be what keeps us alive. Yes? Yeah. So the question is how, because this system is so rigged with Rockefeller literally being written into the law since 1909, this corruption, how do we unwind it? And that's frankly what I'm trying to help on however I can from growing up in DC, because when I started awakening on these issues with my sister and, spending about 2 years just kind of thinking about these concepts, writing the book with her, I was like very depressed for a while. I was like, this is such a massive, dark issue. And I think we probably all feel that way to some degree. There's so many forces that are really against us. How can we possibly do this? And the way I see it in DC right now is that we are talking about a full-scale revolution of American society, American culture, the healthcare system, the agriculture system. It's radical. I mean, like when you start peeling this back, it's like a full change of the U.S. economy. So I don't think it's too incrementalist to say that is a multi-year journey. And when I think about how to do it, I do think it's important that we get impossible to disagree with wins, because literally what I'd put as an impossible to disagree with is soda being funded by food stamps. It's like $15 billion a year go from the federal treasury to soda for a program for lower income nutrition. It's just like you can't, the lobbyists did disagree with it, but you cannot disagree with that. I think the dietary guidelines, we should not be recommending sugar to 2-year-olds when we have a diabetes and obesity crisis among kids. You know, we're gonna have that fight. It's like, can you create arguments that are actually impossible to create? Even what Secretary Kennedy did on the, if you saw, he fired the entire vaccine committee. I love that, and I think it fits in that because the media and the medical community cries bloody murder, and then you look at who was on the committee, they're all taking money from pharma. It's crazy. You look at the videos of them deliberating, they're, oh, you know, this isn't done in Europe, we don't have any research on this, okay, vote it up. It's just like, it's undefensible. It's indefensible. So we're trying, in my head, to piece together as many micro things that are very important that keep making the case. And I'll be honest, I think we're trying actually to win the argument that we shouldn't trust the medical system. I mean, people say that it's like a bad thing. We shouldn't trust the medical system. And we all know that, but there's an argument that we need to win. I do think it's so important we keep talking about this. We keep buying, frankly, from vendors here that are making whole food. We start just voting with our wallets, talking about this revolution health, because if we can win this argument, and we're not there, I don't think we're there at full 50% of the country plus that understands this deeply. We got to win that argument. And then I just think if we have many of those steps, in 10 years, if that momentum holds, we won't realize, we'll be in a totally different trajectory. We'll be in a totally different trajectory. You know, fundamentally taking on agriculture incentives and trying to, you know, like do something aggressive to how those incentives work this year for soybeans and corn, which own essentially 5 states and are deeply, you know, you got to be careful with it. I'm trying to build in my head a case and get unimpeachable wins that are impossible to disagree with to continue this momentum to where we have just radical change when we look back after 10 years. And I do think the wins will beget more wins. If this movement is popular in two years and it becomes the debate of the presidential cycle of who's making the country more healthy, we're just gonna have more and more, and importantly, get more people in. There's nobody in the government, very few people that really understand these things. Everyone comes from traditional backgrounds. So I think this, we need to be a little patient in that respect. Yes?
Why isn't Cory Booker an ally of our country?
That's a great question. Why isn't Cory Booker an ally? I think, yeah, you know, when Casey and I started, you know, a couple years ago, we met with Cory Booker a lot. I met with Nancy Pelosi. I met with a lot of Democrats. I mean, these are Democratic issues. You know, if you close your eyes and listen to Bobby Kennedy talk, you'd think you were at a Democratic rally, you know, 7 years ago. My political analysis is something deeply powerful in many ways happened during COVID. I think COVID, you know, probably was one of the most important, you know, societal, historical dynamics of our lifetime. I think it was going to have so many impacts from how we think about health to children's development to cultural issues, you know, that we'll see for the next generation. One thing it did is, for whatever reason, the Democrats are the party of experts, and I think the fact that President Trump was kind of billed as against the vaccine, against the lockdowns, now for MAHA, it's just this reflexive effort to be against that, even though these are ideas that the left has often agreed with. So that actually gives me some hope, because I do think we have this like intense Trump derangement syndrome in the world right now, where you literally have Democrats arguing for government-funded soda for kids, which is just crazy. But what gives me hope is I think the issues are so right. We're so right on this, and they are not purely ideological issues that I think, you know, I hope people like Cory Booker turn around. People like Bernie Sanders, who lectured Bobby Kennedy at the confirmation hearings for taking on pharma companies. It was just wild. I think if we continue to win and continue to make the argument in the right way, and
even though the media is saying we're all anti-science and crazy, if Americans can see that energy, that we're doing the right thing, that we're doing common sense things, and more people say, that makes a lot of sense and come on board, it changes politics. I can't emphasize enough how voters still do drive politics. What voters care about does drive the culture. I just cannot emphasize that enough. If there's enough voter energy behind an issue, things do get done. Yes?
It seems to me that the industry has been cornered so that you can't do the peer-reviewed studies. If they want to smash them, they smash them. I think that it's very hard to argue without having those studies, but I think that you need to maybe look towards making a independent thing that they can't squash and stop these studies from being done. You know, because if you don't have that science behind you, then you're just arguing against the establishment. But if you can make them do the studies that they've been squashing and preventing, then we would be able to, you know, kind of get on a more even playing field.
Yeah, how can we have the real research? This is, I think, something that's extremely important to understand. We talked about it a bit, but I'll just reiterate it. I've been very cynical coming in, but in the past 3 months, the cynicism that I have towards how scientific research is used to weaponize and achieve a corporate aim is just, it's breathtaking. It is absolutely breathtaking. Scientific documents when it comes to recommendations for what we should eat or what we should put in our bodies with drugs should be seen as nothing more than public relations documents for industries that profit from us being sick. The cynicism of what science is used for, and it gets to the point where there is significant pressure, and this is one of the darkest things I've seen the past 3 months, is that, you know, policy, lobbyists make sense. I mean, there's a lot of stakeholders. We're talking about a large part of the U.S. economy. You know, large industries that employ 30 million people should have some route to make their voice be heard. I get that when we're talking about policy. But they lobby aggressively on transparency. They lobby aggressively to not do a study, on what's in our food, on food chemicals, on drugs that we're taking, that kids are taking. So, yeah. So what we have, and I think a huge part of the strategy in the next 4 years is Jay Bhattacharya at the NIH. The NIH is $50 billion of money. It's the largest research budget in the world. It actually, where that money goes actually incentivizes how other privately funded research is done. Up until now, about 95% of that money is on pharmaceutical R&D. It's essentially outsourced money for the pharmaceutical industry. The way the NIH has viewed the world is they've accepted that we're sick. They're not studying why we're getting sick. They're not asking tough questions. They're not asking why we're getting Alzheimer's. They're asking how can we spend hundreds of billions of dollars over 10 years to figure out some marginal Band-Aid injection for Alzheimer's. And Alzheimer's, you're not going to inject our way out of cancer and out of diabetes and out of Alzheimer's and out of heart disease. This is about what we're eating. It's about the basic facts. But that's all they work on. So this is pretty dramatic that right now the NIH is empowered to ask core questions, and they're getting lobbied heavily not to ask those questions. But I think in the next couple of years, we are working to ask foundational questions about vaccines, about what's in our food, about the over-medicalization of kids, about whether, you know, nutrition interventions work better than all these drugs our kids are on, things like that. They're going to be asking the tough questions, and I do think once the scientific consensus is there, it's hard, that informs the policy. It makes it more difficult to have rigged policy. The problem is that the broken scientific consensus has led to terrible policy. Yes?
I know a large percentage of our medications come from China, and China is not exactly our friend. And I mean, we've had a lot of poison things come from them already. What do these doctors think is going to happen if we lose our ability to get our medication from China, and they've got all these people dependent on all these medications that they keep prescribing?
What do we think is going to happen if we move away from China? Yeah, I mean that's a tricky issue. I think that by some numbers I've said, and this is probably slanted from the lobbyists who are trying to get what they want, but if we took away the China supply chain, we would be out of core drugs in 2 weeks. my whole theory on just drugs in general is that the problem isn't even the drug itself, it's just the greed of these companies. And it's not that a drug like Ozempic or a statin exists, and it is about freedom, and it's not about banning them. It's that the NIH has done research saying these drugs are the cure-all for everything and should be the first-line defense, and now the American Academy of Pediatrics says that Ozempic should be the first-line defense for an obese 12-year-old. So the research is wrong. And then that research and the FDA approval then go into how we pay for things. So I was speaking with folks who are involved with hospitals here and in healthcare. The only option often is to go on that drug path, that medicalization path. So there's, to me, the problem is that the drugs, the standard of care, that they're recommended as the first line defense, that you have to take this shot, you have to take this pill, and then that's where all the money's going. I think we'd be in a much better world if we had transparency, full transparency on drugs, and then have freedom, have let people able to make their own decision. But with where our $5 trillion in healthcare go, everyone has more flexibility where you don't just have to spend your money on drugs, which essentially you're jammed into that path right now, but can see a functional medicine doctor, can get more blood tests, can invest in dietary interventions, can go in that route. When it comes to China, I think we have a lot of reckoning to do that. I mean, I'd love to see a more fair rule pharmaceutical industry that's not tied to one of our adversaries, where we have incentives from the NIH and our medical authorities for people to create drugs that actually reverse and prevent disease and promote longevity, and they make them here and people have correct information. And I think the China thing is a huge problem. Well, there's work to restore those supply chains, which I support, but it's sensitive because we are dependent on China for a lot. But there's work, and there's been talk about actions to take there. Yes. Oh, sorry. I'll get you next.
Thank you for coming. I'd like to understand more about the health insurance companies, because all Americans pay a lot for health insurance, yet they seem to dictate what tests we could get done, what medications we get. They almost control our care, and functional medicine doctors aren't covered by insurance. And so what are we going to do to reform the health insurance companies?
So there's a foundational problem with insurance companies, which is they're incentivized for us to be sick. And I mentioned this a bit in the last speech, but I'll just break it down. With the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, there was all of this populist frustration around the profit margins insurance companies were getting. So by law, they can only make 15% profit margin. So that sounds good, I guess, in some way, but when you are only able to make 15%, you want the overall cost to grow. And the bill also included a provision that if costs grow, then they can raise premiums in order to get that 15%. So it created this terrible incentive. Since Obamacare, we've more than doubled health premiums. They've gone up over 100% in that period of time, because the companies can raise prices and get 15% of a larger pie. So there's no price pressure. And what does that mean? If insurance companies want costs to go up, and I've talked to CEOs of the major insurers, they don't disagree with this. This is 100% known by them. They meet with us and they're like, we don't want people to be sick. We don't want people to be sick. We want people healthy. But your incentives are for people to be sick. Yes, that is true. It's undeniable. So you've got, again, there maybe are some evil people. They're not all just thinking, how do we make people sick? But there's no pressure at these large companies to control price or actually get people healthier. All these exercise programs insurers do, they're all just lip service. They're not actually putting money into that. They're not putting money into food programs. So that's a foundational thing. What I think needs to happen with health insurance, I mean, this is what I'm very passionate about. I started a company in this. It's about freedom. It's about not having a set code from the CMS department, which is who makes this. The CMS department that Dr. Oz runs makes the medical standard codes. They outsource that work to the American Medical Association, which is a pharmaceutical lobbying organization. So it's literally true that we have a pharmaceutical lobbying organization making all the codes that dictate what the insurer tells the hospital that can be paid for, so what happens, and it's all interventionist based. If we just got rid of that, had people in control of their own money with HSA type dollars, where you can have your own money, you can work with a doctor or a functional medicine doctor, pay them, have a market for paying who you want. Some people would go get their drugs, go to regular doctors. A lot more people would be going, looking for other routes. You can use that money on drugs or food or exercise or supplements that your doctor recommends. We need to open up a marketplace where people have more control over what they spend and have more competition. Because I know many people here, if they were incentivized and able to with their health insurance, would be seeking out different tools and different more holistic remedies, and that's a good thing, yeah. There's a war, I see it all in terms of invisible hand. There's a war at the FDA on any type of diagnostic or preventative screening. The FDA to this day says that you should get preventative cancer screenings. They have massive barriers to any new diagnostic device that helps you understand if you're sick. There's an absolute invisible hand against people understanding what's happening in their body. And there's a massive invisible hand with the way the FDA is structured to have huge barriers to innovation, with the way our medical codes are structured to wait for you to get sick and then treat you once you're sick. There is an absolute invisible hand which we're trying to change. Yeah. I should have a better call to action, and I'll make one right now. I have a group where I'm trying to marshal actually that exact thing, and we've been very successful, kind of a group closely aligned with Bobby, the White House team, to push state bills, which are much easier to pass. So it's endchronicdisease.org. You can sign up there. But we are marshaling grassroots activity. I mean, that's really important. So end chronic disease, and that is a great strategy to fight for this on the state level, and I know a lot of people are probably involved in that. Yes? Yeah. So yeah, my wife is pregnant, and right now, and we have one. Thank you. We have one beautiful baby boy. Before her first birth, we watched a movie called The Business of Being Born, which yeah, it's amazing. But that was very eye-opening, and my sister and my wonderful wife Leslie speak about this so much more eloquently. But they really feel like there's like a spiritual issue with how we've medicalized birth. Every woman, of course, should be able to make their own decision, but I don't think there's full informed decision making. And you see that with this most miraculous act any human performs of creating life, and how the C-section rates. And it's another example which is just so clear of this cascading medical interventions. I mean, almost most of my friends who've given birth in a conventional setting, it's this cascading horror story of different issues that lead, and it's because you do one thing, it leads to the next thing, and the Pitocin and this, and it just all cascades into this, and that's often the most common birth story, which I think is a tragedy if that's not what they wanted and if they weren't fully informed. So as far as how our medical system can get there, we're working on a fertility policy and really education around this. So there is going to be some stuff coming out from the government on this and on birth options. So I think you'll see more from the government on that. I mean, we were able to find a birthing center that's attached to a hospital if there was an issue for a natural birth, and that was, we were able to pay with insurance on that. I mean, yeah, we need to look at that, and there is a focus on mothers, and I mean, that's a huge, these ideas are very much being discussed, and I hope I'm actually going to check whether that's in the policy. I mean, we want to support informed consent. I don't know, and I think there's something dark that's happening with the medicalization of birth. Again, everyone should do what they want, but we need information, and we need to celebrate that process. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it's the Hep B right away. It's crazy. Yes. Yes. Yeah. I think it's a very serious issue. The Secretary of Transportation, I'm very close with his wife. His name's Sean Duffy. His wife's Rachel Campos Duffy, who hosts Fox and Friends on the weekend, and she's covered this issue a lot. I saw a segment. I was chatting with her, and I know there's been discussion between the Health and Human Services Department and the Department of Transportation. And they're taking it very seriously, and I hope that there's going to be an announcement on that. I mean, there's on chemtrails, Sorry, guys. She asked about chemtrails and cloud seeding. It's honestly not something I know a lot about, but I know enough very smart, respected people who are very concerned, and I know this is being talked about at the top. Huh. There's very high level discussions on that, and I hope there's action on that. There's people are taking it very seriously, and Secretary Kennedy has mentioned it as HHS Secretary. I know they're looking into that, and yeah, but he's working with the Transportation Department. Yes.
I get really nervous. I'm sorry. I got an email from Children's Health Defense on June 10th of this year that the fourth, I can't talk like this. Okay. Anyway, that the FDA has recently approved wild-type foods to make lab-grown salmon, and it's actually the fourth company that's gotten approval.
Right.
Is anyone going to fight back against that? Please.
I'll address that specifically and make a higher level point. Let me first make the higher level one, then get to that. From seeing on the inside, 50% of Bobby's team still isn't even through the Senate. And he started and had like literally just a handful of actually trusted political people around him. And these organizations like the FDA have tens of thousands of people who've been doing the work on every part of the US economy for years and years and years. So announcements like that are not clearly aligned with MAHA are part of career processes that have been going on for years from people that have been there for years. I think that's something that is being looked at, and there have been announcements that the leadership didn't even fully know about that have been reviewed, reversed. I know there was a lot of discussion on the mRNA for chickens, and there is a lot of dialogue as these things come out. But I will say it is inevitable. It is inevitable, no matter how perfect the execution is, that you're going to see disappointing things come through these massive agencies, often through processes that don't even have political oversight statutorily, that there should be outrage about, but should not, I would say, Secretary Kennedy does not deserve to have us leave his back yet. So I just want to make that, it's not an excuse. It's just that there will be, as perfect as the execution is, there will be unrelenting media and stories about how it's screwing up, how there's things. And HHS is the largest department in the US government, and it's almost guaranteed. On that specific issue, I know she's talking about, lab-grown fish and meat. There's deep concerns on that. I mean, the foundational message of MAHA is that we need to eat whole food and real food, and I think there's a lot of concern about that. Yes.
Could you demand honesty in labeling?
Yeah, labeling, honesty and labeling. When we talked about ideas and things that we can do in the next 2 years that start really putting the pillar down, we've got to have transparency. Just like I'm talking about how soda on SNAP or dietary guidelines that don't recommend sugar for kids, we've got to help farmers. We've got to put the mantle down for regenerative ag. Thank you, so many people, and I'm going to be in touch with a lot of you. Like, it is the foundational thing we need to do is work together to build this bridge to a reform of our agriculture system. But labeling is a great place to start. We need support on labeling. The labeling is in the process right now, and that is under political control at the FDA. It's unrelenting lobbying about just simple transparency, but we're ready to take on a fight on transparency because that's a losing battle for the other side. Texas actually just passed a labeling bill, SB 25. It was the single most lobbied bill in Texas this year, and the Maha Moms legislators won that out, and it was a huge defeat for big food. So states, back to the state work, endchronicdisease.org, we're marshaling this, but we're working on state bills around the country to create this patchwork of labeling laws, because then the industry actually needs better standards, or better standards from our side, and then we're not going to go below the aggressiveness that the states like Texas have done. So the state work on labeling is actually really important. Yeah, 100%. We need to do labeling. That's a huge thing. Yes.
So I'm thinking of the power of the people, and places like this and events like this are a start to break the barrier of conspiracy. It's not a conspiracy. This is all real going on, and the more people are quiet, the more they can do with us what they want. And we need to move forward. When we all leave out of here, we need to speak up. We need to talk to our neighbors. We need to give that information we just get here to other people. And also, it's all the Western world. It's not just here in Pennsylvania or in Kentucky or whatever. It's all what is under the Western world, what they have put under their power and infiltrated systems. And it is up to our power to follow these things and know what is not good for us and not comply with these things.
Thank you. A couple more.
Yeah, thank you. I want to say I'm in absolute solidarity with you. We have done everything we could possibly do to make sure that we see RFK Jr. doing what he's doing now. And I believe it is a 10-year vision. When we're gone and our children are still moving on, let's just hope that things are going to be better and straighter. But I wanted to say, as a single mom with a belly that I'm trying to figure out, and I've gone to functional medicine doctors and integrative medicine doctors and found out how you can easily waste your time and money, and it's just really a difficult journey, but it is a learning journey. And I wanted to sort of tag on to what this woman just said and the mother back there, and I want to say that it's almost like, not that mothers are the supreme, but everyone was born from a mother with the help of a dad. It should actually be MMAHA, Mothers Making America Healthy Again. And we need to share our stories, because not only do we have these tragic, traumatic stories that we went through at the hospital, that, when our children have their birthdays, we also think about our experience at the hospital and what we didn't know. And that's the thing, is we're doing the best with what we know. We didn't know. And also growing up as girls who were told to be put on birth control, and the things that we just didn't know, and how we're suffering as moms today and our families, and we're seeing the hospitals kill our aunt and kill our families and our mothers who just aren't catching on that are now, are dying because of all the things that the medical doctors did. I just think it's so important that we continue sharing our stories.
Yep.
We have, like, you talk about your story with your dad. You just brought up another story. We need to share our stories. We don't have to be angry, although anger, sometimes puts some fire in us. But we need to just share our stories, and we do need to support each other. And I think everyone here is just like, one big family because we all get it. Mm-hmm. And we want to do everything we can to support you and your organization. And the last thing I want to say is how important it is that of course, we're having so much compassion for these vaccine injured. We have so much compassion and understanding. I think we just need to have more compassion and understanding with each other and with all the things that the moms are going through and the technology that we're raising our children in. And it's just such a big beast. It is such a big beast. And I'm from the DC metro area. It's really dark. And so thank you for being the light in that darkness, because I know it's a dark place. Thank you to your sister. I'm doing everything I can to stick up and stand up for RFK Jr. and you and everything that you're trying to do, because I believe in you.
Thank you.
And I just want to say thank you for everything you've said in solidarity to you. And my son, we support you and everything you're doing.
Thank you.
No matter what anyone says. Okay? Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. And it was a great message on the call to action. I should have done this, but this is just a group. Some close allies have started, and we're working with Dell, and we're working with just the whole MAHA network, just volunteer, to channel the state action, medical freedom bills, the food dye bills, labeling bills. It is actually extraordinary what's happening in the states, and it's really giving Secretary Kennedy a lot of leverage as the state action happens. So that is a call to action, endchronicdisease.org. And you giving that testimony to, your state lawmakers, I mean, it's actually really, really, working really well. Calling, this is what we're trying to do, but calling state lawmakers when they're channeled to specific actions, it really makes a big difference. And we are trying to marshal that. Okay, one more question. Who's got a, yes. Okay. Oh, good. Oh. Oh yeah. Added sugar. Oh yeah, added sugar. Oh yeah, I mean, my hypothesis is if you put whole food, milk, fruit, vegetables, steak in front of a kid, they can eat as much as they want and mostly be healthy. You're pretty much there. I mean, the amount of sugar that's in Coca-Cola is like 30 oranges or something. It's like you can't eat that. So no, it's about refined added sugar. Yeah. Okay, one more quick one, and then I gotta go. Yes.
Whether they test for mold.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. How does this movement impact global power? I see it visually with my small vantage point, at the White House. How does that global power manifest itself? It manifests, with meetings from CEOs, meetings from groups, calls from senators who are being influenced. You know, all areas of the U.S. economy, like I see it visually, descend to make their case. And again, it's not invalid that they're making the case. I don't think we have a terrible system. I mean, we're talking about the whole U.S. economy. So I don't think it's necessarily invalid, but you see it and it's dark. And Bobby Kennedy is able to win arguments because he has voters behind him. That's just the truth. When you get into a closed-door meeting, money is brought up, economic impact is brought up, voters of how many people are employed by soybean or this industry, that industry in a state is brought up. These are all brought up, and having a clear voter mandate trumps those arguments. I just can't, it works. You know, what a candidate runs on, what they talk about, calling state candidates, local candidates to care about this issue, them talking about it during the campaign, that's how he has power. So this is not a monolith. And the pharma industry and the healthcare industry and the insurance industry and the big food industry have very little trust in America right now. They're not in a strong position. They're using all the influence they can, but it's not insurmountable. But the power is the voter mandate. You know, when you're debating something like firing the ASIP committee or opening up a conversation about regenerative agriculture and pesticides, it really is about how much mojo Secretary Kennedy has from voters to talk about this issue. And the argument I'm always giving is this is what voters voted on, it's what they demanded. And that argument does work. So that's how you beat it. And if you bring these arguments in the light, if you bring this ridiculousness, I know we're all doing it, talking about
this year, so...
You want him to come back?
Yeah? This year, so...
You want him to come back?
Yeah?
He told me backstage he's willing to come back, so...
Yeah. So I actually have to say, you guys are a very nice crowd, very appreciative. You have very interesting stories to share. So I'd love to come back if you guys will have me. Very good. So first of all, the same question as yesterday. How are you? Again, how are you? Okay, I see the crowd is a bit less than yesterday. Maybe it will fill up, but today it will just be Q&A. I'm going to talk on whatever you guys want. You just ask them questions, and I try to answer as good as I can. So, the audiovisual team asked me if you have a question to come up front so it's easier for them to give you the mic. Because yesterday, since it's recorded, the questions were not recorded. Would be great. Yeah, if we pull it up at any time. Yeah.
First of all, I want to say
Wait.
you are amazing. Okay, I have to watch all the videos later. But just a quick question about how do we check the humidity? You said yesterday, but check your humidity and make sure it's 50%?
Below 50.
Okay, so how do we do that? Do we buy something?
They're cheap little devices that exist either in a digital form or old analog ones that measure temperature and humidity as well. It's called a hygrometer. So, thank you. Yeah, you're welcome.
We have a daughter who's been dealing with mast cell activation syndrome, and when I was listening to you
Mast cell
earlier,
activation?
and it seems like there's a crossover here.
Okay, mast cell activation is one of the main things Lyme patients or chronic infection patients deal with. So to explain what happens for the people who do not know what MCAS is, in our body, whenever we have an allergic reaction or some foreign body in our system, we have these little cells we call mast cells that basically liberate histamine. And whenever we have a rash or something's itching us, that is the histamine in our system. The problem is they will immediately go into a cascade once there's a little bit of histamine, either in the food or whatever comes into the system, and it comes to massive overreactions. And these MCAS patients also deal with a lot of chronic fatigue and overall general health problems. And there is a big link between MCAS and all sorts of chronic infections. I rarely see MCAS alone. There are a lot of ways to treat it. There are several medications we have to use. There are Also a lot of supplements. One of the best supplements for people with histamine issues or MCAS would be quercetin as a mast cell stabilizer. So there is a big cross-link between Lyme and MCAS. And in most of the patients, once we get rid of the infection, this disease falls as well.
I was just wondering if a trip to the clinic isn't in the books for now, but I know my boyfriend has chronic Lyme.
Yeah.
What would you recommend as a start for home, to start at home to
Yeah.
help with this?
Okay, this is, you know, there are things you can do at home. This is what I talked about yesterday evening. The tent will hold, right? I still want to stay on stage at the end of this. What I talked about yesterday, did you attend it yesterday evening? So these are the fundamental basic blocks of what you can do to attack Lyme. If the infection is not already 10 years old, you can theoretically put it into remission with high-dose antibiotics together with a lot of supplements which are there to reduce the biofilms. For example, green tea extract, cat's claw, all the stuff that I talked about yesterday. And if you put it in that remission and you do everything right, you can keep it there unless you do not receive more and more infections. So it's a hard job, and you always run around with, you know, I have this metaphor of a knife on a silk thread over your head. But now you know where to find us in case it goes or it gets worse. If you have a doctor you're working with, just check the CD56, 57 on a regular basis. You don't have to do Lyme tests, you know, every 3 months. It doesn't make any sense. The Lyme will not go away. Once you have Lyme, it won't go away. But if the CD56, 57 will go to a natural range, we know the immune system is coping with it.
I don't know if I have the Lyme or whether I don't, but I know that I have this tension in my shoulder, and it's got like little fingers of, it almost feels like worms coming down my shoulder, and it comes and goes, and I don't know if that's a symptom and how to know what. I don't really use antibiotics. I use kefir. I use probiotics.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if there's any probiotic I can use to help this, or if this antibiotic is in this case a necessary thing.
So
I just don't understand it.
So, first of all, I have to say, I use antibiotic because in that case I have to. I'm not the person who is a big fan of antibiotics to begin with. And especially, a lot of doctors don't know what they're doing when it comes to antibiotics. By December this year, I'll have the highest degree when it comes to antibiotics, because I actually do another master's just in the use of antibiotics. And I heard that there was a doctor here who apparently prescribed amoxicillin as first-line therapy against Lyme. If you're bitten by a tick and your doctor wants to prescribe you anything besides doxycycline, don't take it. Doxycycline is the first and only treatment. And when you're bitten today, I wouldn't give you anything else. With that, you can avoid a trip to Germany. So, and it's very important that whenever you touch antibiotics, that you have to take a lot of probiotics. But in this case, and I'm all for all natural remedies, but here, this you can't attack, unfortunately. The thing is, on stage to talk about specific cases, you know, when I go into a case discussion, I study the patient's file for at least half an hour to go through everything, and then I can make a real valid suggestion. Up here, it's a bit like looking into a crystal ball and saying something, but in general, you will probably need antibiotics to at least put it into a state of remission where you feel good. But to actually get rid of it once and for all, you have to heat up the body to 106.8. Yeah? Another question. So Ohio weather actually is very interesting. Yeah, John actually told me, you know, if you don't like the weather, stay another 15 minutes. And I think I had almost all 4 seasons here. It's almost as bad as in Ireland. In Ireland, I actually had on one day so hot that I had to wear shorts. I had hail, I had a storm, and I had snow. So the only thing missing today is a blizzard. Did I jinx it now? So, yeah.
I wanted to ask, is a what is it?
Hyperthermia?
Hyperthermia, is that illegal here in the United States?
No, it doesn't exist in the United States. We're the only place in the world. We try very hard for several years. We tried together with the Harvard University. I will have, you know, we will talk this here with your government to actually address this.
Is it currently illegal? Not legal?
So we have an official license to do it, but we are not from the U.S.
No, I'm not. I'm asking, is it permitted to be done here?
No. Else, believe me, we would have a clinic here.
Have you petitioned the Canadian or the Mexican government or any of the offshore governments in order to be, like in the Caribbean, in order to have your instrumentation?
So theoretically, we could go to Mexico, and we actually explored that option in the past. But the thing is, for us, it's important to have a decent medical system around in place. You know, we feel comfortable when everything around is also prestige medicine. And this is something that would theoretically be here in the US, although your medical system is messed up, but for any acute medicine, for any acute diseases, it's very good. It works the same way as we do in Germany. If you have a broken bone, if you have active pneumonia, if you have any acute disease, there's no better place to be than in a first world country hospital. They will always get you through. So we have a lot of patients that also come with cardiac problems. Yeah, cardiac Lyme does exist, also post-COVID patients. We have patients that have angina pectoris, so tightness in their chest, similar to a heart attack every day. We even have patients who had several heart attacks after COVID or COVID vaccine. And we are not a hospital that deals with strokes and heart attacks on a daily basis. So if we treat patients like that, we want to know that the best place for that is only 10, 15 minutes out. And this is what we have. We have the best place for all chronic diseases, and 10 minutes away from us, we have the best places for all acute diseases, and we work very close together with them. So I rather have it in the US. I probably won't practice here myself because I'm afraid for my life. But I would train a very good team of doctors who would work here. Yeah.
2 questions. I missed one of your classes yesterday, but you did mention something about cleaning AC units every 6 months.
Yeah.
How do you recommend getting that done? I know you said not UV because the spores still spread.
Yeah. So there are basically chemical cleaners, so you have to go for strong disinfection. And don't have your AC on for the first half hour to an hour. So it usually comes in a foam. So you put it on there. It will go into these, how they call, grills. It will go through there. It will sit there, and only once it's dry, you will get it running for half an hour to an hour. Don't be in the room as soon as you start it. Go out, keep the windows open, and this is how you disinfect it.
Okay. Do you know what the name of this is?
There are several brands.
Okay.
I don't know.
Something I could look up. Next
Yeah.
question was, if you have tested positive for tick-borne, you have Borrelia, I don't know, like, to keep it quote-unquote dormant, if you can't get it over to Germany like some other people were saying, is an infrared sauna going to be positive or negative?
So infrared sauna, I already covered this yesterday.
Yes, I missed.
It is a big dilemma. Infrared sauna has a lot of positive effects, especially when we're talking about mitochondrial function, when we're talking detoxification. And also it's good at keeping Lyme symptoms at bay. Why? We keep the Lyme out of the persistent form. We force it from the persistent form into the spirochetal shape, so it can't stay dormant, it can't build as many biofilms, and it can't, but it will still produce biotoxins, but not as much as before. Problem is, if we stop, and I'm saying stopping for more than 3 days, we actually aggravate them, so they will have the ability to sit down again, they will have the ability to go into the persistent form, they'll have the ability to wrap themselves in biofilm and release toxins. So we really have this dilemma from all the advantages that we have, but also with the problems of stopping that eventually.
So you mentioned that you're not a fan of antibiotics,
Yeah.
but you do say that if you get doxycycline within the first, 2 weeks or something. I assume that's one of the tetracyclines, doxycycline, it's in the tetracycline family?
Yeah.
Would
penicillin
any
family,
of
yeah.
the tetracycline family do the same thing?
Not necessarily. So doxycycline is the one that has been proven statistically as a first-line therapy in an acute disease to be the most superior. When we talk about chronic approach, if it's already chronified and I somehow want to alleviate the symptoms, then we have to go for different antibiotics from different family groups to try to push it down so the immune system get on top of it. So there we have our minocycline, we have our ceftriaxone, metronidazole, daptomycin. So there is a lot up our sleeves, but this also depends on the patient's personal history. But the guideline is doxycycline 14 days or 21 days, depending on the disease progression so far. But I'm still talking active acute disease, so not longer than 3 months ago. If that is not enough and the symptoms don't alleviate, we go over to IV, ceftriaxone, metronidazole, and if that's not enough, basically according to the CDC, you don't have Lyme.
Okay, so the tetracyclines, my understanding is that when they're out of date, they're said to possibly cause liver damage. Do you know anything about that? And why aren't you a fan of antibiotics?
So I love antibiotics, but I don't love the overuse of antibiotics. GPs sometimes give antibiotics for a viral issue, or someone comes to the place and actually says, "Oh, I have a cold." Without testing them, they just give antibiotics. I use antibiotics on a daily basis. Also, part of our treatment is giving antibiotics. Our hyperthermia approach is called antibiotic augmented thermal eradication. So I use antibiotics. But if you use it when you don't need it, you're hurting your microbiome. So you're hurting the bacterial diversity of the gut. And that is our second defense line. If that is not okay, it has been proven that you have higher probability of depression, higher probability of dementia. With leaky gut, you have more toxins that you reabsorb in your gut. So there are a lot of problems coming with it. And the younger you start with antibiotics, if a child under the age of 6 takes antibiotics for 2 weeks, it takes several years for the microbiome to recover. And especially when we talk probiotics, to actually remedy that, 90% of the probiotics you can buy on shelf do not work because there is no live bacteria in there anymore. And I know what I'm talking about because I have a very hard job on producing probiotics myself in my company. Last year, I didn't sell one of my best-selling products, our probiotics, for about 6 months because I had 2 batches that were produced and none of the bacteria was viable. After every production, I test the bacteria if they're still alive. And they weren't alive, and I'm not the person to still sell the product. And this is what 90% of the companies do. So the microbiome diversity is one of the most important things. And this is already something that has been told centuries ago. Doctors back then said, the death sits in your gut. And we found out about 10 years ago that that is actually true. When you have a bad microbiome and bad microbiome diversity, all other diseases like cardiac diseases, stroke, and so on and so forth, statistically are very close behind that. This is why I'm not a fan of the overuse of antibiotics, because in the end, we also have them in the water system. We have them everywhere. So laser focus use of antibiotics make a lot of sense. Broad spectrum use without narrowing down to the pathogen doesn't make any sense. Yeah, out of date. Never take any penicillin-derived medication that is out of date, because the byproducts there are some aldehydes that come or that are created once the antibiotic breaks down, and every medication, every supplement theoretically breaks down over time, especially if they're stored wrong, and those can actually attack the liver. Again?
Pseudotumor cerebri is another thing.
Yeah.
Hi, I wasn't here yesterday, so I didn't hear any of your other talks,
fine.
but I had a question. My son was diagnosed with Lyme, and the doctor had said, and I don't remember the terminologies, but he said he had markers for it being acute and chronic. So he thought he had been bit weeks ago, maybe a month ago, and it was moving towards chronic. And I asked him a question, and he couldn't answer me. And I said, but in other diseases, you could have it dormant, and then something in your immune system flares, and it brings it back up to being in an acute state.
Yeah.
Does Lyme work that way as
Yes.
well? So my son could have been bitten years ago.
Yes, he
and
could
it had been
actually.
dormant.
One of the things that were found out in the recent years, you can also transmit it at birth.
Yeah.
So if you had it already before birth, and especially if you had a natural birth, you could have passed it to the child already.
Okay.
So first of all, under the age of 10, still very easily treatable already, even in the chronic state. As soon as the blood-brain barrier closes up and the immune system is formed into an adult shape, this is probably at the age of 10. After that, our immune system doesn't change a lot anymore. Up until this stage, antibiotics work great. So if he didn't receive antibiotics up until now, give him antibiotics, 2 weeks doxycycline, take some natural supplements. I'm a big fan of, especially in children, if it's an acute thing, green tea extract, cat's claw, artemisia, if you can get that around here. You can also put it into tea, however. Artemisia is very good, and he should be fine.
Okay, one more question. How
yeah.
about Japanese knotweed?
Also good, yeah. So God gave us a lot of herbs on this planet, a lot of functioning stuff. We don't have to take everything, but you know, it's good to have a lot in our arsenal to draw from when we need.
Because Artemisia is easily grown here,
yeah.
could you comment further
further on that?
So Artemisia annua, so the one-yeared Artemisia, is an amazing product for chronic infections and for cancer. And especially if you create an extract through ethanol, so through alcohol, you create a 30-to-1 extract. So out of, let's say, 30 pounds, you create 1 pound of extract. Then you can really, really target tumors very well, and you can target chronic infections. But there is a big differentiation between Artemisia vulgaris, so the common Artemisia, and the one-yeared Artemisia, because only the one-yeared Artemisia has any effect on the body. The other, very, very, very slight effect, because the alkaloids in there, the artemisinin, which is actually the active compound, is just 0.1% in that plant and several percent in the other. But one of my favorite supplements. Yeah.
I wasn't here yesterday.
Yeah.
So the question I had, because you're talking a lot about Lyme disease and ticks, how rare is it that you get a Lyme disease or an infection like that from a tick bite? And also, what is the best prevention to do to avoid getting Lyme disease?
Okay, the best prevention is not getting ticks on you. So we have the possibility of using repellents, either chemical or natural ones. With natural ones, you have to apply very often. Here we have clove, we have garlic, we have lemon. These are the most potent ones I know of, especially around the legs, arms, where we have something open on the neck. Also, taking vitamin B1 or a B complex before is very good in repelling ticks. Wearing long socks, all of these typical things. Like you have the perfect outfit to be bitten by a tick today. Yeah, but these are the things you can do. The other thing is you should keep an eye out for your immune system. So my talks yesterday have also been recorded, so if you're interested more, I gave a talk yesterday evening about what you can do at home to actually improve your immune system, to improve everything around your house, to stabilize you. But the main thing is eat healthy, take your vitamins, take some supplements, and here I would also say something like cat's claw or green tea extract would be very good also as a preventive measure, and then you should be fine. And if you're bitten by a tick and you see the slightest rash, that is the point where you just use antibiotics, because then you can really save a trip to me. To be honest, I don't want to see any one of you in my clinic. I would love to close down the Lyme department because there's no more Lyme on this planet. And anyone who can be cured in the early stages of Lyme with antibiotics, please do. Don't be so dumb to waste the money to come to me if you can do it with a few bucks and an antibiotic.
You know, I'm an older person, and when I was younger, we never heard of Lyme disease, never. And I'm sure a lot of you would understand. And my question to you is, have they done genetic modification on ticks, like possibly with mosquitoes? That's just a question. It's a theory. I'd like your comment on that.
Okay. I received similar questions yesterday several times. So were there governmental genetic modifications of ticks, or where does Lyme come from? And the answer is, why do we care? We can't deal with it. we have to deal with it, but we can't actually do something about it. Even if that was the case, we would just worry and be upset about something we cannot change. But we have to deal with what we have right now. So obviously I know all conspiracy theories there are. And there might be some truth in it. Maybe all of it is true. But what can we do about it? And this is where I always draw the line. The same thing with COVID, yeah? All the facts show that it comes out of a lab. But the reason why it was released, was it an accident, was it not? Or if it actually is out of a lab, it doesn't matter. We have it right now, we have to deal with the consequences, and this is just all that we can do.
Question on,
yeah.
You talked about good probiotics. Is it possible to get enough good probiotics from fermented foods? And like, is wine considered, like a grape wine, considered a fermented food?
No. Nice try. Fermented food?
Hey,
No.
I have noticed if I take a sip of wine with a meal, I feel a lot better the next couple hours.
Yeah, some people would agree with you, even with 2 sips of wine. So basically, fermented food, very good for the diversity of the microbiome. So to get an ultimate diverse microbiome, get your organic food from home, take it, ferment it, eat it. Don't overwash it, especially not with your water with chlorine and fluoride in it. And, that will get your microbiome to be diverse. Probiotics are not necessary for everybody, but if you take an antibiotic, that is when you have to take a probiotic. Or when we know, because you have GI issues, your microbiome is not okay, this is when we use probiotics. As some doctors recommend that everyone should take probiotics all the time, that's not the case. Yeah, if you're not traveling to a foreign country where there is a bacterial spectrum that is not known to you, yeah, a lot of people, if they go to India right now, especially US people, India has a very different microbiome than we do. So if you go there, you can actually get very, very heavy diarrhea. And not because they cook dirty or whatever, but you have a microbiome that is built different. So on travels, I would recommend you to take probiotics because they will introduce bacterial strains that could compete with the bacteria that are not good for you, but not on a general basis. So if you eat fermented food regularly, have you been at my talk yesterday? Yeah, so I talked about the effective microorganisms that you can use around your home, basically as the microbiome for your home. When we talk about fermented food, that's nothing else than effective microorganisms. Yeah, that's the headline for it. Yeah.
Could you talk about Herx's reaction and
Herxheimer?
kind of what that looks like when you're treating at home, and if there's anything you can do to help relieve it, what that means about your treatment? Is it too harsh or anything like that?
Okay, there's no stronger Herxheimer reactions than I see after hyperthermia, because we kill off everything all at once and the patient goes through it. And I tell the patient, although they feel like they've been hit by a truck, I can't be happier, because it shows that these very, very bad things in your body die off. So, and when you're in our hospital, obviously we could deal with all the symptoms by just giving you cortisone, and you would be fine, but I don't want that. I actually, I can alleviate the pain and everything with pain medication, but I want your immune system to actually start working. recognizing the bacteria. And that is your only chance, as outside of our setting, to actually put it into a state of remission, and by training your immune system to recognize it, and once they go out of hiding, that the immune system starts to kill it. So Herxheimer can actually put you to bed. It can actually cause crippling pain. It can really aggravate the symptoms, but you have to push through to actually stop it. Another question?
Yeah, I was just wondering too then, chronic Lyme with pregnancy, have you researched anything with that? Can you pass it on to the baby? Is there anything you can do to...
I already said that earlier.
did you?
Yeah.
Oh, I missed that.
So
I'm sorry.
you can actually give it on to your baby.
Is there anything you can do to prevent that during pregnancy? It's just, okay.
No. Just with the child, wait until the child develops. If you see any developmental issue, and I talk about ADD, ADHD, later onset, when they speak later, if they walk later than other children, that would be the point where I would do a blind antibiotic treatment, but make sure to put them on good probiotics afterwards. But with children especially, I'm not a big fan of just using antibiotics blindly. Yeah. So test your child, look at your child, and you're the one who will know your child best.
My father-in-law has chronic Lyme. When he was first diagnosed, he was given a few weeks of doxy and said, "You're cured." Well, his symptoms have gotten worse and worse. He has terrible neuropathy. He's been treating the neuropathy by a chiropractor, doing red light therapy, massage, hyperbaric treatments, all kinds of stuff. We're convinced that that's not going to do much because the Lyme is still there. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So we need to treat the Lyme before you treat any of these symptoms.
Lyme
correct?
has to go first.
Okay. And then if the Lyme is treated, do the symptoms then go away, or those need to be treated separately after something like the hyperthermia?
The symptoms should go away. If there are no co-infections, and especially, this is something also a lot of doctors don't understand. The co-infections actually feed off oxygen. Hyperbaric, amazing treatment for Lyme. Very, very bad if you still have co-infections, because you improve the symptoms of the Lyme, you make the other thing worse because you're feeding it. And this is why before I put any of my patients into the hyperbaric, I make sure that they don't have co-infections. And you won't get anywhere unless the Lyme is gone.
The other concern that we had, and you mentioned this yesterday, was about mold.
Yeah.
He is a farmer, and he is constantly in mold in the hay, and he has dealt with that his entire life. If the Lyme is cured, if we do like the hyperthermic treatment, is the mold going to be a problem continually, or is...
So every one of us should be able to withstand mold without actually developing any massive symptoms. It is not healthy for anyone. The people who immediately feel mold, and I was one of these people, so when I went into a room that was moldy, first of all, I immediately stuffed up and I had burning lungs, like 10 seconds in. And they will always have a problem with mold. But if he's not one of these people and we can calm his immune system by actually treating the underlying infection, then the mold shouldn't be the biggest problem, but he should still obviously try to protect himself as good as he can. You're welcome.
I wasn't here yesterday, and maybe you talked about it, but what can you tell us about Babesia and whether the treatment is similar to Lyme's?
No, so Babesia, Bartonella, Rickettsia, they're co-infections. Why are they called co-infections? Because we need an underlying primary infection to suppress the immune system enough for the Babesia and Bartonella or Rickettsia to come out. To see Babesia on its own, without a secondary infection is a once-in-a-lifetime thing for a doctor. So let me show you what this looks like. This is just my presentation from yesterday. So what we do, something we call the photodynamic therapy. The photodynamic therapy is based on the concept of UV light being able to disinfect. So whatever pathogen I put here, 99.999% can be killed with UV light. So what do? We take a fiberglass catheter, put it into your vein, and put a very, very strong UV laser at the back of it. But before that, we actually give you a very bright yellow substance, vitamin B2, riboflavin, which reacts to the exact spectrum of light that we're hitting it with, and then it starts to illuminate. So we give you that, it will go through your whole blood, and then we hit it, and then basically the whole blood inside starts to irradiate, and we hit the biggest surface area possible, and we basically disinfect you from the inside. And it's so potent that we even had patients who had knee surgery, and that was on the right knee, and afterward they had a bad knee infection. That was already 3 years past, but they probably had a lot of biofilm and bacteria sitting on the implant itself. And we started to treat them with the photodynamic therapy, and 5 minutes in, the red knee started to swell to double the size. And it was hot, warm, you immediately saw the immune system started to react to that being disinfected. Any more questions?
Yeah, you were. On the subject of mold, yesterday you were talking about ionization, and let's say if I was going to remediate a room that I knew had mold floating around in it, what products do you recommend? Do you spray on the carpets, curtains,
You have
your
to get
blinds, or?
you have to get rid of them.
And,
If you
and
have mold on the
explain
carpet.
ionization and what machine you use. If you could walk.
No, I
us
was
through
talking
that.
about air filters.
Air filters, okay.
Air filters should basically be in every house when you had mold. But if there was mold on the carpet has to go. If there is mold on the drapes, you have to wash them with either high doses of vinegar or disinfectant laundry detergent to get rid of it, and do it several times to actually get rid of the spores. Yeah, and make sure that you get air filters with a HEPA green filter. So there's a company from the US, I always suggest, the name is Coway, Coway. They have very good air filters, affordable. So 200, 250 bucks, make sure that it really covers the whole area. And you should have a separate one in your bedroom. But if there is mold on your carpet and in that room was your mattress, after it's remediated, you have to get your mattress replaced. And do everything at once, because if you don't do everything at once, they will cross-contaminate. So you have to do the whole thing all over again.
I was in here yesterday.
Come.
Like this? Yeah. I wasn't here yesterday, but I was diagnosed with Bartonella just this spring. And I also have psoriatic arthritis and psoriasis. And so what can be done for that, for the Bartonella? Is that treated the same way as Lyme's, or?
No, so what I would do if you were in my hospital would be the photodynamic therapy. But under Bartonella, as I said before, there is usually something beneath that for Bartonella to show symptoms. What you can do is taking supplements. Also very good with Bartonella is clove oil and high doses of garlic. But also, in your case, cat's claw extract, green tea extract, Japanese knotwood. These would be the things I would give you if you can't come to me.
I have a son that has Lyme, and for about 7 years he's been dealing with digestive issues where he feels really full and bloated and can't eat. And at 5'9", he drops down to below 120 pounds, and it just seems to be a cycle that then he'll gain again, but never gets to full health again. And then he also asked about, he wound up with vocal cord dysfunction, and he wonders if somatic brain retraining works for Lyme.
No. So cognitive behavioral therapy or retraining of the nervous system helps with the alleviation of some symptoms, but it will not get rid of the Lyme. So it's trying to patch a hole in a dam with a Band-Aid. Maybe it will help for a few seconds, but it's not dealing with the actual root cause. It's just, putting a Band-Aid over it. So if he has Lyme, the only way, with young people, I wouldn't take the compromise of doing something else. If you come to our clinic, you will deal with it, and in 90% of the cases, and this is based on statistics of 2,500 patients, you never have to speak of Lyme again. And especially in young people, it can get worse every single time. Every single infection, every cold can push him deeper and deeper into this thing, because more and more can activate and the immune system can handle less and less.
So I don't know if you went over this already, but what would be the process of coming to your clinic?
So right now, you could go over to our booth. So after this talk, we are still here another half hour, 45 minutes. The booth is in tent B, directly in the middle. Then there you put your name in the system, and our secretary, her name is Frederica, will reach out to you and will send you the clinical questionnaire, because Lyme for me mainly is a clinical diagnosis. We are working together with Armin Labs. Armin Labs is the best infectiology laboratory in the world, especially when it comes to chronic infections. The second best that exists is here in the US, and that's IGeneX, but Armin offers more superior testing. If you have a negative lab test from any other lab, I will tell you to redo it with either one of those. And based on your current symptoms, together with a blood test, I will, or one of our other doctors, will give you a recommendation of what you need to do in order to get back to your health. And then you go through the booking process with her, come to Germany, we'll get you through. You just have to be like a log in a river and just trust the process. And I promise you, you won't be bored. The day is very, very full, and you have a full schedule of therapies. And then after 4 to 5 weeks, you will go home. In the last week, there is a very detailed talk where we talk about what symptoms remain and what are the things to focus on, especially for women. These diseases go a lot on the menstrual cycle. So we will talk about hormone resetting. You would receive bioidentical hormone therapies if needed. And that will be in the last week. And as part of the whole package, you'll receive a 3 months aftercare program detailed to your needs. Any more questions? Yeah. Okay, again, I Which one? The hyperthermia? Okay, rheumatoid arthritis often has, again, I know I said it several times, an underlying, what? Chronic infection beneath it. So especially when there's no real apparent reason for it. For example, you've been an extreme athlete who really abused the knee. You had several knee injuries, and then all of a sudden you get it. In most of my patients, because I also deal a lot with anti-aging, that has its reason in infection. And if we find Lyme, this is a very big culprit, but also chronic viral activations can cause joint pain. If we find that, we can treat it and we can do something about it. Then there are treatments like PRP, where we take your blood and re-inject parts, the good regrowing stem cell factors and your own platelets back into the knee. And if we combine that with collagen and some other stuff, we can actually regrow cartilage. But if the reason underneath that is infection, what did we learn? Infection has to go. Yeah. So there are cases where hyperthermia is the right treatment. There are cases where photodynamic is the right treatment. But if there is no mechanical cause for you to have the rheumatoid arthritis, and there's an underlying chronic infection, there is something that can be done about it.
So I was here last night, over here.
There.
And you talked about eating meat for a while, only meat.
Yes.
So is there a certain way that you should prepare the meat, like baking, grilling?
No. Doesn't matter. I can actually tell you, and I probably shouldn't tell Americans that, but I've seen patients getting better on the carnivore diet just on McDonald's beef patties alone. I would not suggest that to anyone, so I've never said that, but actually it doesn't matter. But if you really want to make sure you receive all vitamins and everything you need, pasture-raised, grass-fed beef, fatty cuts, and you should be fine. So here it was about the carnivore diet. Actually, a lot of people approached me because of what I said there. Yeah.
So last year, I got very sick.
Yeah.
Found out that I had Bartonella.
Uh-huh.
But the Lymes didn't come up. It's just the Bartonella. And then she put me on Doxy, and she put me on another antibiotic after that. I went back in December and tested again. The Bartonella's still there. She put me on another antibiotic, like in January. That's done. I'm supposed to go back soon, the next few weeks. We're gonna do the blood test again. Where do I go from here? I mean...
So as I said, probably if I take another look, I will find something else, because Bartonella alone, especially a symptomatic Bartonella, is super seldom. If I randomly go out into the public and start testing asymptomatic people, I will still find a ton of people have Bartonella, and I can find Bartonella, but it would never be symptomatic on its own. So there probably is something beneath that, and that can also be because of COVID. Yeah? COVID can also suppress our immune system. Either vaccine or infection, doesn't matter. It's the spike protein that causes that. But basically, what you should do is reevaluate. Also look at the CD56, 57, if your immune system is on top or not. And then maybe you find someone doing the photodynamic therapy in the US, because I think there are some places here. But if there is a Lyme underneath that, then you have to treat the Lyme first. Lyme is... test with Armin. Because there are some good labs that test more than any conventional lab across the around the corner. But there are two big guys or two big players that can test in the most chronic form. That's Armin, IGenics.
2 questions. One easy, one harder. You mentioned EMs for cleaning your house. Do you have favorite brands? We just Google on Amazon and pull up something?
I can suggest you the one that I'm using, but it's in Germany right around my corner.
Okay.
So,
what ingredients do you look for in those? Or not in those?
Very diverse profile. So vegetables, fruits, cascade fermented, and then basically test around. This is something you will actually feel if you spray your home regularly with EM. People that don't know about this will come into your home and will tell you, oh, something's different. They start to feel really well in your home.
Good. Second question. Are you familiar with LCH? It's a blood disease in cancer.
What?
Langerhans cell histiocytosis.
So this
is it curable?
Yeah, it's one of the rare form of blood cancer that we have seen in the past, but this is something I have to review from the files, the genetic profile, how old the patient is.
3. Chemical free, home birth, have no clue how he contracted it. Nephew.
That is something.
What would you recommend to go about treating? Do you guys treat it?
No, we don't treat
recommend
anyone under the age of 14. We're legally not allowed to.
I thought you said that, yes.
So, also right now with just that information, it's a bit like having a crystal ball here. And
I know, I told you it was hard.
No, it's fine. Take our card, send us some information, and maybe we can help you with some suggestions of what you can do.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
How would you treat somebody with Lyme disease that is allergic to penicillin in any form?
I have a lot of other antibiotics up my sleeve. So if you come, as I said, there is ceftriaxone, for example. I have daptomycin, or also mitomycin. These are all possibilities.
Back to the carnivore thing really quick, since I wasn't here last night. That's just that's a remission technique, right?
Yeah, and also for people that just deal with autoimmune diseases. So this is the main part. If you have an autoimmune aggravation, this is one of the most powerful tools I encountered in the past few years in medicine.
Okay, but it doesn't cure Lyme,
no.
Right? It just puts it in remission. And is it just, last question, is it just, you or have seen it works best if they're just eating beef, or is it
ruminant meats?
Ruminant, okay.
Yeah.
So a question on the probiotics. Is there a certain way that you can find, or what's the thing that you know that you have a good probiotic?
So I know the probiotics I'm using are good because I test my probiotics, and I wouldn't know if I wouldn't test them myself under a microscope. So the thing you can do is, if you have access somewhere to a microscope, take a capsule, put it in a bit of lukewarm water, wait 10-15 minutes and take a drop of it and look under it on the microscope. And if you see no movement, that thing is basically a waste of money. Yeah, but you can't tell it because it doesn't smell different. You can't find out, and This is why so many brands actually sell non-working supplements, because they actually don't know it. I'm running out of time here, so last question. What? Yeah, obviously you can make your own. This is also with effective microorganism, or when you ferment stuff. Yeah, make your own kefir. Also good. Kombucha, yeah. There's a lot. Like, walk around the booths, you'll find some effective microorganisms. Good. So thank you very much. I'm looking forward to see you guys next year. And I think some of you I'll see before, and they'll pass on the story of how mean I am cooking them in our tent.
So we'll have him back next year. Thank you, Tyler. Am I on? Test.
He needs audio.
Test. Test. Test.
Are you muted?
I'm not muted. I tend to be. Turn it off.
You wouldn't mind?
Okay, I'll talk into this microphone. So we'll have you back next year, and hopefully by that time we'll have 3 or 4 people that can get up and testify on how well the program works. Right now we've got 2. We have Junior Miller from Kaufman, so if you run into Junior, I know he was here yesterday. He went there a few months after I did. We also had a young man, last name Teague. He was on a plane to Germany yesterday, so we do have some people going over there, and I'm sure we'll have a lot more this year. So thanks again for coming all this way, and we'll see you next year. Okay. Our next speaker also spoke this morning, and he's going to be coming back to do more of a workshop format. I know we had the song yesterday that you can't make no money on the farm, but here's another guy to tell us how to make money on the farm. Please welcome to the stage Max Kane.
Thank you, John. Hello, everybody. Hope everyone's doing well today. We're making it through the weather. I did give a presentation earlier about overcoming bowel disease, and at the end of this presentation, we're going to open up for Q&A a little bit. So if you have any questions about the previous presentation from earlier today, go ahead and throw those questions in today. This presentation is about marketing farm food. One thing you notice if you will go around and travel around the country and hang out with some of these farmers that are marketing direct, there is one thing unilaterally, is that a word? I hope it is. I just made it up. Across the board with all these farms that they experience is that they are struggling to make it happen as a business and run their business in the black. Most of these farms that are selling food direct have some kind of an off-farm job or some kind of other way to supplement the income, whereas the food sales themselves do not support the farm as a business. For someone that has used farm food to overcome incurable disease, that's a big problem for me, because I want there to be abundant farms that can provide the food, the medicine that I need. I often have this fantasy that I just share with people once in a while, but since I'm here, I'll share it with you. And the fantasy is that one day we're going to have this world where the farmers are driving these high-end European Beamers and Benzes, and then the doctors are in the old rusty truck that barely works. Because, you know, the profession of a medical doctor is something you don't make much money in, but the profession in a farmer is something that could be very lucrative. If and when that happens, you will see a healthy population. So a little bit about me. I have been marketing and selling farm food direct to the end food eater since 2005. I have 20 years experience as a milk runner. Does anyone know what a milk runner is? Raise their hand. quite a few people do. So a milk runner is someone who runs raw milk from the farm to the milk drinkers. In many states, that's illegal. I have made over 1,000 deliveries with these two hands that you're looking at, delivering milk from Wisconsin over state lines down into Chicago. I have built 3 dairy farms totally from scratch, all right? And when I say building a dairy farm from scratch, I mean from scratch. All I had was a concept in my head that I wanted to build a dairy farm. I had no land, I had no help, I had no animals, no milking parlor, no buckets, no anything. And I used creative resourcefulness to spin up 3 dairy farms from scratch, 2 of which are still in milk production today, and 1 of which is not in milk production because the government chased him off the land, unfortunately. Besides that, I have a farm food technology company called farmmatch.com. If you follow me on social media, my handle is @MaxCain, and I'm company FarmMatch has deposited over $70 million in the bank accounts of small farmers that are selling food direct. So in the United States, we have a food economy of $2.3 trillion a year. That's T, trillion. T, not for timeout, T for trillion. So what we want to do is we want to take some of that cash flow that's going to some of the big food corporations that are poisoning us with unhealthy food, and we want to divert it into the bank accounts of these small to mid-sized farms that are growing the food that we need, not only to continue our health, but also to continue the health of our children. And really, it's going to be the only way that we're going to be able to survive as a species, is by decentralizing the food system and eventually having the food system at some point being supplied by local producers. So I totally fell in love with marketing farm food. It's something I love to do. I ended up, because I'm a milk runner, right, and you get into trouble with the government because of that, I ended up becoming an activist, and I found a lot of these other farms that are under siege from the government. And so I've, on the marketing side, my activism in marketing has taken me to marketing toward the government and trying to convince the government of why they shouldn't raid these farms. And that kind of marketing has expressed itself in legislative hearings, judicial hearings, protests, civil disobedience, and everything else you can imagine. I even helped draft some of the legislative bills, unfortunately, that got vetoed by the governor in Wisconsin. So what most people don't know about marketing is that marketing is sort of like building a house, and there is an inward expression of marketing, and there's the outward expression of marketing. This is something you're not going to hear that often. When most people think about marketing, they think about what's your flyer going to look like, what's going to be on the flyer. But it's one of the biggest blunders in marketing, and this is toward any business, but I'm going to gear it specifically toward farm food for this presentation. But one of the biggest blunders in marketing is that people go directly to the outward expression of marketing, and they do very little work on the inward expression of marketing. As I go in the presentation, you're going to start to see the importance of working on the inward expression of marketing before you even get to the outward expression of marketing. So for example, who here has seen one of the flyers for this event? Everyone? Okay. Just by how the flyer looks on this event, I could tell you right now how John Miller runs his company, and all I need to see is the flyer. All right? When you are skilled in reading marketing material, you can zone in on some of these little trigger and key points that tell you how the company is being run just when you see that flyer, just when you see the outward expression of the marketing. So I'm going to go in a little bit on the inward expression of the marketing so that one day when you're ready to put a flyer out there for your farm or for whatever your business is, you will be well prepared to do that. And you'll be able to put out a flyer that communicates to your potential customers in a way that's going to win you the relationship, and so they start spending money with you. Okay, quick check-in. How many people are either farmers or aspire to be farmers and want to sell food direct? Okay, great. Please, I could talk about this for hours, so please proactively at the end in Q&A ask some questions, because I want to make sure everyone gets their questions answered, because more than anything, I want you all to be successful and profitable on your farms. I also wrote a book about this. I'm over at the booth if you want to buy a book. And I am going to give a book away for free to whoever asks the first question about farm food marketing. If you want to ask a question about the presentation about bowel disease from earlier today, that's fine too. Okay. All right. So marketing is very similar to building a house. So when you build a house, you have the foundation, but underneath the foundation is what's called the footer. All right. So you pour this concrete footer, which is almost like a foundation for your foundation. And in marketing, the footer of your marketing is your mission and your purpose. I can't tell you how many times someone has a business and they want to go out there and connect with the world, but they're a little bit sketchy on their mission and their purpose, and they have a very hard time of articulating it in terms of a sentence and communicating that. Does anyone have a mission statement or a purpose statement for their farm food business where they could spit it off right now and say, okay, this is it, all in one sentence? Does anyone? And by the way, if you don't, it's no big deal, because most of us don't, but I've found that some of the most successful farmers actually do. Anyone? We got someone? I would love to hear it. During Q&A, please make sure you express it to us. Farming is hard. I grew up on the west side of Chicago and knew nothing but the concrete playground. I now live on a 211-acre, I want to call it regenerative farm, but I don't even know what regenerative means anymore. It's organic, regenerative, biodynamic. It's like the way life is, right? Without chemicals, without hormones. And farming is hard. It is. I would even say it's like more commitment. It takes more of a commitment. It's probably the one commitment you have that takes more commitment than a marriage. When you're like, the farm will test you even beyond your marriage will. It's everything will go wrong, especially if you're delivering food, trying to make the deliveries of your farm food. Everything will go wrong that can possibly go wrong at some point. And small example, so I'm making some of my milk deliveries, and the van starts on fire. I've had an engine totally blow up while I was driving, literally seize up. One of the rods went through the oil pan down into the asphalt as I was driving on Interstate 90 in Wisconsin at 70 miles per hour. Ricochets off the asphalt, hits the back left tire. Tire blows out, and I go skidding off and almost flip the whole vehicle. And that's just more of the delivery aspect. How horses are getting out at the farm. Like the list goes on. So anyway, you really need to be committed in terms of a mission to allow you to keep your sanity, to go through all the crazy situations, because farming will test you. We're producing a show about selling farm food and milk, and one of the farmers on the show is actually quitting farming. And I asked her why, and she said, I'm going crazy. I can't take it anymore. She said, people aren't showing up, employees are quitting. It's really bad. But so everything can go wrong, and it will go wrong. But the blessing of when you're committed to a mission is you get these unexpected things that go right, and they kind of appear at times that you least expect them. And right when you think like the chips are down and there's no way you can continue, something really phenomenal happens. So let me give you an example of that. So the FDA and the USDA showed up at my house. I'm going to just give you a quick short story about this. And they wanted to put me in jail for 18 months for bringing raw milk over state lines down into Chicago. I didn't have enough money for an attorney at the time. The attorney wanted $30,000 to represent me. I kind of wanted to fight the system, and I was really, really scared. I was calling up friends that lived out of state, and I was saying, hey, I just want to be a fugitive. I want to get out of Wisconsin. Can I come like buckle down at your house for a few months and hopefully this thing will pass? And then, you know, part of me is inspired by people like Gandhi and Rosa Parks and obviously Jesus, right, who have kind of bucked the system and pushed back a little bit and said, hey, this is the way, regardless of what this man-made law says, this is how things should be. And I've always been really inspired by that. So I sent out an email to a fair amount of people on my email list at the time and said, look, I want to fight this thing, but you know, Jacqueline and the children are going to be without money because this is how we make our money. You know, we're like raw milk bootleggers here. And can someone help fund my family while I'm locked up in jail? And does anyone know Mark McAfee out in California? You do? So Mark McAfee is probably one of the largest raw milk producers in the country. So he bounced back my email. He said, how much do you need? I said, I don't know. I think $600 a week would like help him sustain. And he said, I got you covered. I'll, you know, go for it, fight. And at that point, all of a sudden, I felt like, yeah, okay, I'm going to take him on and go to court, and we're going to really battle now. But the only reason Mark was willing to do that is because he saw I was really committed to a mission. You know, because he saw that I was committed to a mission, he was willing to invest in that situation. How many times are there other situations in life that, you know, maybe you're trying to get someone's buy-in for whatever it is, and you see their commitment and you're like, oh, I trust you to follow through with this. You know, if we have children, how oftentimes do children ask for maybe to be able to have more responsibility? And if you see they're committed to their prior responsibility, you're more likely to say, okay, let's, you know, kind of open up a little more freedom in your life as you grow. But, you know, people that aren't committed to mission will not have the opportunities that those have that are committed to mission. So having a mission, writing it down, being clear, being able to articulate in one line why you raise the food and why you want to get it into the hands of the food eater is vitally important. It is the footer of your house. So next, sitting on top of the footer is the foundation. And so when I started my milk running business, I found that I was one of these control freaks. And oftentimes as farmers, we're really hands-on, hands in the soil, fixing tractors. Sometimes we can get a little bit in the control freak zone, and that's fine because we want to be in control of our lives. But at the same time, if you really want to be able to expand and grow your farm and run it in the black, you have to be able to believe in other people. So the foundation of this house, the marketing house that you're going to build, is believing in someone else. You have to believe in other people. So if you look at food production in general, all throughout history, people have always peacefully assembled for the purpose of feeding themselves. And that's a little bit of First Amendment and Ninth Amendment for anyone who studies the US Constitution. And so raising food, whether you've been in a tribe or on a farm, it's always groups of people doing this. There's no way that one person is going to raise food on a farm, you know, process the food, deliver the food, take orders, take pay. It's just not going to happen. So you have to be able to delegate responsibility and build a team and believe in other people. When I first started my milk business, and I was delivering to one location in the Chicagoland area, and I was back in this control freak mode that I was telling you all about, I had this customer, her name was Karen Mansfield. She was driving from so far away to my pickup location where I was distributing the milk, and she kept saying to me, Max, will you also deliver to my house a little bit farther into the city in this neighborhood? It's like 20 miles that way, but you know, there's a lot of people there that will also pick up, and it'll make you worth your time to deliver there. So I said, okay, you know, I'd be happy to do that. And so, and she brought a lot of customers in, and so I'm delivering, and I'm the one handing out the food and distributing the milk and collecting cash at the time. Now, I mean, I'm still doing it, but now we take credit cards online through Farm Match. But at the time, I was just accepting cash, and so when I made the delivery, it was actually my mom's place where I was delivering. Then I was making the delivery at Karen's place. I was at Karen's place being the one to hand out the milk and accept the cash. I wanted to be the one to do that because I mean, we're talking about thousands of dollars, and I just thought, what if some of the money's missing? What if Karen misplaced it? I started coming up with all these reasons in my head why Karen wasn't a competent human being. And actually, she turned out to be very competent, more competent than me, because what happened was I was almost forced into believing other people through a time crunch. So I started expanding to other delivery locations, always wanting to be the person to hand out the food and collect the money. And it got to the point where I needed to expand to another location, but I didn't have enough time to do that. So I needed to trust these location hosts to be able to collect the money and distribute the food in a professional way that was just as good, if not better, than the way I would do it to keep the customers happy and not lose the money. And so eventually I did that, and it turned out that the location host did way better a job than I did. If you study the life of Helen Keller, she said that alone we can only do so much, and together we can do much more. One of her favorite quotes. So synergy is what we're talking about, team building. This is vitally important if you're going to make money on the farm and run your farm in the black, selling farm food direct. You have to have the skill of team building. This is the footer of your marketing, okay? All right, excuse me, let me switch over here. Has anyone built a house, by the way, like a real house? Okay, all right, great. You guys will get some of this. All right, so what you want to do now is you want to insulate your foundation, all right? You want to put some insulation around it, maybe some drain tile in case it rains heavy. You don't want water getting in the basement. And so the way you're going to insulate the foundation of your marketing house is you're going to deploy transparency and build trust through transparency. There are two main ways. If you get these strategies, these two strategies working for you, your customers will trust you through the roof, and they will follow you to court and lock arms with you and say, take me to jail too, if need be. I don't know what foods they're going to make, what foods they're going to outlaw next year. Hopefully, they don't outlaw more foods, but if you're in the raw milk movement, I mean, it's pretty rough out there. So the first thing you need to do is you need to admit your shortcomings and mistakes. In any kind of business, this is extremely difficult to do because we have this fear that we're going to lose customers when we admit our shortcomings and mistakes. I was in this situation where I had a sheep farmer that was supplying me with sheep milk, that I was making deliveries with sheep milk, and the milk was hand milked, 100% grass-fed, beyond organic, best of the best milk, and I was selling it and pricing it accordingly to a lot of these customers in Chicago. Well, after doing business with this farmer for about 18 months, this is a year and a half, right? I found out that the farmer was being disingenuous with me, and he was actually feeding the sheep food with pesticides, so they weren't being fed organic. And so I was the one that had to go now and communicate to the customers that this farm that I had vetted, I was the one who vetted the farm and told them about all these great practices and you can count on me. I was the one who had to go to several hundred families and let them know that I had failed, that I screwed up, that I had betrayed the trust, that they had the belief in this food that it was organic when it was not. So I was totally terrified. I was drafting an email, trying to make every excuse that I could, how this could have happened to anyone, it really wasn't my fault. And almost right before I was about to hit send, I just paused for a second, and I thought, this is not the way I want to communicate to my customers, because it wasn't really truthful. It didn't feel truthful to me. You could kind of say, yeah, it's truthful, and hodgepodged it to be true, but it didn't seem true, because at the end of the day, it was my responsibility. I was the person they were depending on. So I drafted up the email and say, look, I rewrote it. Look, this is all my fault. You probably are never going to trust me again. That's fine. If I were you, I wouldn't trust me again. And I went, spelled it all out, took total responsibility, and hit send. And I'm sitting at my computer now and I'm like frozen. Did I really hit send? Oh man. This is like the whole business is gone. Customers are leaving. You know, it's like it's all going to collapse. These are the ideas that are in my head. What kind of responses do you think I got? I'm still to this day, I'm totally shocked when I think about it. The people were emailing back, thanks for being honest and open with us, Max. Thank you very much. Now we know that we can trust you to tell us the truth in a difficult situation. Those were the kinds of responses. So when I thought it was going to break trust and the customer's going to run for cover because I wasn't a competent person to be doing my job, it did the exact opposite. It made them trust me more. It made them come closer to me in terms of our relationship. And they even started recommending more customers to me. So this is the guy you can trust. You know, if you ever run into that situation before in your life, and you have someone that's making excuses opposed to someone who takes responsibility, particularly about their own mistakes they made, you probably know from firsthand experience that. You know, if you ever run into that situation before in your life, the second thing, you have someone that's making excuses opposed to someone who takes responsibility, particularly about their own mistakes they made, you probably know from firsthand experience that that draws you closer to the person. Okay, the second thing is communicating to customers when you don't hear from them. This is what I call unsolicited, requesting unsolicited feedback. So they're not soliciting you. They're not saying like, hey, I want to give you some feedback. You're calling them for feedback even when you think everything's okay. So you might have a customer that is buying your product every week, buying your food or every month, and you never really hear from them, but you assume they're happy and you assume everything's fine because they're a repeat customer and they keep coming back. And the problem with that is that most people in the world avoid conflict. They don't like conflict. I am a little bit of an anomaly. I like to debate. If I go to a restaurant and the food isn't right, I'm telling the server about it, you know, asking for some little off the bill. But most people don't do that. Have you done that? Hey, you know, people need feedback. When you're in business, you like to give other businesses feedback so they can do better, right? So you want to call up customers. Even the customers that everything seems like everything's going great with them. And you want to ask them how their experience is, how the food is, what you can improve upon, and ask them for suggestions. Do not email them, okay? This is one of the most powerful strategies you're ever going to implement in your life if you invest the time to do it. There's nothing more powerful than calling your customers on the phone and requesting feedback in times of good weather. All right. When things go bad, of course, that would be expected. But you say, hey, I just want to check up on you. I see you've been ordering every week or every month, and I want some feedback. Let's, I know I can improve on something. I'm not perfect, and most of the time, customers say, oh, everything's great, everything's great. I advise you to kind of push them a little bit in a kind way. Say, everything's great, I appreciate that, but I really want to grow. I want to bring this customer service and our relationship to the next level. Please just give me one idea. I'd love to implement it. So you call up your customers, and when you have another human being calling you, all right, it shows them how much you care about that relationship. There is nothing you can ever put on a flyer that can duplicate calling a customer and asking for feedback in times of good weather. So those are the two strategies, all right? Total open transparency, admit your mistakes. The worse you screw up, the more responsibility you want to take, and call your customers for unsolicited feedback when everything's going right. Now we're going to get into the framing of the house, all right? The framing is charging the price you need to sustain your farm in the black. And this is a little bit of a weird psychological thing that happens with human beings. Now, number one, if you want to run in the black and be profitable, you got to charge a certain amount. What that is for you, I don't know. You're going to have to adjust your expenses and know them really well, and obviously want to try and get our expenses lower so we don't have to charge as much. But at the end of the day, I think farming should be like almost any other venture or business or job in the world, where not only can you pay your bills, but you actually make this surplus of profit that you can put into for your retirement. I mean, how often does that happen? How often do we have, I mean, most time farmers are just like skimming by, right? Not only do I want them to make a good living, but I want them to be able to have extra surplus of cash to invest in their retirement. And why shouldn't they have that? Isn't everyone else in the workforce doing that, investing in their 401k or something like that? So in order to be able to charge the price that you need to run your business in the black, you have to become an expert in communicating value, all right? How much is this car worth? Well, let me communicate the value. So when you're selling anything, you need to be able to communicate value. I was at probably one of the most profound experiences I had when I was the customer in the experience. And I don't remember her name off the top of my head. This young farmer at the Lincoln Park Farmers Market in Chicago she was selling these raspberries. I remember them being raspberries. Could have been blackberries. I actually wrote about it in the book. So it's a good thing to write things down because you forget them sometimes. But I think they were raspberries. And she was charging way more than everyone else. And she was selling out. And I'm looking at her because, I like business and I study things and I see what's going on. I'm like, how is this one farmer who's selling more for the raspberries selling out, and the farmer over there has got them for cheaper, is not selling out on raspberries? So I went up to talk with her one of the following weeks before she sold out on the raspberries. And I wanted her to pitch me on buying her raspberries. I wanted to, see she got the secret sauce, does she know what to say, and find out what I could learn from her. And what I learned was that she was so knowledgeable about her expenses and raising the raspberries and everything you could possibly know about raspberries in terms of different varieties and how they grow in different parts of the world. She literally became an expert in raspberries. She was like dialed in on raspberries. And not only did she become an expert in the information about them, but she became an expert in her expenses in raising the raspberries. And she was able to communicate that to me in a very informative way that was almost entertaining. So if you can become an expert in the food you're selling and be able to answer questions in a knowledgeable way, and also at the same time, this is the key part in this now, at the same time, be able to explain your expenses in an entertaining, informative way, I'm telling you what, you're going to make a sale. I was selling milk in Chicago. I think it was up to about $22 a gallon. And a lot of other providers of raw milk in Chicago at the time I think they were anywhere from like $8 to $12 a gallon. I was almost double what the market was. And one of the customers came up to me at one of the deliveries, said, "Dude, Max, you got to be making a killing so-and-so down the road. They got it for so cheap." And I said, "Yeah, I know, but this is really what I need. I want to buy a new van. I want to expand a little bit. I'm not making all the money you think." He's saying, "You have to be making. You're totally crushing it." I said, "Look, man, let me explain my expenses to you." And so I gave him the story about expenses. He didn't really buy into that, And so at the end of the day, I turned my cards over, and I said, "Look." And so you also have to be willing to turn your cards over. And if you're a farmer, there should be no problem with turning your cards over, because when you turn your cards over, you're going to show them what you're saying is totally true. So here's what it means to turn your cards over. I said, "Look, I don't do this for everyone, but I'm going to do it for you because obviously you're really interested in this. But I'm going to open up all the financials to you. I'm going to show you my tax returns, and you can see exactly how much money I'm making. And you're going to look at how much time I'm putting in. And we're going to see how much I'm getting paid per hour. You want to do that?" oh, well, there's no response to that, right? Because at that point, you're kind of turning your cards over saying, look, I have nothing to hide. You know, if you can help me run this more efficient, I'd love to hear how to do that, but I need to be able to pay my bills. So when you stand up for the price you need in a kind way, it really communicates value to the customer that whatever it is you're selling is really worth that price, even if the farmer down the road is selling it cheaper. And one of the statements that I like to make to a customer is that, hey, look, you can go buy it down the road cheaper as well, but I want to provide this food to you, you know, for the rest of your life. And I'm telling you right now that farmer's losing money. They can't keep up with that price. So if you want to buy it from them for a couple years till they go under and collapse, you're totally free to do that, but I would love to serve you in a long-term relationship. Most of the time, if your customer leaves, most of the time they will come back in short order. They will go around and talk, and they'll sleep on it, and they will come back. So being able to charge the price you need is the framing of the house. That is your fourth lesson in marketing. Now we're going to rough in some plumbing, and this fifth lesson in marketing is where everyone's head kind of bends sideways. But hopefully I'm going to explain it to you in a way that's going to make a lot of sense. Everyone's familiar with Walt Disney? Yeah, does anyone, raise your hand if you've never heard of Walt Disney. Okay, there's no one. Everyone knows Disney, right? Disney is a giant conglomerate corporation. I don't know how many, it would be an interesting statistic, and I would probably sound smarter if I could tell you what their value was, but I don't know what it is, but I can promise you it's up there. Disney implements what I call the customer limit strategy. Remember those words, the customer limit strategy. And what that means is they create scarcity for their products. Disney, believe it or not, is not all about total world domination, taking over and expanding and expanding and expanding. It seems like they are, but listen to this, all right? Disney will publish a movie. They will push it and sell it hard. And they will let it go for, I don't know, on different movies, they've let it go on for different amounts of time. So I haven't learned what their time frame is. They kind of like pivot a little bit. But after they push it hard, they will put it in what's called the Disney Vault. And they totally take it off the market. And it's not accessible anywhere because they didn't sell the rights to anyone, so no one can republish it unless you're getting a bootleg copy of it. So they publish their movies, they push them hard, and then they take them totally off the market. You couldn't buy this movie even if you wanted to, all right, during the time when it's in the Disney Vault. And then they let the market build up and anticipate, and then once the demand for the movie is at this high point again, then they pull it out of the Disney Vault, is what they call it, and they start pushing the movie in the marketplace again. So this is where they create scarcity. How many times do farmers, and by the way, I'm advocating to sell the food first and then grow the food. But how many times do we as farmers, just raise tons of beef and tons of vegetables and tons of this, and we don't even have a market for it yet. And then all of a sudden it's like coming out of the field and like, oh man, I don't even know what I'm gonna do with all this produce. Or beef, look, I just took 15 beef to the processor. I got them in my freezer. Hey, can I sell you some steaks? And so this is like the classic business example of putting the cart before the horse. You want to start small and you want to sell and get your market going before you expand. And you're going to do that by implementing the customer limit strategy. Now, as a farmer who's going to sell your food direct to the end food eater, just checking my clock here, as a farmer selling food direct, who really believes you're going to feed all 15 billion people on the planet? You're not, right? So you ask yourself the hard question, and this has to do a little bit with goal setting, so that's what makes it hard. You ask yourself the hard question, well, realistically, how many customers do I want? Do I want 100 families, 200 families? This is really, really important if you're going to sell food directly, all right, as a farmer. You want to put a limit on your customers. You want to create transparency. You want to use the Disney Vault strategy. And what you're going to do is I'm going to give you the formula to figure this out right now. So you're going to think about how much cash you need coming into your farm every year. And then you're going to think about how much money a family will spend with you every year. And that's going to be different depending on where you live. Food in different parts of the country and different parts of the world. You know, a steak in New York City is a different price than a steak in where I live in Viroqua, Wisconsin, okay? So let's say you identify, and these are just going to be small, easy numbers that everyone can make sense of. Let's say you identify that you can run your whole farm and put some money away in retirement if you can bring in $100,000 a year into your farm. Obviously, it can be more than that. I'm just using easy numbers, right? And let's just say that you're going to estimate, and it's okay, you're going to ballpark this, and you can tweak it along the way, but you're going to estimate that the average family is going to spend $1,000 with you a year, right? So if you need to make $100,000 and the average family is going to spend $1,000, you know that you need 100 families that you're supplying on a regular basis to be able to reach your financial goals. So that's how you're going to figure out how many customers that you're going to go for. And now there's going to be different kinds of customers, right? There's going to be customers that are more consistent and customers that are less consistent. So not every customer is created equal in terms of financial value or in terms of relationship value, because some customers are really needy and some customers want to come to the farm and help you out once a month, right? But take that as a template and think about how many customers it'll take for you to be able to get the amount of cash in your farm. It's the customer limit strategy. It's really hard. Barely anyone does it. But when you go into the bathroom and look in the mirror, all right, and you say, this is what you have to say, because you have to hit yourself in the head with a sledgehammer and bring yourself back to reality. Because it's an amazing capitalistic society we have in America. It's just like expand and scale and grow and more and more and more and more and more. You have to like ask yourself, this is the question that you hit yourself in the head with to bring yourself back to reality. You say, is it realistic that I'm going to serve food to every to every person in the world? Or you could say every person in America. And the answer, without question, is no, you're not going to. Then you ask the next question. You have to force this question out of yourself, because your internal world, and when you go through this exercise, you're going to find this to be true. Your internal world is going to try to avoid answering this question, all right? Internally, you're going to try and take the escape hatch. All right, like, I don't want to deal with this question. But the next question is, okay, so I'm not going to feed everyone. How many people are you going to feed? Until you determine that number, you're going to be up and down and struggling as a farmer to be able to run your business in the black. That number is the most important number that will keep you solidified and grounded. It'll be your North Star toward which you are going to strive toward to making your farm profitable, okay? Okay, now that we got the framing and everything's rough, it's the big bad wolf. All right, everyone knows. Does anyone know who the big bad wolf is with the Three Little Pigs story? Yeah, all right. I'm going to assume everyone does, but. business, the big bad wolf is your competition. That's who the big bad wolf is. People want to steal your customers. They want your customers. They want the cash flow. It does happen. Real thing. It will happen. There's no way to avoid it. But the way to lay brick and stone around your house to prevent the big bad wolf from blowing in is to realize that your customer is not a customer at all. PMAs, is that right?
If you're comfortable with that.
I'm comfortable with that.
And I think you're amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tupelo. Here's a book for you. Welcome. Can I give you some feedback? All right. Memorize your mission statement, and so you don't have to read it. Everyone on your team, make sure they commit it to memory. And whenever you have a meeting together, start off with the group meeting where you recite the mission statement together as a group. It will take that mission and put it all the way deep into your bone marrow. It's really important. So has anyone heard of the term of the PMA before, Private Membership Association? Okay, all right. Wow, Tupelo, you opened up a can of worms with this question. I do not use a PMA for my milk group. I use an LLC. I'm taxed as an LLC, but I do know plenty of people that use PMAs. And the purpose of the PMA is to, and I know people that have successfully used PMAs and that have unsuccessfully used them. But the idea of the PMA, Private Membership Association, is if you get the tape or the recording, you're going to hear a term that I used earlier, and I said if you study the Constitution, there's the First and the Ninth Amendment come together. Most PMAs talk about the First and the 14th Amendment. If I had to litigate in court about it, I would bring in the First and the Ninth Amendment is how I would litigate a PMA. So what I said earlier today was, in this presentation, was peacefully assembling for the purpose of feeding ourselves. I'm actually in the middle of working on a book about this very issue. It's called the name of the book, at least this is the name right now, it's halfway done, it might change. It's called the Zero Amendment. We've heard of the First Amendment, right? Does anyone know how many rights are secured by the First Amendment? Anyone tells me you get a free book. How many rights are secured by the First Amendment? I can't hear you. Say loud. 3, 4, 1, none, 7. None is good. You thought it was a curveball. 7. Okay, there's 5 rights. I saw you holding your hand up 5. There's 5 rights secured by the First Amendment, all right? We have speech, we have religion, we have the press, we have assembly, and then the 5th is my favorite, the right to petition the government for a redress of grievances. Why did the founders ever think that you might want to petition the government for a redress of grievances? Did they picture there might be some grievances by the people at some point in the future? So in the First Amendment is the right to peacefully assemble. We have assembly. And in the Ninth Amendment, we have the right to feed ourselves. So we want to peacefully assemble for the purpose of feeding ourselves. So the name of the book is called the Zero Amendment because I believe feeding yourself is more important than speech, religion, or any of the other 5 rights secured by the First Amendment. And then usually if it's more important, it comes first. So I called it the Zero Amendment because 0 comes before 1, right? So the right to peacefully assemble for the purpose of feeding yourself collectively with a community is the idea of the PMA. And the PMAs are supposed to put you in the private realm and shield you so you're not in the public realm so the government can't regulate your food assembly or your food enterprise out of business, which is what the government likes to do. They like to create these regulations that either, they'll do one of 2 things with the regulations. They'll either totally outlaw your behavior, if that behavior is selling raw milk, they'll either totally outlaw the behavior or they will regulate the behavior out of business to the point where it's not even feasible to perform the behavior anymore. And keep in mind, the behavior we're talking about is peacefully assembling for the purpose of feeding ourselves. Well, what does it mean to peacefully assemble and feed ourselves? Well, it means to raise the food, to grow the food, to process the food, to deliver the food, to sell the food, to eat the food, to digest the food, to excrete the food, like that whole process. No one person can do it all, right? And so it takes a group of people to do it. As far as the other question you asked about how PMAs get taxed, or at least you insinuated on that question, I don't have too much experience with how PMAs get taxed. However, I do recommend people pay their taxes, so you have to figure that part out on your own. If you want to be an activist, a raw milk renegade like me, or activist in whatever your area activism is for, You want to narrow focus on that one activity, so they can't, like with Al Capone, right? They got him on taxes, right? So just. Yeah, I'm not an expert on how a PMA is taxed. I'm sure you can elect to be taxed as either a partnership, a sole proprietorship, probably as a C Corp, S Corp. The IRS will probably give you a lot of leniency, and I'm not an accountant, I'm just guessing. But if you say, look, I've got this private membership association, which they call, by the way, they actually have a name for it. It's grouped in. So if you're calling the IRS and talking about this, they group it as an unincorporated organization or an unincorporated association. Don't know exactly what that means or how they get taxed. But if you want to send them tax money, they're probably not going to say no to it. So, all right, next question.
Hi, Max. Thank you for this talk. It's been inspiring. We can do it.
What's your name?
Mary.
Mary? Okay,
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, Mary. I'm Max.
Yeah. Can you give us a brief finish to the story of what you did with your legal problem after they came to your door about the raw milk?
Oh, yeah. Okay, that was a fun story. So they showed up at my door, and I'm going to give you totally the short version of it. And I didn't have the money for the attorney wanted $30,000 to handle my case. I didn't have the money, so I just kind of totally entrepreneured in on becoming an attorney. And I learned how to do attorney's work. I learned how to file court briefs. I learned how to litigate, and I represented myself in court. The two attorneys that I was litigating against from the Department of Justice and the attorney from the Department of Agriculture had many, many years of experience, and I was brand new, and so they totally mowed me over and turned me into Swiss cheese in court. And then I filed an appeal, and I lost the appeal. Then I finally did hire an attorney to petition the Supreme Court. We are allowed one appeal where we don't get, we have the right to an appeal. We don't get to be heard by the Supreme Court. They can say yes or no to your petition. There are two reasons why the Supreme Court would say yes to a petition. One, if it's an area of first impression, they've never ruled on that area of law before, then they might take your petition. And the second reason is if there are two lower courts, two appellate courts that have ruled on the same area of law with conflicting rulings where they say, like, the one appellate court said this, the other one said that, it's the same area of law, the Supreme Court will step in to make a final decision and kind of, create the law for that particular area, whatever it is. And so what happened was the case got kicked back out of the Supreme Court, back down to the trial court, and it was literally weeks away. They were supposed to come lock me up, and I was emotionally ready and psychologically ready, and thanks to Mark McAfee, I was financially ready, and I didn't want to go to jail. Who here wants to go and live in a cage and eat dumb, garbage, poisonous, toxic food? Not me. So I went to the guy who was responsible for putting me in jail, which would have been the sheriff, right? And I went and talked to the sheriff, and because sheriffs are publicly elected officials who take an oath, I support, defend the Constitution, so help me God. It's called the oath of office. And I went and talked with the sheriff. His name was Gene Carey of Vernon County, amazing man. And, well, I told old Gene, I poured my heart out to him and told him how I'm taking raw milk over state lines, and the FDA's out to get me, and the Department of Justice and the Wisconsin Department of Agriculture, and the 18 months in prison, and, this isn't right. And he said, well, yeah, I'm the sheriff. What do you want me to do? And by the way, don't tell anyone this, Max, but I'm buying raw milk too illegally from my neighbor, but don't tell. And here I am on stage in front of everyone. Hey, this was back in 2009, so hopefully enough time has passed. And Gene retired. He's not in office anymore. But Gene, if you ever watch this video, I love you, man. You're awesome. And so he said, well, what do you want me to do? And I said, well, I want you to go. And by the way, where I live is a very rural area. I said, I want you to go in court, and when the judge orders me to jail, to take me to jail, I want you to be in court, and the sheriff's, the deputy in court, the bailiff in court is the sheriff's deputy, all right? He's literally the sheriff's deputy. So I said, the bailiff is your deputy, and so he has to listen to you before he listens to the judge. So if the judge orders the bailiff to take me to jail and handcuff me, I want you to be there, and I want you to tell the bailiff to stand down. And he said, oh boy, Max, you're asking for a lot with that one. I said, well, I just want justice, you know. And so he said, well, I won't do that, but let me tell you what I will do. I will let them lock you up. And as soon as they do, as soon as they take you away to jail, I will go to the jail cell and open the jail cell and let you walk out free. And like a bolt of lightning, my hand went out and said, deal! And we shook on it. And then, believe it or not, a magical thing happened. The state, the feds, they all disappeared and they never came back to get me. And it's been about how many years? That was in it's been a long time, probably about 14 years. And so what I think happened is the sheriff made a couple phone calls down to the boys in Washington, D.C., and Madison, Wisconsin is the capital of Wisconsin, and said, you know, leave this guy alone, don't come back to Vernon County, and have a nice day. Click. And so there's the end of the story. All right. Are we out on time now? We're good? Okay, 5 over. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody. If anyone's got more questions, I will be at the booth a little bit later today. All right, thank you. I'm in the tent all the way on the right. The long tent on the right, the big one.
They're all big.
Test. Okay, there we go.
If you look at
all right.
If you look.
Well, like somebody quoted me as saying, if you don't like the weather in Ohio, stay an hour or half a day or whatever it takes. 10 minutes. Okay, for the very last time for this year, please welcome Joel Salatin back to the stage.
All right. This is going to be one of my favorites. Because we're going to talk about policy, politics, regulation, and bureaucrats. And if you want to, from our Polyface gift shop, you can get a shirt that says "Compost the Bureaucrats." Let me give you a couple of. Sorry, I must have hit something. I'm always hitting something wrong on a computer. All right. Let me start with a couple of real basic umbrella ideas. Number one, I don't use the word conspiracy as a matter of policy because I find it is so divisive that you can't continue a discussion. So what I want to zero in here, I want to hit several things. I want to encourage you to maybe push back on the bureaucracy a little bit, regulations. Here's the problem. The average farmer in America is is shackled and enslaved by a regulatory food climate. You know, if you want a lady at church, Aunt Penny, to sell you a pot pie, she can't do it unless she's got, 5 licensed things, HACCP plans, and all sorts of things. And I really believe, hasn't Callie Means been great? And as he has talked, the thing that keeps hitting my mind as he keeps putting up all these things is, what if health and food and COVID were not even a government thing? What if that wasn't even a government thing? What if at COVID, if there had never been any government, anything, no HHS, no government, no nothing, does anybody think we would have lost more people if there had not been any government involvement at all? What happens, though, our culture is so brainwashed, propagandized to look to the government for solutions to everything that it's hard to start a conversation. You have to start from real basics. That's what I want to go through. So the first thing I'm going to say is, I don't use the word conspiracy because it bags people. It makes you sound like a wacko. I assume good faith intent on everybody, including Monsanto, including Bill Gates. Oh, how can you? He's evil. Well, you realize, the guy, he actually believes. Remember, he grew up in a Planned Parenthood home, totally bought into Malthusian, we're overpopulated. The world can only support about 1 billion people. And so 6 billion of us have to leave. Interestingly, he's not the first one to step up and say, I'll be the first to go. It's always somebody else, somebody not nearly as smart, somebody not nearly as, important. And so he's grown up in this worldview of we're overpopulated, and this is what he says anyway, he believes that he will save humanity if he figures out how to get rid of 6 billion of us. Now, you can say that's evil, you can say it's a conspiracy, you can say all sorts of things, but it's a lot easier to have a discussion, a conversation with him if you assume he actually believes that. He's well-intended. He actually does want to save humanity. I know it's a stretch, okay? But all my life, I've had these difficult conversations with people, and I've found that there are things that you can say that shut down the conversation. And one of them is conspiracy. And assuming that the other side is evil intended. That's why I hate crimes. How do you know what's in somebody's heart? As soon as you start going to intention, you get into a really slippery slope. And I've had some wonderful breakthroughs by taking this position. One was with Michael Pollan. Some of you may know him. He wrote Omnivore's Dilemma, New York Times bestseller. It will be iconic in history as a catalyst for the local clean food movement. And when they had that E. coli outbreak on the lettuce from California several years ago, New York Times called him and said, we need an op-ed piece on this E. coli outbreak. He called me. He said, before I met you, I would have sat right down and cranked out an op-ed about how, we don't have enough inspectors to inspect the lettuce, and we don't have enough regulations to make sure the vegetable growers are keeping it clean, and da-da-da-da. He said, now I realize none of that's true. Give me 3 talking points to do in an op-ed for the New York Times about a more libertarian view toward the E. coli outbreak. Okay? So you can, if you assume that the other person is well-intended, that's a good thing. Next, I think there's a lot to be said for incremental agreement, and Callie referred to this a little bit. When you're in debate and you're in an argument, let's say a 1 to 10 scale, okay? So I often think about it as if like a 1 is a person that's buying their food from the filling station, and a 10 is a person who has a garden, some backyard chickens, grows all their own food, okay? That's a 1 to 10. When those two people meet, the problem is when the 10 wants to move the 1 to a 10 too quickly. And what happens is we push people away because, what's wrong with you? Don't you see this? And we get all frustrated and angry, and you're a nitwit, and we start name calling, and we start going into all this tirade about why don't you see, it's so obvious to me, And the truth is that we run into people on this spectrum all the time, and what we want to do is move people too fast. So we have to realize, in a conversation, you have to understand where that person is on that spectrum, where you are in that level of disagreement. And if you can turn a person that's buying food from the gas station into somebody that's buying food at Kroger's, that's a win. Okay? And if you can go from Kroger's to, Trader Joe's, that's a win. If you go from Trader Joe's to Whole Paycheck, that's a win at Whole Foods. But anyway, you move incrementally. You don't try to make the whole move at once. And then finally, I would just point out that the Socratic method works. The Socratic method is one that starts with questions. People love questions. People don't want to be preached at. They want to be questioned. And if you can figure out, and so I'm going to go through this now. I hope it's going to be very, very beneficial for you, that you can go through a self-discovery process. And when the person self-discovers by answering your questions, their aha wakes up and, oh, okay, I see it now. And that's really powerful. I was back there listening to the previous, and let me just say something about PMAs. Some of you may know what's happening to Michael Kilpatrick in Dayton, Ohio right now. They've been issued, a discontinuance order. They can't even sell an onion from their farm. They have a PMA, and I'll just say this, that remember, it's not what you say it is, it's what a judge says it is that counts. So I get emails all the time, all over the place about maritime law and sovereign individual and declare your, all this peripheral stuff. And we have customers that have been in jail because they were, there's no such thing as the IRS, and don't they know that was an illegal thing, and and spent 10 years in jail for. So remember, none of this stuff, this periphery stuff, is what you say it is. It's what a judge says it is. So, with that in mind, kind of umbrella ideas, let's go to how do we start conversations with the opposition? How do we start conversations with people? The problem with our message is that most people have no idea what the problem is. The lean business concept, pioneered in Japan and really developed, really popularized through Toyota, one of the tenets is that you get to the root of a problem by asking why 5 times. So if you start with a problem and you ask why 5 times, you get to the root of it. Conversations start when you start asking questions. So, if you're having a conversation with somebody and you're daring to question food safety laws, inspector regulations, that everything needs to be, government stamped for approval, here's what I start with. So you take that person and you ask, do you ever buy or eat food that is purely your choice, that has no oversight by the federal government? Do you ever? What are some of the answers you'll hear? Well, yeah, I ate food at a fundraiser over at the Red Cross the other day. I ate food from friends, funerals, church potlucks, that sort of thing. I eat food from my own garden, my own eggs. I've eaten food from friends that are, like gourmands, and they're trying this special charcuterie or cheese or smoked or cured meats or something like that. Yeah, most people will agree, I've eaten food that's completely uninspected. All right? What you're trying to do is create space. Space to posit the notion that not every morsel of food needs to be inspected. So then once they've told you where they've eaten some of this at any of these places, you ask, well, does that scare you? Are you scared to eat that kind of food? Normally said, no, we got a church potluck, I go and eat, whatever we're getting. But, well, why doesn't that scare you? And let them articulate why it doesn't scare you. They're going to say things like, well, I know those people, I've been in their homes, I'm friends with them, I'm, all this. And so, you start into this, they're not selling it, they're giving it, not buying it. They're friends, not unknowns. I've got personal knowledge of these folks. So then, would you agree that different food transfer venues carry different risks or different expectations? Well, yeah, obviously. I just enjoyed a church potluck last week. Okay? And I wasn't all intention about, oh no, am I going to die from the chicken pot pie? Because I've been in, Miss Penny's house. So then the question is, well, what transaction makes you feel safest? What kind of transaction makes you feel safe? And so in this line of questioning, you're trying to create room to consume something that is not licensed by the federal government. Are you with me? You see how we led a person along? And they self-discovered then, oh, yeah, I have eaten and enjoyed without fear and tremulation food that's not government inspected on many different levels. Okay? That creates some room. Next line of thinking. Do some people do things you consider too risky to do? This line of thinking, I call it the risk or safety is subjective. A lot of people think that safety is objective. Well, it's not. Do some people do things you think are too risky to do? Things that are unsafe? Bungee jumping, smoking, hunting, shooting. Some people will say shooting, vaccinations, drinking too much. Some people will say going to church revival meetings is risky. I think going to public school is risky. Okay? But what you're trying to do is get somebody to open up about what they consider is risky stuff. This is risky activity, risky behavior, risky stuff. Well, then the obvious question is, well, do you think this activity should be outlawed? Well, no, I don't think it should be outlawed. You shouldn't outlaw hunting. I think it's risky. I don't think you should outlaw public schools. It's risky. Or I don't think you should outlaw Coca-Cola. It's just, risky to drink it. Well, if it's risky and it's okay, you don't want to outlaw it. Well, why not outlaw it? I mean, if it's risky behavior, why wouldn't you outlaw it? What's the compelling difference that makes something so risky it needs to be illegal versus something that preserves, and this is what they'll say, personal choice? Well, yeah, it's risky, but we're just not outlaw it. We want to leave some diversity in the, we want to have some diversity in the culture. And so the goal here is to carve out personal choice to do things that others might find unacceptable or even unsafe. Does a person have the right to participate in something that many consider unsafe? The other goal is to get people to understand that safety is quite subjective. It is not objective or empirical. And you'd be surprised how many people, when they suddenly realize that safety is subjective, that's a revelation. They thought safety was some sort of science-based, empirical thing. And they almost start grinning and laughing, to realize, oh, that's right, yeah, this is quite a revelation. All right, next big line of questioning. Has any branch of the federal government ever lied, in your opinion? Okay? Has any branch of the federal government ever lied in your opinion, or put forth a really bad policy? So you're starting to try to undermine this blind faith, this religion of government intervention as necessary for every little thing. Our problem is that our culture is acclimated right now to whenever there's something that we don't like, the first remedy is we need a law. And what this line of questioning does is you're trying to, in one conversation, you're trying to, erode an entire castle that's been built in school and in political discussions and activism and emails and TikTok and all this stuff. And you're trying in a conversation to diplomatically ask strategic questions to get people to start to question their overall paradigm, which is that the government is perfect. You see, the people who think that every morsel of food needs to be inspected by the government, they actually believe that the government is more trustworthy than individuals or businesses. And so if you can get people to understand or to say out loud, yeah, the government has lied to me or put forth really bad policy. Well, when? Weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. How about the way we, didn't honor our treaties with the Native Americans? There's a million different ways you can go through this. So then, by what criteria did you disagree with government policy? What's the criteria that you would use to disagree with government policy? And why did this policy become adopted as the law of the land or the assumed orthodoxy? You think about food. Our government told us we don't want to get rid of lard and butter. We need to have hydrogenated vegetable oil. That's what they told us. They told us that, breastfeeding babies is barbaric and Neanderthal, and, you should use infant formula. I've often thought that one of the greatest resource wastes of modern America was that generation of 50s and 60s where all those breasts didn't get used. Just awful. Another one, carbohydrates. Grains are more important, or the most important volume of our diet. The food pyramid, 1979. They put Cheerios and Twinkies as the foundation of our dietary guidelines. And a lot of people get this. They absolutely agree. And so then the question is, with this track record, how do you trust the government orthodoxy? Of course, now we can add in, do you trust Fauci? And a lot of people who trusted him 5 years ago don't trust him today. The whole COVID narrative has dropped off. So we have yet, another indictment against what we were told. So then, why would you trust the government orthodoxy? The point here is to develop a healthy mistrust or incredulity toward official government findings or bulletins. It's fascinating that each of us picks the agency we believe to be truthful and untruthful. Like the liberals, if the EPA says it, it's gospel. If the Pentagon says it, it's a lie. And conservatives, if the EPA says it, it's a lie. And if the Pentagon says it, it's the truth. Everybody follow me? So we cherry pick these agencies. So whoever you're talking with, you zero in, you needle in on the agency or the government program that you know the other person would distrust, and that becomes your line of questioning. All right, next kind of big area. So you can ask, what conditions encourage unsafe food? Okay, and by the way, when you're asking these questions, don't answer them yourself. Wait. One of the most powerful things you can do in a dialogue like this is to give time for the other person to respond. I went through this at a university in Pennsylvania a few years ago after Obamacare. So I had just gone in to testify at a congressional hearing in D.C., rode the metro in, and this guy got on the metro next to me, and he's about 400 pounds, pack of cigarettes in his pocket. He's got a 1 quart Coca-Cola here and a big bag of Lay's potato chips. And I'm sitting there thinking, why am I responsible for his health? Because that's what Obamacare did. You know, I'm responsible for his health. And so I went in and came back, and about 2 weeks later, I was speaking at this university in Pennsylvania. I had, 300 or 400 college students there in a class. We were doing Q&A, and just it organically led, spontaneously to a kind of a thread that I'm standing up there thinking, I said, I'm gonna pursue this a little bit. So I told the students this story of going on the metro. This guy got on, blah, blah, blah. And I said, all right, you're a bunch of young, smart college students. I want you to tell me why I'm responsible for that guy's health. I mean, they were all Obama lovers, a bunch of liberal, greeny, earth muffin, Twinkie socialists. I said, I want one of you smart young people to tell me who adore Obamacare why I'm responsible for his health. And I waited. I waited a minute. And we're just looking at each other. 2 minutes. That's a long time to stand in front of a room and have silence. Finally, this one girl sitting on the front row, she raised her hand and said, yes, ma'am, what do you think? Now I'd probably be thrown off campus for saying ma'am, Sorry, that's just Southern gentleman stuff. And she said, I said, yes, what do you think? She said, because your generation made him do it. Yeah. Now, folks, we're pretty far apart. When you encounter somebody like that, we're pretty far apart. I was out in California doing another college campus thing. I had 300 kids in a lecture hall. Again, Q&A, and it just kind of led this direction. I said, I'm gonna push something here. I said, how many of you think that we should have a policy that in order for you to eat a carrot out of your own garden, a government inspector should come and check the safety of that carrot before you're allowed to eat it? 1/3 of the hands went up. 1/3 of the hands went up. People ask me, how did we get to this place? This is how we got here. This is where we are. And this is why these conversations are so important. Because these folks don't know what they're actually thinking. And when they actually answer these kinds of questions, they discover just how far off the rails they've gone. Okay? But they will never let you stand and preach to them. But they're happy to engage in questions and conversation. So, what kind of conditions encourage unsafe food? The normal response is things like size, lack of sanitation, an uneducated workforce, opaqueness, lack of transparency, no trespassing signs. Yeah, I can agree with that. And most people, this is consensus building stuff, okay? If you wait for them to answer, they'll have answers. And this is going to be similar. So then you say, well, what does a farm, if that's what encourages unsafe food, what does a farm and food system look like that is the opposite of these things? What would be the opposite of large scale? Let's see, we got to think really hard about that. Oh, it might be smaller farms. Yeah, okay. What about the opposite of unsanitary conditions? Oh, like pasture, like not concentrated animal feeding operations. What's the opposite of an uneducated work? And I'm not trying to be xenophobic here or anything or anti-immigration, But, you know, in Virginia, I talked to a General Assemblyman. He said the biggest problem we have in the poultry industry is to get all of our foreign workers in the poultry plants to wash their hands after going to the bathroom. So we got all this chlorine in here. We dredge the chickens through 40 chlorine baths for the E. coli in the chickens, but actually it's for the dirty hands. So what's the opposite of an educated workforce? Well, that sounds like, you know, people that are domestic workers. What's the opposite of an opaque business? Well, that sounds like something where you're actually welcome to visit. And you don't have to walk through sheep dip and put on a hazmat suit to go visit your food. And they can answer that. When you go down, what's the opposite of the thing? So then, okay, if that's what makes safer food, well, how can we encourage a farmer food system that looks like this, that is safe? Why isn't such a clean system more widely used? What could you do right now today that would facilitate a better alternative? Maybe we need to defund Monsanto. So when you want people to think in a systems approach and to realize that some systems encourage bad food and others encourage good food, and have them self-discover and articulate for themselves what that is, then you can actually have a conversation. There's another line of thinking. Do you think farmers are important? There are a lot of people that don't think farmers are important. They really don't. I mean, like the parent that sued the teacher in New York City for telling her child that milk came from cows. Said, we all know the milk comes from the supermarket. So she sued the school board for indoctrination of her child for wrong information. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. It's like the kid that jumped off the bus at the farm tour. He says, take me to the salsa tree. He wanted to know where you pick salsa. And if you think farmers are important, and most people, when asked this question, even the urban elitists will say, yeah, I think farmers are important. You ask them, well, why? Let them answer that. Let them wrestle with that a little bit. Why are they important? You mean something is as important as the Dow Jones Industrial Average and TikTok and artificial intelligence? You know, some of us that have some age on us, you know, we grew up, we're wrestling with all this AI stuff. I mean, I grew up, AI was artificial insemination. Then it became avian influenza, and now it's, what is it? Artificial intelligence. Yeah. So why is the average American farmer 60 years old? Let them wrestle with that. You know, the fact is that in business models, any organization in which the average practitioner, any economic enterprise which the average practitioner is over 35 is an economic sector in the culture that's in decline. American farmers average 60 years old. That's 25 years over the axiom, the benchmark of a sector in decline. And they'll say, you know, long hours, hard work, unfavorable working conditions, low pay. Well, what could be done to remediate all these negatives? Well, we got crop insurance, subsidies, you know, better market access. Well, what thing, I'm hurrying through this because I'm starting to push my time and I've got some places I want to go here. What one thing could enable a startup farmer to be successful? Think about other startup businesses. What are the common denominators to success in new businesses? What's the number one thing that a new business needs? It needs access to customers. Thousands and thousands of entrepreneurial, innovative farmers exist, but they are marginalized, demonized, or criminalized by regulations that discourage the very antidotes we need to stimulate a new generation of farmers. Okay? I mean, that's the preachy part. But they're going to discover that in the line of questioning. Finally, just another thread here. What is a farm? What makes a farm different than any other type of land use? I ask this all the time on our farm tours. And people say, well, it produces food, all sorts of things. No. What makes a farm a farm? There's only one answer. A farmer. Land is land. What makes one a park, residential, community activity center is a farmer. So how's today's farm different than what you see at Williamsburg or Monticello? Old historic, costumed museums. Oh, well, those are very diverse. They're doing a lot of manufacturing on those farms. Yeah, they're making candles and spoke shaves and blacksmith shops. Oh, they have lots of people. That's very different than today's farm. And you ask, well, do you think it would be a bad thing for that kind of thing to happen? Is a segregated food and farming model presidential? What would an integrated model look like? What we've done is we've so segregated our agriculture. Like in our county with zoning, we're zoned agriculture on our farm there. We can go and we can cut a tree down, we can mill it on our mill, but we can't turn it into a chair to sell it because that's manufacturing. That's illegal in an agricultural zone. But if you go to historic farms, you see all sorts of manufacturing happening on these farms. That was our cultural history. So, is it good for people to live close to their work? If farms with more people on them doing more different things is good, and remember, your person you're talking with has come to this conclusion, is it good? How do we encourage that to happen? Well, that means we want to encourage housing for workers on farms. We're going to build houses in Yeah, we're going to make it easy for people to build a house for farm workers. We're going to have small sale value adding enterprises on farms. We're going to have collaborative marketing opportunities. How can we make farming attractive to our best and brightest and farms attractive places for people to work? Well, we create these economic opportunities. So that's how I know I've run through that, but I hope that has helped you see how I try to build bridges and have conversations with people that are on a completely different wavelength than I'm on in this government interventive approach in our food system, which stymies and precludes so many innovative entrepreneurial farmers from joining the food system. See, all innovation happens with prototypes. You have a dream, you have an idea, and you birth a prototype, a proof of concept. That's why an oak tree starts from an acorn, not a 50-foot tree. You have to have an idea embryo small enough to birth. And the problem is, if in order to birth a sourdough baking enterprise or a pickle outfit or a charcuterie thing or bologna or sausage or a butcher shop or whatever, if in order to launch that, you need a $500,000 facility licensed by 5 different bureaucracies and signed off on by 10 different bureaucrats that costs another $500,000, suddenly that little proof of concept idea that you could launch in your kitchen and your basement and your backyard for $200 suddenly takes $1 million, and the embryo is too big to be birthed, and so thousands and thousands of dreams around our land are stillborn because the baby is too big to be birthed. So, a couple of ideas. The first one, the biggest one, might not have time for the others. The biggest one is what I call the Food Emancipation Proclamation. It is time for a Food Emancipation Proclamation to take our enslaved, shackled food system out of the oligarchy and allow thousands of entrepreneurial farmers to access their neighborhoods with food without a bureaucrat involved. So that neighbor to neighbor, we can engage in food transactions without a government agent saying whether it's okay or not. You see, right now, we have prohibitions on hazardous substances, prescription drugs, fentanyl, methamphetamines. You can't buy them, you can't sell them, you can't give them away, you can't use them, and you can't give them to your kids. But hazardous food, like raw milk, homemade chicken pot pies, homemade cheese, homemade sausage from a backyard butchered pig, the prohibition is only on selling. You can buy it, you can give it away, feed it to your kids, and use it yourself. You just can't sell it. Obviously, this is not about safety. It's about market access. Okay? And so, the questions and the thinking that I have brought us to this point, I hope, have helped to frame a conversation, because the idea of food freedom, of actually having neighbor-to-neighbor transactional freedom in the food space, right now is so foreign in our culture that you have to start with the questions that I did at the very beginning. Because the first response when you propose something like this is, oh, everybody's going to get sick. I mean, I was down testifying in Virginia General Assembly for a cottage food law in Virginia, and Commissioner of Agriculture in Virginia pulled me aside at a break. Nice guy. Pulled me aside. He said, Joel, I mean, you could see the fear in his eyes. He said, we can't give people freedom of choice for their food. If we did, we couldn't build hospitals fast enough for all the sick people. As if we can build hospitals fast enough for all our current government-sanctioned food sick people. Okay? This is nuts. But this is the philosophy. This is the paradigm. This is the worldview of our culture. And so to bring a person incrementally, 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6, from their public educated, when the bell rings, I do whatever the government tells me to do, okay, to bring them from there, and I only study whatever the teacher thinks is important, and I'm only curious about what the curriculum says is important to be curious about, okay, to bring them from that to a liberty notion, I mean, it's like Earth to Pluto. And that's why I want to share the successful methodology that I've found in engaging people clear on the other side of the aisle, to bring them to an aha moment to where they're ready to, oh, okay, I get this, all right, and it's it's a long thing, but the Food Emancipation Proclamation would simply say that direct neighbor-to-neighbor food commerce can be enacted without a government agent involved, period. Just period. And if we did that, folks, if we did that in a week, 10,000 entrepreneurial small farm businesses and cottage culinary, domestic culinary arts folks would launch food businesses in their communities. And we would have a safer, more secure, more stable food system. Does anybody think that if in the spring of 2020, when all the supermarket shelves were going empty, if instead of our country being fed by about 5,000 funnels of mega processing facilities, canneries, slaughterhouses, pickle manufacturers, all that, jam, all right, if instead of being fed by 5,000 massive processing facilities, if instead our country had been fed by 50,000 small neighborhood, diversified, decentralized, democratized suppliers, would we have had as big a... It's a rhetorical question. obviously we would not have, okay? And so, you know, COVID showed for all of us to see, obviously, the fragility of our centralized, concentrated food system. Some of the talking points, Food Emancipation Proclamation, are, you know, we're not abolitionists. We're not trying to ban Monsanto or Tyson. All we're saying is we want a functional underground railroad. So the folks who want out can get out. If you want to still go to Costco, Walmart, go, that's fine. But the thing that separates a free society from a tyranny is what it does to the minority view. And there is a minority view in this country, not majority by any means, but there is a minority view in this country to let me opt out of the system, to disentangle, to find my own food source, to shop where I want, to buy from a neighbor, okay? We've got to allow consenting adults to exercise freedom of choice for their microbiome agency. These are all, you know, powerful words. Because what good is it to have a Bill of Rights that gives us the 5 freedoms that Max just talked about, to assemble, to preach, to speak, to pray? What good are those freedoms if we can't choose the fuel for our microbiome to give us the energy to go shoot, pray, and preach? Oh, shoot, that's the second one. All right. Does everybody follow me here? Okay. And so, if we right now, AOC and Bernie are all over the country talking about, we got to stop the oligarchy. You know, Bernie, he gets up there on the podium, he's always leaning over the podium. We got to stop the oligarchy. Got to stop the oligarchy. All right? Well, the only solution they can imagine for that is a bigger government agency than the oligarchy to stop it. Well, we've been down that road. That's what we've got. You know, agency capture, you know, the rotating door, all that stuff, all right? The way to stop the oligarchy is with thousands and thousands of little entrepreneurs chipping away, creating competition in the marketplace to shut down that oligarchy. That's the answer to it. And I'm hoping that with this current wave of interest in MAHA and understanding, look, I can't think of anything more Trumpian than a Food Emancipation Proclamation. Can't you imagine? We're going to take the shackles and the enslavement of our food system away from the oligarchy. Yes, Bernie, we hear you, but we're going to solve it with freedom and not bigger government. And we're going to unleash entrepreneurs and give farmers and domestic culinary artists access to our markets so that people can eat better and cheaper and more, you know, I mean, there's a million different things to express it, but so I'm actually hoping to get a 30-minute pitch point with Trump to pitch this concept. And I really think, so I did my first dry run today, just so you know, full transparency, with Callie. I got John Miller organized a little chance for us to get together. Of course, I knew about him. He'd known about me. We had never met, so I got to meet him, and I did my dry run pitch. He's all over it, completely all over it. So we got to make this happen. So I'm pretty excited about that. I have not done this Food Emancipation Proclamation pitch to anybody yet that thinks it's a bad idea. The pushback, the pushback is always about unsafe food. What if somebody's a dirty farmer? Okay. Well, there's several responses. One is to admit, yep, there might be a dirty farmer. Yep, somebody might even die. The question is, do you think it's more dangerous than government-sanctioned poison? That's a fair question. And after listening for 2 days, looking at the charts, seeing the statistics, farmers would have to kill a lot of people to equal what Merck and Ciba-Geigy and everybody else has done. And so I think as the information of our dysfunctional food system comes out and our sickness culture comes out, our leg to stand on here, it's becoming more and more outrageous for somebody to say that direct neighbor-to-neighbor food commerce is more dangerous than coming from Iowa beef packers and Tyson Foods. So I think the wave is in our favor. I couldn't help but think today when Callie was talking about, he kept bringing up, wild animals don't go through this. Wild animals don't get cancer, they're not obese and all that. So I'm thinking, so what's the difference between wild animals and us? I mean, if you've got one sector of beings that is functioning wonderfully and healthily with, in a place, in an environment where all the people are dysfunctioning, disease, well, why? Why is this sector, all the wildlife, why are they doing fine? And it struck me, well, number one, they don't watch TV. Number two, they don't have any supermarkets. Number three, they have to personally participate in their food system. Nobody's going out feeding them. A couple other little ideas. So, he was talking about the pushback from the industry on where's the research? They won't study anything, or if they do, it's all agenda driven. And we got to find out if red dye 29 is actually, not helpful and all this stuff. So let me tell you a story. Several years ago, I did a presentation out in California to a middle school district that had a farm. It had a 3-acre farm attached to all the schools in the district came, and all the middle school students spent half a day a week at this 3-acre farm. And the two farmers were women, and so they had, they incorporated into the biology, science, math curriculums with this stuff. Well, one of the assignments was they had this big worm box. It was about 8 feet long, 3 feet wide, 3 feet deep, lid on it. And of course, listen, if you want kids to get excited about farming and food stuff, you just let them put their hands in a worm box. I mean, there is nothing as exciting as putting your hands in a worm box. I mean, I haven't met a kid yet that didn't under 10. When they get to 12 and 13, they start looking at TikTok and get all ishy-gishy, ew, and all that stuff. But there's magic with under 10-year-olds in a worm box. All right, so kids, so assignment was bring some food on Monday. So the kids bring food, and they go up, they put it in a worm box, and they put in Twizzlers and gummy bears and Kit Kats and, squeezable Velveeta cheese and, stuff. And the two farmers, they put in a pork chop, an apple, an orange, and a green bean. Next Monday, kids go charging up there. They open the list. Out come the Twizzlers, the gummy bears, the Hot Pockets, and the Velveeta cheese, all this. And they go over here on the other end, and there's no pork chop. There's no apple. There's no nothing. And the teachers just looked at them and said, "So, why would you eat something worms won't eat?" Good object lesson, huh? So I've been thinking about that with all this brouhaha about all these, unknown chemicals and poisons and things we put on the soil and the food, in the plants, all this stuff. So what we need to do is just have a worm farm with 100 worm beds, and we submit everything we put on the soil, in our food, and in our animals, we submit that to the worms for 1 week. Whatever the worms like, green light. Whatever the worms don't like, red light. Don't allow it. And we take all the lobbying, K Street, all the research dollars, the sciences, and the post-hole digger degrees, PhDs, all that stuff out of the equation. We let the worms vote on what we're going to put in, on, and about our world, our life, our bodies, our soils, our plants. And we let the worms make the decision. They don't watch TV. They don't know about K Street. They don't lobby. They don't vote. And we come to a worm-certified food and farming system. And the whole thing would only cost a couple million dollars. Think about it. You got 100 worm beds. Every week you're testing 100 things. And so in a year you test 5,000. 2 years you test 10,000. It wouldn't take very long to test everything. And you just submit it to the worms. And we replace the eagle with the worm. So we become recyclers instead of cannibals. That's good. So I hope that some of this has encouraged you to not shy away from these difficult conversations. Because, listen, we're on the cutting edge here. We get it. We've sat through all this for 2 days. I mean, how many of you are leaving? I mean, I'm on cloud 9. I've heard wonderful stuff. I've taken notes. I'm energized. I'm appreciative that there are all these knees that haven't bowed to Baal. I'm not the only one. And these kind of things, we need that because it's lonely out there. Okay? And so I hope that by giving you a template to engage with folks, that you'll be encouraged not to shy away from a conversation, but to embrace a conversation, even a difficult conversation. Assume the other person means well, assume they have good faith, ask them questions, and let them self-discover and lead them down to a point where we come to a liberty, freedom-based food system that is good for us, our communities, and our planet. Everybody willing to do that? Good. All right. So now may all of your carrots grow long and straight, your radishes be large but not pithy. Tomato blossom end rot affect your Monsanto neighbor's tomatoes. May all of your culinary experiments be delectably palatable. May the wind be always at your back, your children rise and call you blessed. May we all make our nest a better place than we inherited. God bless you. Thank you for letting me visit with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel.
Thank you, John.
Thank you. If you'll just hang on for just a few minutes, I have a couple of announcements to make. And Max Keene is going to come up. He has one quick announcement to make as well. So I've been asked by a number of people about what about the recordings. So you can go to the Food Independence YouTube channel, and the live streams that we did, by the way, we had 1,000 people yesterday listening into the live, so that's quite a bit. And then we're going to start publishing them. By Monday or Tuesday, all of the episodes will be posted as separate videos, so you'll be able to go back in and look at that. Max, you have a second?
Can you turn me on in the back? Unmute my mic. You're unmuted. Hello, hello.
There you go.
I'm unmuted.
Is it turned on?
Hello? All right. All right. John's holding me accountable. I got 60 seconds. If you're a farmer or you want to be a farmer, I have a private individual that has up to $900,000 in funding, and they want to fund a future farmer. So let me rewind that. Not if you're a farmer. If you want to be a future farmer, or if you're a farmer and you want to move somewhere to the southeast region of the United States, they want to fund a future farmer in the southeast region of the United States. They will go buy the farm and fund you. No bank, no red tape, up to $900,000. If you're interested or you want to pass that information around to someone and they're interested, have them get in touch with me. My name is Max Kane. You can find me all over social media. My handle is @MaxKane, or go to my company, farmmatch.com, and contact us through there. John Miller, thanks for the amazing event.
Thank you, Max. Actually, he was the one that facilitated me being on the Dell Big Tree High Wire show, so that was all Max. All right, so Let's see, there was one. Oh, the other thing I wanted to mention, Dr. Dawes wants to come back. We had 100 people that went to their booth and got tested, which was way more than we thought would happen. And it also shows the great need that we have in this area and how many people have Lyme. So see you all next year. Tell all your friends, bring them back. We appreciate you.
Holding tightly to his hand, he's the one who knows how the story goes, and how it is for those who walk out on the water. It's easy to forget that you're not alone, but the one who calms the seas, he's the one who's with you, and he'll lead you safely through the storms.
Milking the cow, slopping the sow, what a life we've come to now. Don't like what I see in the city. Crime seems prime, what a pity. Looking at street lights and cars, wishing for new sights and stars. So